allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner,
Here.
Councilmember Dish,
Here.
Councilmember Griswold,
Here.
Councilmember Song,
She's
Here.
indicated that she's expressing. Oh,
Councilmember
there she is.
Grand,
Here.
Councilmember Medina,
Here.
Mayor Taylor,
Here.
Councilmember Iyer,
Here.
Councilmember Nelson,
Here.
Councilmember Briggs,
Here.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, second by Councilmember Medina. Discussion of the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is approved. Do we have communications today from our city administrator?
Just a couple of things, Mayor, a couple of announcements for the body. First is City Hall is going to remain closed consistent with the governor's existing orders, which would be through the month of January. So we still can support our residents and deliver our services remotely or online. But I did want to clarify that there was some information that went out that said the 30th, but we are consistent with the governor's orders or MDHHS's. I also wanted to make sure that you were aware we're adding a new member to our executive team. Thomas Fajardo is joining us as the HR director. His first day will be this coming Monday. You will have an opportunity to meet Thomas at some point, or Mr. Fajardo. And then lastly, as we start the daisy chain of filling positions, the CFO position was recently posted, I think on Friday. Want to make you aware of that. Amy Sell Talent has been hired and is assisting in that recruiting. That's all I have.
Thank you. My understanding is that we do have an introduction of the Honorable and Miriam A. Perry of Ms. Sanborn. Are you?
Yes, well, no, actually, she's left it up to me tonight. So,
Your Honor.
Mayor
The floor is
Taylor,
yours.
Clerk Beaudry, and members of council, good evening. I know your time is precious, and so I will try not to use very much of it. We're here tonight to introduce Miriam Perry to you. To those of you who don't already know her, many of you probably do. Miriam's been a lifelong Ann Arbor resident. She attended Spelman University, got her law degree from the University of Michigan Law School. She's a member of the Black Women's Lawyers Association, the National Bar Association, the County Bar Association, Women Lawyers Association, the NAACP, and the Ann Arbor Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta. With all of that going on in her life, she still found time to be a judicial attorney to a Wayne County Circuit Court judge before she spent the next 12 years being a Washtenaw County public defender. And at the beginning of this year, Governor Whitmer appointed her to be a colleague of Karen Valvo's and mine, and we are thrilled for so many reasons. And I know that Judge Perry had her very first solo day in court today, and so we're oh so proud of her. We know she'll be a great success, and I introduce her to you tonight.
Hi, everyone. It's so great to see everyone in person. Judge Burke covered everything. Like he said, I was born and raised here. I attended Abbott, Forsyth, and Pioneer, and I'm humbled and honored that Governor Whitmer appointed me to be one of the new judges for the 15th District Court. And I look forward to an opportunity to talk to you all whenever we can in person or via Zoom. So I'm very happy to be here today and so glad to be able to see all of you, and I look forward to working with you for many years to come.
Well, thank you very much. And your collective honors, it's always a pleasure seeing you jointly and severally. And we do all sorts of good work with the 15th District Court. So thank
Yes, you
for
do, and we
your work you
appreciate
do.
it. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. To speak at public comment reserve time after having contacted our clerk and obtained a spot, we are trying, to speak at public, members of the public may enter the meeting directly via the following Zoom link on a computer or electronic device, that being a2gov.org/council Zoom. Repeating, a2gov.org/council Zoom. Use the raise hand feature in Zoom to indicate that you wish to speak. You may also dial in on your telephone. That is at 877-853-5247, 877-853-5247. Once you have connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. That is 942-1273-2148. Once you have been connected, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. You will be identified by the last 3 digits of your telephone number when it is your turn to speak. No, actually, I take that back. I'll call you by name. My apologies. In any event, when it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak. So please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time is up. When your time is up, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker is Elizabeth Hunter.
Ms. Hunter, you can go ahead and unmute your phone. Phone number 877. You hit *6, you can unmute yourself. Ms. Hunter, you should be able to unmute yourself by hitting *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. Please choose the 3 at-large members of the Council of the Commons and carry out the will of the voters so Ann Arbor can benefit from a beautiful and functional downtown park. Make no mistake, Ann Arbor, the mayor is trying to destroy the Commons and does not respect our vote. He's misrepresenting the project and trying to make it fail. Just one example of this was the caption scandal when he and Stephen Postema wrote an illegal caption for the Prop A section on the ballot. It was struck down by a state of Michigan court. The Commons was passed by the voters, is in the city charter, and yet Taylor still tries to destroy it. All for the love of out of proportion skyscrapers, money, and power. I've wondered if the democratic process means anything to the mayor. We recall when he promised a middling $5 million in affordable housing, which was in reality not affordable, if we would vote for his 18-story hotel instead of the Commons. Then, in one of the biggest scandals in our history, he turned around and gave away $9 million in affordable housing to Morningside, the developers of the massive, way overly priced condo complex in Lower Town. And one last note, I've observed what could be characterized as shyness in the new city council members, and I certainly understand if you're still getting grounded. Residents will need and want to see that you're actively interested in decision-making on our behalf, that you understand and care about the issues and can deliberate and collaborate with the entire council, not just go on the attack. It's reassuring for us voters to see our elected government representatives cooperate to make the best decisions for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Sturgis.
Mr. Sturgis, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Taylor and City Council. On November 2018, Ann Arbor held a free and fair election in which the voters by 53% of the vote voted in support of Prop A. On November 2020, we held a free and fair election in which congressional Republicans tried to overturn the will of voters in electing Joe Biden. I hope this is not happening from our progressive Democrats here, that we are trying to overturn the will of voters from November of 2018. Let's move forward with the 3 names for the Council of the Commons and approve them tonight and get this going. I would now like to take the time to thank some council members. I'd like to thank Councilmember Dish for her customer service and diligently working across wards and her open-mindedness. I would like to compliment Councilmember Hayner for his over 20 years work on the Gelman plume, as well as attending many CARD meetings and asking the tough questions. I would like to thank Councilmember Song and her family for their very generous sponsorship of some downtown murals. I'd like to thank Councilmember Griswold for her advocacy on streetlight repair as well as pedestrian safety, and for being a great role model for new council members on the administration committee. I would like to thank council members Grand and Medina for their upcoming coffee hours, where they will be engaging citizens and residents. I also want to thank Councilmember Grand for her willingness to step up and serve as Mayor Pro Tem. It's a very important position. I also want to thank Councilmember Iyer for her work on the Rules Committee, as well as attempting to bring civility to City Council. I want to thank Councilmember Nelson for her over 2 years worth of work on promoting a newsletter as well as a voting chart after every single council meeting. This is a lot of extra work. I want to thank Councilmember Briggs for reducing light pollution here in Ann Arbor. I want to thank Councilmember Ramlawi for his work on ICPOC and being a strong voice for minority residents in Ann Arbor, as well as not having his voice silenced. And finally, I would like
30
to thank
seconds.
Mayor Taylor for reading and responding to the hashtag A2 council tweets. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frank Wilhelmini. Frank Wilhelm, my apologies.
Mayor, I don't see him on the line. I do have a number of callers, so I would ask if he can indicate by raising his hand if he's maybe under a different number, but I'm not seeing him at this time.
Do you recognize the callers with their hands raised? Ms. Beaudry?
Yes, those are all speakers.
Those
The
are all
next two
speakers other
speakers.
than the gentleman.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll move on, and if he cycles back prior to the end of the turn, then we'll pick him up on the flip side. Otherwise, we'll go to our next alternate, or rather to our alternate. Our next speaker is Tom Stolberg.
Mr. Stolberg, if you unmute your phone, you can speak. Caller 534, go ahead.
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg. I live at 1202 Traverse Street in the heart of Lower Town. I'm going to speak on 3 items, as I called in and said I would. The Council of the Commons, Gelman violation, and council rules, and I'm going to intertwine all 3 of those together in 3 minutes or less. Let's start with the Gelman. Gelman isn't following the rules. They are violating the rules, and we want to empower our Washington County Water Resources Commissioner, Mr. Evan Pratt. As I understand it, the county commission that the commissioner did not have jurisdiction as one of the people who was involved in the lawsuit, or one of the agencies, involved in the lawsuit, an intervener. But now that the Gelman is violating the rules that do fall into his purview, let's pass what's on the agenda tonight and help empower him to do his job to protect our water sources, and including the drains that go into our water bodies, the rivers, creeks, and rivers. I'd also like to recognize the expertise that's out there, which you're going to hear probably from the next speaker. So I'll let that go and move on to the Council of the Commons, where we should seat 3 members tonight. That's what we said we're going to do. That item goes back to an election. The election was held. One of the previous callers correctly said that there was an attempt to interfere with that free and fair election by trying to put a biased caption, which happened to be over 200 words, which for a 100-word ballot measure, that latter matter is less important than the bias. But the courts corrected that. The people spoke. The people wanted that. We had a task force. The task force completed its job successfully, and now we're on to the next committee, and that should be seated so it can do its job successfully. And our mayor really needs to stop interfering with this process. I don't care. You don't want it. Too bad. We voted for it. Move forward. Thank you very much. In terms of the council rules are good. And I'd like to see us try to make more efficient use of our time and effective use of our time at the council table and have meetings in earlier. That'd be helpful. But to not do it in such a way that reduces the input from the citizens. Remember why you're there and why you're doing what you're doing. You're doing it for us. We're your constituents. We want to see you deliberate on these issues in the public eye. We don't want you making decisions behind closed doors and then just come and just rubber stamp vote and we don't see what goes on. We want to hear your reasoning. We want to hear your deliberation with your colleagues. Now, there's ways you can help make that go a little
30
more
seconds.
efficiently on Monday nights. If you work with your colleagues on Sunday nights, for example, at caucus, which has been very effective for the last couple of years. It's very collegial. It's very civil. Citizens are allowed to ask questions and interact with the council members. No votes are taken. The council members have done a great job, those that have participated. And I think the people wanting to shorten the meetings on Monday would do themselves a great favor by participating in council caucus on Sunday. That's only one way to do it. But do not take away the ability for the public to see you deliberate on the agenda items in the public eye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Bicknell.
Mr. Bicknell, phone number 432, can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dan Bicknell. I'm president of Global Environment Alliance. I ask that you support Resolution DC-4 to have the Water Resources Commissioner issue a notice of violation to Gelman Science for allowing the Gelman dioxane plume to infiltrate into the Allen Creek drain stormwater and thereby violate the Washtenaw County Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System Permit. The Federal Clean Water Act protects stormwater quality in part through the issuance of a municipal separate storm sewer system permit, commonly referred to as an MS4 permit. In Michigan, the federal MS4 permit authority has been delegated to the state, and the state has issued a Washtenaw County MS4 permit to the Washtenaw County Water Resources Commissioner. The WRC is responsible for enforcing the MS4 permit, which covers the Allen Creek drain. The MS4 permit is not covered in the state consent judgment with Gelman. This document just deals solely with the state Part 201 regulation violations. Under the MS4 permit, it is illegal for any contaminated groundwater to seep into Allen Creek drain. Since August 2019, the state and WRC sampling of the Allen Creek drain has documented that the Gelman dioxane plume has been infiltrating into the stormwater. The dioxane concentrations in the stormwater have increased by 300% since 2019. The MS4 permit states that the Water Resources Commissioner shall pursue enforcement actions once the source of the illicit discharge is identified, including the corrective actions required to eliminate the illicit discharge. The WRC should have begun the process in 2019 to correct this regulatory violation by sending a notice of violation to Gelman. Under the MS4 permit regulations, the only legal action that will not adversely impact the community requires that Gelman immediately treat contaminated groundwater to uncontaminated groundwater levels prior to infiltrating into the stormwater. This will require Gelman to stop the dioxane from entering the Allen Creek drain by extracting and treating the shallow dioxane contaminated groundwater along the impacted length of the drain and then discharge the treated groundwater. This action will protect stormwater and reduce the Gelman dioxane plume size and concentration in the West Park area. The reduction of the dioxane plume in this area will help protect homes in the West Park area from dioxane exposure via vapor intrusion and contact with wet basements, as well as protect workers in a trench from exposure to shallow
30
dioxane
seconds.
contaminated groundwater. Gelman is solely responsible for paying for this corrective action. This lack of enforcement action against Gelman is kind of emblematic of how poorly the state of Michigan has handled this massive Gelman dioxane pollution over the many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ralph McGee.
Mr. McGee, you can unmute your phone number 556.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Ralph McKee, 5th Ward. I'm speaking on three topics tonight. The first is Gelman. I support holding Gelman accountable for violating the MS4 permit, so I would urge you to vote for that, as Mr. Bicknell explained in good detail. Also, I'd encourage you to ask your city attorney for a summary of the motion recently filed by Gelman in the circuit court if you haven't already gotten one. Gelman asked the court to cancel the March hearings, contending its due process rights would be violated because the city and other interveners haven't filed a complaint yet. Gelman says its defenses would defeat those claims without a trial. It's interesting to note that Gelman cites statements of our own council, experts, and mayor in favor of the fourth consent judgment to support its position now. Gelman is also asking the court to impose the fourth consent judgment, saying that the city and other interveners were only allowed in the case to negotiate, not to litigate. I would encourage you to stay informed on this topic and ask good questions of your counsel. The second topic is DC3. I'd ask you to vote no on DC3. Road diets and similar changes are hot button items. A good example is the Maple Road road diet. And the current protocol, as I understand it, Lynn Borsett wrote you a nice detailed email of that, provides very little public engagement. The only chance the public really has to weigh in on those is via debate at council. On DC5, I would ask you to direct staff to get public input and sweat the details. This is understandable that there were some difficulties designing and implementing the first shot at that, but there's some experience now, and I hope that's put to good use. I sent a detailed email to you today. I hope you'll consider the suggestions in it. The first one is that really many service worker commuters have to drive to work. They can't bike or walk. Older folks and the disabled have to drive too. There's no real bus service now and may not be any for quite some time. So traffic jams do matter to those constituencies. Second, I believe that the data gathered this time was severely flawed because traffic volume
30 seconds.
isn't anywhere near what it's going to be later. The survey was skewed, I believe, too. So, and I think safety ought to be paramount. Some of the changes, particularly the Miller-Chapin intersection, I think there's an accident waiting to happen. Finally, many of the side street changes were really unnecessary, and we could use those dollars better for safety initiatives like lighting crosswalks. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Glenn Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, phone number 733. Unmute your phone. You can go ahead and speak. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. I will address item DC-1 dealing with the poverty tax exemption. First, I want to compliment you on the process. It was a good decision to take it off the consent agenda in late December and refer it to the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. HHSAB had a good discussion last week, aided by good background materials. As a result, you now have much more information than you had in late December. Second, I strongly recommend you approve either the 2 or the 2.2 times set of guidelines rather than the staff recommendation. And I prefer the 2.2 option for the following reasons. Both the 2 and the 2.2 times options get rid of the bias against families in Ann Arbor relative to the federal poverty standard and relative to several neighboring jurisdictions. The staff recommendation includes the bias. Such a bias is not who we want to be in Ann Arbor. Increasing the income guidelines will enable our community to realize greater benefits in the form of more affordable housing for low-income homeowners, retain economic diversity in our community, and retain racial ethnic diversity in our community, because Black and Latino homeowners are disproportionately in the lower valued homes likely eligible for the poverty exemption. Finally, with regard to cost, in 2020, we helped 64 households in Ann Arbor through the poverty exemption at a total cost of $40,700 to city revenue. This was 90 cents per household in Ann Arbor. Is economic and racial justice sufficiently important to us that we would be willing to expand the poverty exemption program by, say, a factor of 2 or 3?
30 seconds.
Cost of $2 or $3 per household? My answer is a resounding yes, and I hope yours is too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Beth Belinsky.
Caller with the phone number ending in 709. You can unmute your phone and speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I live in Ward 2 and I'm a law professor at the University of Michigan. I offer that information for background only. I do not speak on behalf of the university. Mr. Mayor and council members, please vote no on DC 8. The resolution wastes precious council and staff time and is based on a troubling understanding of both free speech rights of participants in the public comment process and of the job of city council members. I regularly see people across the political spectrum insist that the First Amendment doesn't protect speech that they personally abhor. Recent events surrounding the public comment period here suggest that our community is not immune to such distorted readings of the First Amendment. So let's be clear. City Council, having created the public comment period, cannot now turn around and restrict what citizens say in this forum when they find some comments vulgar, offensive, uncomfortable, or even hate-filled. Particularly relevant here, in 1971, the U.S. Supreme Court held that a state may not prohibit the word fuck in public spaces. Here in Michigan, in 2002, an appellate court held that the state's prohibition on uttering vulgarities in the presence of women and children was unconstitutional. The courts have made clear that restrictions on speech cannot be based on what those of the most delicate sensibilities can tolerate. That is particularly true where speech is directed at public officials. One of the jobs of a public official is to listen to citizens, even angry citizens, even citizens with views the official finds abhorrent or views that are expressed in vulgar terms. And while I might personally eschew such language, I also believe that expressing strongly held views often requires strong language, that there is value in using even a word like fuck to express the intensity of one's view. The right to tell our elected leaders that we are angry with them is one we ought to cherish. Given all of that, this resolution is little more than political theater dressed up in the seemingly benign language of asking the city attorney to produce a memo correcting misunderstandings and misstatements of facts regarding council rules and the First Amendment. I cannot imagine what the sponsors of the resolution think such a memo might actually say, particularly since it is those sponsors who, respectfully, I believe, misunderstand and misstate facts regarding council rules and the First Amendment. DC 8 is, at best, a waste of council time and staff resources. Ann Arbor faces many pressing issues that demand council and staff attention. Affordable
30
housing, the
seconds.
Gelman plume, racial justice, and more. At worst, though, I worry that the resolution's effect is to intimidate those who seek to use the public comment period to communicate with council. I urge council to vote no on this resolution to send a clear message that Ann Arbor values free speech and to demonstrate that council won't allow its own time or that of city staff to be occupied with such distractions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Hughes.
Michelle Hughes, you can speak now. Phone number 677.
Hi, Michelle here. Hi, so tonight's agenda contains DC 8, a resolution asking the city attorney to prepare a memo for the public explaining just how much authority the city council has to censor public speakers. In my opinion, we should not waste staff's time on this project because city council should not be considering additional censorship. If the city council does not intend to perform additional censorship, then this memo is unnecessary. It's a shame that we have to discuss questions of censorship at city council meetings, and yet significant time at the last meeting was devoted to calls for censorship, and this entire agenda exists because of that discussion. The city council has important work to do, work that could help people, and yet council members spend a lot of time discussing their bruised egos and attempting to silence their critics. The best way to silence your critics would be to eliminate poverty, eliminate police brutality, and eliminate traffic violence. Then there would be nothing to criticize you for. You're in positions of power. If you find that you have critics, it's incumbent upon you to evaluate your behavior, not ours. My friend Aria recently started a project to get phone chargers and battery packs to homeless people so that they could better stay in touch with supportive services, with supportive agencies and friends that can help them get off the streets. I've been trying to help her hand out those phone kits. And we're hearing stories from people who watched their friends freeze to death on the streets of Ann Arbor, and there was nothing they could do about it. These are the things that the city council should be discussing. Solving these problems is more important than making sure that no one ever has to hear the F word. If the city council allows problems like this to exist, I dare say the F word is wholly appropriate. I've heard city council members say that homelessness is a county problem and not a city one. But the county's job is to help people who have fallen through the cracks. The city council decides how wide those cracks are and how easy it is to fall through them. When you vote against housing projects because of concerns about neighborhood character, parking, slow traffic, or the master plan, you show us that you care more about these things than you care about people freezing to death on your streets. If you don't like what people are saying about your record, get a better record. Also, to anyone listening, go to GoFundMe.com and search for phone kits for the homeless to donate to that project.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Adams.
Mr. Adams, phone number 761. You can unmute your phone and speak.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. I'm also calling to speak about resolution DC-8, which asks the city attorney to draft a memo to educate the public, quote, about specific constitutional rights in the context of local laws, rules, and procedures. Like Professor Walensky, I'm going to cite to the same case law, which should give you a preview of my point of view on this. During several recent council sessions, certain council members have interrupted and attempted to invoke the rules of procedure to silence critical public commentary. Attempts have been made here and elsewhere to rationalize and excuse these outbursts. These efforts, from my point of view as a practicing attorney, betray both a lack of understanding of the law and an unsettling degree of contempt for the public the council is supposed to serve. The rules give us a brief opportunity to directly address you, our elected representatives, regarding the matters before council. This kind of speech is the literal core of what the First Amendment is intended to protect, and is limitable here only in the narrowest way, and only for the most extraordinarily compelling reasons. Suggestions that Supreme Court obscenity jurisprudence or FCC regulations justify restricting political speech in this chamber are, suffice it to say, profoundly misguided. Assuming that the recent objections to the use of profanity in this forum are sincere, and not merely a pretext for chilling public criticism. This newly discovered situationally enforced squeamishness about the offensive effect of profane words is not, standing alone, a constitutionally sufficient reason to restrain speakers engaged in nonviolent, non-disruptive political speech. The Constitution tolerates and protects offensive speech in the public square, and the incivility and coarseness it produces is, to quote Justice Harlan in Cohen v. California, quote, not a sign of weakness, but strength. In what otherwise might seem a trifling and annoying instance of individual distasteful abuse of a privilege, fundamental societal values are truly implicated. A few council members, I believe, have lost sight of these values, turning away or turning off cameras during public speaking, using the rules to interrupt and silence public criticism, drafting resolutions purporting to educate the public about rights that several council members seem intent on abridging. We don't need the city attorney to educate us on the Constitution. We do need a council comprised entirely of people who want to listen to us, who treat the public commentary periods during these meetings as sacred, even when the words are harsh, critical, or profane, and who listen to the public professionally, courteously, and unfailingly without interruption. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Frank Wilhelm here. Is Frank Wilhelm available?
Yes, Mayor, I think I've located him. I believe I had a typo on the phone number I was looking for.
Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Wilhelm, phone number ending in 575.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is Frank Wilhelm, finally, batting cleanup. I've been an Ann Arbor resident for 5 decades and recently was appointed a member of the Council of the Commons representing the Library Green Conservancy. I'm here this evening to speak in support of Resolution DC-2, which directs the Council to approve appointment of 3 at-large members of the Council of the Commons, and I believe also confirmation of a Park Advisory Committee appointment. Bit of background, November 2018, seems like a long time ago, voters by a solid majority approved Prop A, designating the public land on the library block in perpetuity for use as urban park and civic commons. April 2019, City Council forms a citizens task force to engage citizens in visioning, long-term planning, and determining immediate use for the park and commons. In May 2020, City Council unanimously accepted the task force final report. This past October, City Council created the Council of the Commons to guide the process of implementing the task force recommendations, goals, and action plans. Our path forward is pretty clear. This past October through December, the Council of the Commons began to take shape. 2 representatives from the Ann Arbor Commons Initiating Committee and the Library Green Committee were appointed and approved by the Council. Jeff Hayner, councilpersons Jeff Hayner and Erica Briggs were appointed. I want to thank both Jeff and Erica for their involvement. Jeff, for your longstanding support of the Park and Commons and your service on the task force. Erica, for your commitment to fulfill the wishes of the voters that approved Proposal A. You may recall we had a short conversation on Election Day last August in front of Slauson Middle School, where you shared with me your initial opposition to Prop A, but also shared that with the passage of Proposal A, your commitment to fulfilling the wishes of the voters was firm in the affirmative. Let me just reflect for a moment on the significance of the moment. I think we're all aware of what's been going on across the country and in Washington. Over the last several months, especially since the November election, all of us have witnessed and participated in the most important civic exercise of our lives. The lesson is that at all levels of government, local, state, and national, we need to rededicate ourselves to honoring and accepting the will of the people as expressed at the ballot box. Our critical next step in this process this evening is to approve Resolution D-2, and I urge you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, and my apologies with respect to the miscue and your ordering. You were probably expecting to leave early, so my apologies on that. Are there communications today from council? Ms. Beaudry, if you can give me lowering hand authority. There you go. Thank you. Councilmember
Yep,
Radina.
you should have that.
Perfect. Councilmember Radina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be relatively brief. Actually, one of our public commenters already referred to one of the items. Councilmember Brand and I will be hosting a Ward 3 virtual coffee hour on February 7th at 4 p.m. For any residents who want to participate and talk to us about some of the most pressing issues facing the city. I also just wanted to give a brief update. As I mentioned at a previous council meeting, I did recently hold an LGBTQ community coffee hour as well to introduce our LGBTQ liaison along with Mayor Taylor. We thought that went incredibly well. We had probably 15 to 20 residents who joined us for that to meet Naomi. And I think that's something that Naomi wants to continue doing in the future on a regular basis. And so to the extent that others want to participate as well, I just want to make that aware to the rest of you that I know that she's very committed to continued public engagement in her new role. And finally, I just want to thank some members of our planning staff, Brett Leonard and Matt Kowalski, for participating in another public meeting that Councilmember Grand and I jointly hosted with some neighbors of the Lockwood development, so that we could answer some of their questions directly and make sure that staff was available to hear some of their concerns and also be able to answer questions in an immediate fashion. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Romlawi.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. Yeah, I won't speak long, I hope. Gonna get my 2-minute timer out. Just hope that everybody had a good day yesterday in remembering the legacy of Martin Luther King, and they took time to reflect on each other and the world and looking at the issues that were raised 50 years ago are even more profound today than they were then. So I hope everybody took some time and reflected on those lessons and hearing the remarkable words that were spoken by someone who was much younger than I was at the time. So pretty amazing. I also like to thank the Planning Commission and staff for hosting a work session on racial injustice and inequality based on the use of zoning. And historically, we all received the video, and it was good to see that those conversations are happening. And as uncomfortable as they are, they're necessary. So appreciate the work that the Councilmember Iyer and Griswold did with bringing suggestions to the admin committee for new rules to be adopted. I'll have to make a comment, I think, about some of it. In F6, there's a section that I thought we were going to put on hold for now, if folks want to look at it. But that last highlighted section on page 4, I did not think was going to be included as part of the adopted rules. I thought that last section was put on for another meeting. So I will ask for that to be adjusted, and I hope we have a good meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Dish.
Sorry about that. I flew across the Zoom screen when Councilmember Romlawi finished, and I couldn't find myself. So yeah, I wanted to make 2 very quick comments. I wanted to also thank the Planning Commission for the wonderful work session last week with Professors Mike Steinberg and Rob Goodspeed from the U of M, who spoke to us about their project on restrictive covenants prohibiting homes from being sold, Ann Arbor homes from being sold to Black people. And they are, not only are they doing this amazing work, looking where these restrictive covenants are, finding out which houses have them, but they are hoping to build towards some legislation that would make these things easy to remove. They're actually not easy to remove right now. And you can just imagine how horrifying it is for, to buy a house and read through your deed and realize that you are in fact not allowed to own this house, or at one time you were not allowed to own this house. So their work's very important, and that was really exciting. And the other thing that I wanted to say was that the Environmental Commission, which is the other commission that I sit on, will have a special 2 2-ish hour meeting on January 28th, which is a Thursday from 7 to 9, devoted entirely to solid waste. And I'm sure that there are a bunch of you just racing to pick up your calendars right now because you do not want to miss a special evening devoted to solid waste. But though I am making a light tone, I mean it very seriously that the way we treat solid waste, trash, recycling, composting it is a matter of whether or not we succeed or fail with our 820 goals. So I hope everyone will come and tune into that.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, since we're supposed to use this time to report out, I don't really have a lot to report from PAC, except we do have a nominee for the Council of Commons bringing forward tonight, so I'm happy for that. I did see that we just got an email in our boxes that they're going to be opening limited indoor skating again, starting the 20th, which is tomorrow, and Thursday, which is the 21st. And that's pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to that. I suppose skaters are too. And you can find out more about that at a2gov.org/parks register. And I don't think they've quite updated it yet. I might have jumped the gun on their update because I don't see it on there. I was trying to look for it just now. So I'm happy to hear that we're able to provide those facilities again, and hopefully they'll be able to stay open for a while. We've had some disappointing weather for the outdoor rinks this year. I'll be shocked if we're able to put any up, and I know that the neighborhoods really love that, so it's kind of a shame, but I'm glad we're ready if conditions do change for that. So that's all. I hope everybody enjoyed their long weekend. I'm sorry to report, I guess I'm not sorry to report, but I spent a good deal of my weekend removing fascist graffiti, including swastikas, on some parking structures downtown, not city structures, but private facilities. And it's always shocking to see that. It exists. It's out there in the world. Until you see 220 square feet of it spread across the indoor parking structure. And, it was some charming crew from Chicago or somebody rolled through town and left a message for us all. And it's going to be gone by the end of the day tomorrow, hopefully. And hopefully the folks who did it are long gone. And so the solidarity for everybody out there who is sweating it out these last 4 years, worried about the rise of fascism here in the United States. And it exists, but my experience this weekend was it's underground, and let's just get rid of it completely. Thanks.
Councilmember Song.
Hi, I just wanted to congratulate the county on $20 million in additional funding that's been awarded by MSHDA for eviction diversion work. Last year, the county received $1.7 million for almost the entirety of the year. So this infusion and additional money coming federally with, I think Congress passed a $25 billion additional funding, and the Biden administration is promising another $30 billion, will help keep folks in their homes. So it sounds like the county's ramping up and trying to figure out how to staff that work and push that money out. I hope Teresa Gelati can keep us updated. I've asked her to send us weekly updates if possible on the county's work and homelessness and what's going to happen with the eviction moratorium. I'm still, the library board is having their meeting at the very same time as our council meeting, so I will continue my tendency to mention the library as often as possible. The 2021 Washington Read section has been announced. And given our county prosecutor's work and commitment towards, getting rid of racial bias in prosecutions, it seems that the book is appropriate. It's All American Boy. It's by Jason Reynolds and Brendan Keeley. So if you go to aadl.org, you'll see a quick synopsis and guides. It's for ages 14 plus, appropriate for high schoolers. And I hope everyone on council will consider participating. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
First, I want to thank staff and community members for identifying streetlight outages. It may seem trivial, but it actually can save a life if we have functioning streetlights, and that's backed up by extensive data that I won't bore people with right now. I've been extremely stressed by what's been happening in Washington, probably because I spent some time there doing a policy internship some time ago. And I used Monday to reflect on some of the quotes of Martin Luther King, and I wanted to read one of them and then talk about a resolution that I will be bringing forward. And the quote is, "Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will." Ann Arbor is an extremely educated community, but we frequently think that we know best. And this is really problematic. And so I'll be bringing forward a resolution titled Equitable Community Engagement Policy. And there is growing research regarding the slow streets movement. And I just want to read a short paragraph regarding that. Sometimes people in marginalized communities are very caught off guard by what is seen as a priority. The author says, "I knew if slow streets were implemented without dialogue and consent and co-ownership, people would resent how it is unfolded. And it become another example of how some people matter and others don't. People do not matter if we don't ask for their input. People do not matter when we, affluent, white, educated, community members who simply talk to each other most of the time, make decisions for them. We talk about wanting a diverse community, but we don't encourage diversity of thought or opinion on council or within our decision-making process. It is critical that we ask the people closest to the issue how they feel." Thank you.
Further communication from council? We have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Council Member Dish, seconded by Council Member Nelson. Discussion, please, of the consent agenda. Councilmember Nelson.
I'd like to pull CA8. I just have a quick question about it.
Further discussion of the consent agenda? All in favor of the consent agenda, with the exception of CA8, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The consent agenda, with the exception of CA8, is approved with 11 council members present, all voting the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA2, CA3, CA5, CA6, and that is all. CA8, resolution to accept grant funds from Michigan Saves and appropriate to the Office of Sustainability and Innovation for Aging in Place Efficiently program, $14,000. Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of CA8. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I just have a quick question from a resident. I'm curious if we have a target goal for how many homes or how many people are going to be impacted by this program?
Yeah, we received funding to support 24 homes with an incremental amount of about $85 additional $100 going into those homes. So if we have less improvements we have to make in homes, we can go further, but we want to hit 24 at a minimum.
And the priority is energy efficiency. That's like insulation?
It's actually both. It's both helping with aging in place. So the money can go for grab bars, wheelchair ramps, but it also can go for energy efficiency work. So our partners, because we're working with low income seniors, our partners are going to help leverage weatherization dollars, for example, to take us further. So we'll leverage as much money as currently available through existing programs, and then we'll come in and go deeper with the money we got from the grant.
So what local organizations are you partnering with? Because I know that we do have a number of organizations locally who work with older people.
Yeah, so when we applied for the grant, our partners were Meals on Wheels of Ann Arbor Meals on Wheels, Habitat for Humanity of Washtenaw County, the county itself, We mentioned Teresa Gelati and her shop, so they're partners in this work. Michigan Saves, those are the energy contractors who have deep expertise on that side. The Area Agency on Aging is a partner on the project. Those are the main partners.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I'm done. I appreciate the question or the answer to the questions.
Thank you. All further discussion? All public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about a specific item on the agenda. That is to say that your speech must relate to the subject matter of the public hearing, which is a specific item on the agenda. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance. To speak at a public hearing, please enter the number on, dial the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you are entered, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you are connected, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak at that particular public hearing. When you have an opportunity to speak at that public hearing and it is your turn to speak, the clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. The last 3 digits of your telephone number. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend sections 5.16.6.d, 5.17.4, 5.17.6.c, 5.26.2.a, and 5.28.d in tables 5.15-1, 5.15-2, and 5.15-3 of Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, marijuana processor, ADU, security, building materials, floor area ratio determination, fence graphic, and use tables. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 212, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 212. If you unmute your phone by pressing *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so my name, good, I'm glad you can hear me. So my name is Clara Trent, and I live at 2293 Hard-Eye Court in Forest Hills Co-op, and I'm speaking about the Lockwood development that is wanting to...
That is a separate public hearing. It will...
Oh, it's not this one? That's
not
on
this
a
one.
different day? Is that what you mean? It's on a different day?
Well, we're going to kind of get to that, but right now we're in a public hearing with respect to marijuana processing. The public hearing for Lockwood is our 3rd public hearing. We're in our 1st public hearing. So if you stay on the
Okay,
line-
thank you, sorry.
No worries. Stay on the line and we'll get to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Speak at this public hearing.
Mayor, I'm hearing from CTN, and I would concur that the volume of your microphone has gone way down.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534, did you have a comment on this public hearing?
Hello, this is Tom Stolberg, 1202 Travers Street. Quick question on this item about the building materials, the hardy plank or hardy board, whatever the proper terminology is for it. I'm just curious if somebody's able to answer a question why that can't be used. That's one of the small items in this. I know when I was on the HDC that we did approve use of that. So hopefully there's some illumination that could be provided tonight. I know this is just a public hearing and that you don't answer my questions, but I'm hoping. I would like to support the ADU changes that are here. These are good. This is allowing it in R2A. This is kind of minor change to the ADU ordinance that is appropriate. And I want to, for the new council members, I want to point out that this would have been included in the ADU changes that were proposed maybe it's a year and a half ago, a couple of years ago now. But the way that those changes were quite extreme, and they were not going to be told to the 19,000 people that were going to wake up the next day and have by right conditions in every neighbor around them. If you own a house, you've got 5 neighbors, and each one of them would have by right been allowed to build in a single family neighborhood or R2, an 800 square foot detached duplex unit within the setback of the unit of the lot. So effectively, that would have eliminated single family zoning. So I know people in the run up to the election were saying, oh, no, we don't want to eliminate single family zoning. For 19,000 households in Ann Arbor, an effective elimination of single family zoning was about to be made by right. And that's why that ADU ordinance didn't pass a couple years ago. This is a good change. There's more changes I'd like to see in ADU. So next time, let's do it right. Let's do it with proper notice. And I know technically it was an ordinance revision, so the only notice that had to be given by law was publishing it in the Washtenaw News. And I asked some experts, and they said, yeah, technically that's correct, but it's unthinkable that any community would think to do that. Yet we almost did it, and some members of council did vote for it. Fortunately, wiser heads prevailed, and we turned that one down the last time around. So this is a very minor change in the ADU, in essence.
30 seconds.
Just R2A being added. You only get 2 units. You don't get 3 units in a duplex zoning, but it would allow an existing detached structure to be converted to an ADU if there's only one other living unit already on the lot. And that's a reasonable change and a reasonable way to change an ordinance. So thank you very much for supporting that if you do.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 205.
Hi, my name is Joe Spalding. I'm so glad that we're having a discussion about ADUs and specifically about the previous, I guess, attempt at passing these. And all I can say is that it would have been a lot harder to find, sound clips that could readily compare a city council member to Donald Trump if there weren't so many city council members, on record comparing the ADU ordinance to the chicken ordinance, both on Facebook, which was horribly offensive. And my friend Trish Duckworth is definitely adamant about talking about that, which, I support her 100% in that. But, also on video, up to a year before that Facebook situation happened. And what I can say about all of this is that undeniably, single-family zoning is racist. It's it continues the lingering impacts of segregation. This is intentional. This is a historical fact. Coming one day after Martin Luther King Day, with multiple city council members speaking out with some quotes, great quotes by the Reverend Dr. King. I think it's imperative that we recognize this very candidly, that single-family zoning is segregationist. Trying to maintain it is segregationist. Maybe there is some sort of balancing concern. And I don't think this is a balancing concern when it comes to the history of racial equity, specifically in Washtenaw County. But maybe there is some sort of balancing concern when it comes to homeowners. But, at the end of the day, that means that allowing duplexes is a first step. The only anti-racist zoning allows all types of housing, including apartments. And the reality is more than half of the people who live and vote in Ann Arbor are renters. And you can be sure that I'm going to be doing my damnedest to make sure that the renters in Ann Arbor are informed voters.
30 seconds.
And that they are voting, thinking about residents that live on the other side of Ypsilanti, which, for many of them, those are coworkers. For the ones that are fortunate enough to be able to live and work in the wonderful community over there. So for my part, I think whatever we can to increase the availability of ADUs in Ann Arbor is wonderful. But moving to triplexes, quadruplexes, and allowing apartments by right is the most anti-racist way to approach zoning. And there's no argument against that.
Time.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other callers with their hands up for this hearing.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public hearing number 1? Changes to the Unified Development Code. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, an ordinance to add a new section 5.19, amend sections 5.19.1, table 5.19-2, and section 5.19.2, section 5.19.3, and section 5.27.2.e, and add a new section 5.19.11 of chapter 55, Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, electric vehicle parking. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Carlene Colvin Garcia, do you have a comment?
Hello, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Carlene Colvin Garcia, and I live in Ann Arbor's North Side. I'm one of the tenacious group of folks who started work on the Ordinance 20-35 electric vehicle parking over 2 years ago. And tonight I'll be presenting you with 2 different topics as they relate to this ordinance. I will be speaking about how the electric vehicle parking ordinance is designed, and then I will speak a little bit about how your decision about this EV parking ordinance can affect a positive change in the grim reality of traffic-related air pollution that we currently live in. Before I begin, I would quickly let you know that 3 of the other city commissions have declared their support for the EV parking ordinance via their own resolutions. And these commissions are the Energy Commission, the Environmental Commission, and of course the Planning Commission. So now moving on, I assume that you all have studied the electric vehicle parking ordinance, and what I'd like to do right now is explain the architecture of the ordinance. So there are 3 parts. The first is the applicability of this ordinance. The second is the number of EV parking spaces, and the third is the design of EV parking spaces. And then there are new definitions and a recommendation for renewable electric supply. So for applicability, this is a zoning-based ordinance, and it applies only to projects requiring site plans for City Council approval, for your approval. As regards to the number of EV parking spaces, the number of required EV parking spaces is a percentage of the total required vehicle parking spaces for each specific property use type. And you will see this as a separate column that has been added to the parking table. The parking table, you can see that on page 2 of this ordinance. Lastly, the design of EV parking spaces. This ordinance includes 3 classifications that range from minimal EV charging infrastructure to the complete installation of an EV charging station. As you can see in pages 15 and 16 of the ordinance, the classifications are EV capable, EV ready, and EV installed. Each EV parking space will conform to one of these 3 classifications. Again, the requirements for these are found in a parking table, and the table also provides for specific percentages of each of these classifications. So this ordinance is intended for scalability, such that as demand increases, there will be infrastructure in place to quickly increase the number of EV charging stations. And it is intended also for inclusive access to EV charging stations. It includes every type of residential property and most non-residential properties. And Now, with the brief time I have left, I would like to remind you that your decision tonight will have a significant impact on the air quality in Ann Arbor, as well as the surrounding communities. Traffic-related
30
air pollution,
seconds.
premature death, asthma attacks, respiratory and cardiovascular impacts. Susceptible individuals include children, seniors, and those with pre-existing conditions. Air pollution does not stay put, so what we emit affects the communities around us. It also does not impact everyone equally. Thank you. I'll remain available for any questions during your discussion of the EV parking ordinance.
Thank you.
Charles Griffith, did you have a comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Good evening, council members and Mayor Taylor. I am Charles Griffith, the Climate and Energy Program Director at the Ecology Center. A little more than 2 years ago, I teamed up with the Office of Sustainability, Carlene, who you just heard from, and other members of the Ann Arbor Energy Commission to form the EV Ready Working Group. And it's our group that helped shepherd the proposed ordinance before you tonight that would require various levels of EV charging infrastructure be installed for any new parking developments going through the city's site planning process, as you just heard about. As part of our deliberations, the working group spent considerable time reviewing other ordinances around the country, analyzing scenarios and potential costs, and considering appropriate ordinance language and EV readiness requirements. We also spent time seeking feedback from planning staff, from planning commission members, as well as developers and members of the public. We feel pretty good about the process and the final ordinance that is now before you tonight. But let me highlight a couple of reasons why we feel it is important that the council approve this ordinance. For starters, as highlighted in the planning staff memo, the proposed ordinance is one of the key actions identified in the A20 plan, which would help us transition to low carbon vehicles citywide over the next decade. It's a great complement also to the purchase of new EVs for the city's own fleet and the new fast charging stations that will soon be in front of City Hall that you approved at a recent meeting. While electrifying all our cars and trucks may seem like a tall task, we have no doubt that this transition is coming. Automakers are already bringing hundreds of new EV models to market over the next few years and are spending billions to do so. EVs are now projected to rise from just over 2% of sales today to as high as 25 to even 50% of new vehicle sales by 2030. The reason this ordinance is needed, however, is because this transition will go a lot smoother if any new parking areas constructed in the city are prepared with the appropriate charging infrastructure, removing one of the top barriers to EV adoption. Requiring that new construction meet an appropriate level of EV readiness is not only a big step toward eliminating this barrier, but it also makes a lot of economic sense as well, because it is much cheaper to make a small investment up front versus
30 seconds.
later, which would most likely require digging up asphalt to lay new conduit and upgrading electrical equipment to handle that additional load. By requiring that most parking areas are pre-wired for EV charging, the proposed ordinance would make it relatively easy and inexpensive for a new EV buyer or business to install a charger, significantly reducing the time and transaction costs associated with choosing to go electric, and in many cases, the ability to own an EV at all. Thanks so much for your time and your consideration of this important topic.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 194, do you have a comment?
Hello. Hi, this is Rita Mitchell. I live at 621 Fifth Street, and I want to just make a short comment on the EV readiness ordinance, and that is that it's great. I love the idea of moving toward electric vehicles and the less pollution involved. But until the power source for the vehicles is charged from renewable energy, for example, solar panels right on site, the emissions from the car are actually exported from locally here in Ann Arbor to the source of the energy, wherever it is. And in our case, that's right now DTE power plants that are polluting the 48217 zip code in Ann Arbor, known as the dirtiest zip code in the state. So I'd like us to keep in mind and really stretch and add solar panel charging to these EV sites. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 654, do you have a comment? Caller
Can you hear me?
654, go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Very good. Good evening. My name is John Mursky. I live in Ward 2 at 505 Burson Place. I'm chair of the Energy Commission and a member of the working group which drafted the EV parking ordinance up for your approval. I'm also an environmental commissioner. First of all, I want to express my sincere gratitude for all of your public service. As to the EV parking ordinance, I'd like to frame things a bit differently, namely as a cost savings and an affordability opportunity in addition to an action in support of the city's A20 carbon neutrality plan. The ordinance lowers costs to developers, as Mr. Griffith has already indicated, because installing EV infrastructure proactively is much less expensive than doing so as a retrofit. Some developers and property owners may argue otherwise, at least in the short term. That may be true, but it neglects the fact that EV sales will soon dominate internal combustion engine vehicle sales, and EVs are likely to replace all internal combustion engine vehicles on the road over the next 20 to 25 years, necessitating charging infrastructure be installed at some point, most likely in the next 5 to 10 years. An ordinance requiring EV parking for new construction and major renovations is the rational thing to do, and developers will eventually appreciate your action tonight. More importantly, supporting EV adoption is a move to make Ann Arbor more affordable. EV total lifetime costs are already lower than for comparable gasoline and diesel powered cars. Used EVs are already a great value. Finally, with battery costs dropping rapidly, EVs are projected to reach purchase price parity with internal combustion vehicles by 2025, and sticker prices for EVs will continue to drop thereafter, further reducing lifetime costs. Everyone who lives, works, or plays in Ann Arbor will need better access to EV charging. That is especially true for lower and moderate income individuals and family units who are less likely to be able to install EV charging at home. Moreover, they are unlikely to have the leverage to successfully pressure landlords and employers to install charging unless the basic infrastructure already exists. We need to dismantle barriers which prevent prospective low-income car buyers from considering EVs. The EV ordinance will do just that. In summary, EVs perform better, they save energy, they emit less greenhouse gases, and EVs are more affordable. Please approve the proposed electric vehicle parking ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse Schwab, do you have a comment? Jesse Schwab, do you have a comment? Jesse Schwab, you can go ahead and speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay. My name is Jessie. I am a member of the Ann Arbor Student Advisory Council, and we just want to express our support for the ordinance on electric vehicle parking and updates to the Unified Building Code. As many others have said before, this is an essential ordinance to developing an energy efficient and carbon neutral community. And we need to address not only the immediate needs, but look towards the future. As others have discussed, by adopting this ordinance, we can ensure that ample parking is available to the many electric vehicles that we know will be coming out very soon. And improvements to access will, over time, further increase the viability of these modes of transportation, which will move our community one step closer to our utmost goal of carbon neutrality. Any difficulties that people face in accessing commuter parking will be alleviated as a larger share of the populace adopts affordable and accessible electric vehicles. Last year was tied for the hottest year on record, and 9 of the 10 hottest years ever recorded occurred in the last decade. While we have been largely insulated from the greater climate change crisis, rapidly approaching is the time when devastation will affect us as well. If we act now, we can ensure the safety and the viability of our community in the coming decades and protect our own air. We cannot ignore our responsibility for this crisis, and we have to act to prevent further damage to the environment. This is an issue that looms large over all of Ann Arbor's youth and the youth of this country and this world. Addressing the climate crisis is not an issue that we can set aside, and the time to aid the disadvantaged and prepare us for the future that we know is coming is now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534. Do you have a comment?
Hello again, this is Tom Stolberg.
Caller 534,
I've
go
been
ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. This is Tom Stolberg again. I've been a real estate professional for nearly 30 years. I used to do a lot more developing, and I'm getting back into that game. We've got a project we're looking at, putting together a development team right now, done a preliminary legal and engineering examinations. I can't speak as well as all the previous callers have on this particular item, and so I'll let their word stand. But I do want to say from a developer standpoint, this is an item that we can get excited about in terms of including in a new project. This is the right way to do it. So I really thank everybody who's worked hard on this up until now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 205. Do you have a comment?
Hey, once again, it's Joe Spalding, and this is an issue that I think about quite a bit, and I don't want to be bursting too many bubbles, especially of allies that want to fight climate change. But here I go anyway. Cars are bad, and they're bad for the climate. And they're bad whether or not they are powered by energized lithium or gasoline. And the reasons they are bad aren't just because they have an engine that burns fossil fuels, although we are definitely told that, frequently. One of the reasons that they're bad is because, it requires a whole heck of a lot of infrastructure investment that is very degrading to the environment in order to maintain them. It was pretty interesting hearing somebody talk about how electric vehicle infrastructure in public would be necessary for people who are lower income. To me, this says that's fine, sure, but let the city of Ann Arbor take that to the fullest extent. Let them operate in good faith and eliminate parking minimums when it comes to housing, because at that point, folks would be able to get their charge in public if that's what the city truly wants to be subsidized. Now, there are other alternatives here, and folks don't talk about them anywhere near often enough. And it's unfortunate that the subsidies available for automobiles that are electric powered could essentially, in their entirety, buy an electric bike for somebody. And the reality is we face, when we're looking at climate change, a real choice. It's not a choice between having cars or not, or of one type of power, having cars that are run by fossil fuels. We're facing this choice between either reorienting the entire way we live and transport ourselves, or we get the consequences of climate change. And that means that we need to eliminate car dependency. So when we are thinking about building infrastructure for electric vehicles,
30 seconds.
They don't actually remove any automobiles that are combustion engines off the road. They just make them more available to people at lower income levels. They stay on the road. Let's make sure we're not dedicating ourselves to parking infrastructure from here on out, and we keep looking for those alternative transportation modes. It's so important.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other callers on the line with their hands up for this hearing.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment? Pardon me, is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public hearing number 2 with respect to electric vehicle parking? If so, please enter *9 now. Public hearing number 3, an ordinance to amend, I'm sorry, seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 3, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, zoning, rezoning of 7.23 acres from R1C, single family residential district, to PUD, planned unit development district, Lockwood of Ann Arbor, PUD zoning and supplemental regulations, 2195 East Ellsworth. Before taking speakers at this public hearing, I'd like to note something with respect to public hearing number 3 and public hearing number 4. Public hearing number 4 with respect to 2111 Packard. Both these public hearings are included today, regrettably, and with our collective apologies, in error. That is to say, they were noticed for today, but they should not have been scheduled for today. They should not have been scheduled for today because it is staff advises us that it's important for us to consider the zoning, which these two public hearings relate to, along with, with respect to the public hearing number 3, the zoning relates to the site plan. And so staff is going to ask us in both cases, if I'm correct, public hearing number 3 and public hearing number 4, staff is going to ask us in both cases to postpone these votes until our next meeting, As a consequence, this public hearing number 3 and public hearing number 4 will be extended to include this meeting, and because it has been noticed, and the public hearing at the next meeting. They're essentially and technically one public hearing. And because folks can only speak once at one public hearing, if you speak tonight with respect to Lockwood or with respect to 2111 Packard, and if, as staff requests, council postpones the vote until our next meeting, there will be a hearing at that meeting, and we will request that you do not speak at that meeting because you have already spoken at the public hearing tonight. So bottom line, staff has asked us to postpone Lockwood and postpone Packard. And if you speak at the public hearing tonight with respect to each of those matters, we'll ask you not to speak at the next public hearing. Normally when this occurs in an in-person context, I can kind of get a nod with the crowd where folks indicate their understanding. And so for you at home, if you're watching, my apologies that we're unable to have that feedback. But to restate, the bottom line is if you speak tonight with respect to Lockwood, or if you speak tonight with respect to Packard, we'll ask you not to speak next week, at our next meeting, when, if staff's request is honored, we'll be actually voting on these things. Councilmember Hayner, do you have a point of order or a helpful comment?
Well, hopefully a helpful comment, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your explanation. I think this is the first time we've had to do that in this virtual environment. So I appreciate your explanation. And I think I would say the same that we have said in the real environment in the past, that I would encourage people who are here to speak to these matters to speak tonight, because then we have even more time to ruminate on your comments. And so I would encourage folks to speak if they are here to speak.
If people wish to speak, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with all that in mind and bearing that in mind, public hearing number 3, an ordinance to amend chapter 55 zoning, rezoning of 7.23. Oh, I think I already opened that up. My apologies. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public hearing number 3?
Caller with the phone number ending in 677. Do you have a comment?
You are on.
Hi, I am in favor of the Lockwood development. This is the sort of thing that I want to see happen. We've got affordable housing in there. It's a lot of units of housing, and a bunch of it is affordable. Sounds like a slam dunk to me. Please vote yes. Also, I think it's a little strange about I think the rules of the public hearing are a little strange, because if we choose not to speak, there's still a chance that you might not postpone it, and so then we'll have missed our opportunities to speak entirely. So I just wanted to note that, but the main reason I'm calling is to say, please vote yes on Lockwood whenever you get a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. And because it relates to a matter of procedure, I will respond, which is atypical. And I will say, I and I'm sure the rest of the council acknowledges that challenge. And I think that perhaps is the reason why Councilmember Hayner and others suggest, if you're here, speak as you will. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 134. Do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Clerk Beaudry and Mayor Taylor. I'm Ken Garber, and I live at 28 Haverhill Court. That's on the far north side of town. This is a good proposal. The 65 affordable units are critical, but it lacks sustainability elements. Lockwood especially should go all electric. The 820 plan's Strategy 2, Action 1 includes this assumption, quote, all new residential and commercial buildings are designed and built to operate without the use of natural gas, end quote. That's because otherwise we'd be locking in new greenhouse gas emissions through the end of the century. Retrofitting to electrify buildings realistically will happen rarely, if ever. Building without fossil fuels is technically and economically feasible, as you've seen with the Valhalla Glen Apartments near Pioneer High School, the Viridian at County Farm Project, and now 2111 Packard, an outstanding all-electric mixed-use project that is the subject of the next public hearing. Modern VRF heat pump systems are highly efficient, cost-effective for new construction, and they work well in our climate. I don't think any current council member was present at the September 15 Planning Commission meeting when Lockwood came up, but that night, Commission made its Lockwood approval recommendation contingent on Lockwood's serious consideration of building electrification, as well as solar panels. Lockwood was to either add them or explain why it couldn't. Then Council Member and Planning Commissioner Zach Ackerman specifically requested on September 15th that Lockwood, if it proceeds with gas space heating, provide Council with a written cost comparison between gas and electric to show why electric would be a hardship. I don't see this in the agenda documentation for tonight's meeting. If Council hasn't done so already, it should critically review the relevant sustainability material before voting. Tonight's postponement will give Lockwood more time to consider sustainability options, if it hasn't already, and provide the documentation that Planning Commission asked for back in September. Again, this is a good project, but Lockwood shouldn't be let off the hook on sustainability, which is fully compatible with affordability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 374. Do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 374, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller 374, you can go ahead and speak. Mark Lockwood, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Mark Lockwood with Lockwood Development, 27777 Franklin Road in Southfield, Michigan. Firstly, I wanted to thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this petition. Our proposal for this 154 apartment mixed income senior housing community comes at a time of affordable housing crisis in the city of Ann Arbor, made only more acute by the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our proposal will add 65 apartments to Ann Arbor's scarce affordable housing stock, serving residents of 50% and 60% of area median income and below for a period of 99 years. Rents for these apartments will range from $697 to $1,079 per month for a one bedroom and $900 to $1,274 per month for a two bedroom apartment. While these homes and rent levels may not in and of themselves fulfill the extensive need for affordable housing options in the city, they do offer a substantial cost reduction compared to similar market rate apartments on the order of $1,000 to $1,800 per month. To illustrate the impact of these 65 apartments, the total rental relief to Ann Arbor seniors will total approximately $900,000 a year, or $89 million over the 99-year term of affordability. 2 years ago, we proposed a similar project on Jackson Road, east of Wagner. We were told by council at that time that our proposal was the right development in the wrong location. We took that advice to heart and identified this site on Ellsworth. The proposed location has multifamily and school adjacencies, ample open space, transit connectivity, stormwater infiltration, extensive landscaping buffering to neighbors, and no sensitive environmental concerns. In summary, this is the right proposal in the right location at the right time for the city of Ann Arbor and its residents. Our team members and I are available to answer any questions you have and receive any feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see anyone else with their hand up for this hearing. Oh, I have one more. Caller with the phone number ending in 374. Caller 374, do you have a comment? Caller 374, do you have a comment?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great.
Ma'am,
okay,
if you could.
My name is
off.
Judy Bonnell Wenzel. I live at 2771 Brayburn Circle. I'm at the bottom of the hill that the proposed Lockwood is at the top of the hill, the very tip top of the hill. It's called a cane. It's a structure that was made by when the glaciers were becoming smaller. They left a lot of sand. So what you have at the top of the hill that now is owned by Bajwa is a whole lot of sand and gravel. And it sounds like you're planning to destroy that beautiful site. That's one reason I'm against it. I'm against it because it will destroy a place of beauty in our where we live. And in the 40s and up until when I moved here in the 70s, a lot of garbage was dumped just south of Ellsworth. And since we had to have that happen to us, and that has not been able to been made better, it's still there. It seems that we deserve to have something of beauty in our neighborhood. The Bourgeois residence is at the very tip top of the hill, and there's no other place around that is as high as it. And to remove the top of the hill, hilltop removal, couldn't you put this structure in a slightly different place? So that is the main. I've been there, and it's a very nice place. You know, where we live, there's 5,000 or maybe 10,000 people who live in pretty close to each other, and to get to a place where we can have something like a park. It seems really too bad to wipe
30
that
seconds.
out. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Oh, I got it.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see anyone else with their hands up.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed, subject to reopening if indeed the underlying action is postponed. Public hearing number 4, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 Unified Development Code zoning, 0.9 acres from P parking to C3 fringe commercial, 2211 Packard Street. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing, mindful of the fact that staff has asked us to postpone the underlying action to our next meeting?
Naomi Goldberg, do you have a comment?
Hi, everyone. My name is Naomi Goldberg. I live at 1701 Crestland Street, 5 houses from the lot at the corner of Crestland and Packard. I moved here 3 years ago and fell in love with our home, but I really hate the lot at the corner. And I actually turn either onto Anderson or Jewett to avoid turning onto Crestland because it doesn't feel like a welcoming way to enter what I think is a really amazing and beautiful neighborhood. I am really excited to welcome more neighbors to our neighborhood, given its proximity to great public transit, awesome retail, and just incredible dining opportunities. So I'm hoping that you all will support the zoning change that would allow us to have more neighbors and a more attractive welcome to our neighborhood. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 677.
Hi, I am in favor of this rezoning as well. They right now it's that site is a large empty parking lot most of the time, and I'd much rather see housing and other businesses there. And I think that area already has the potential to become to be a vibrant, it's already a pretty vibrant neighborhood, and with additional housing and additional businesses, it can only get better over there. So I think that you should approve this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon Dimchuff, do you have a comment?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I also just would like to voice my support about for rezoning the parking lot that is currently strewn with trash and dumpsters at 2111 Packard. I participated in a couple of outreach things that the developer did. The plans look pretty cool, and like they're what's going on there is an eyesore right now, and I living 5 houses in the other direction into Ward 4. I'm pretty excited about being able to walk over there and hopefully get something to eat or do something else. So I think it'd be a great addition to the neighborhood, and if nothing else, it does not need to be a parking lot just sitting there doing. So I would ask that you approve this rezoning. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up at this time.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. A1, we have before us the regular session meeting minutes of January 4, 2021. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Iyer, second by Councilmember Regina. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Minutes are approved. B1, an ordinance to amend section 5.16.d, 5.17.4, 5.17.6.c, 5.26.2.a, and 5.28.e, and tables.15-1, 5.15-2, and 5.15-3 of Chapter 55 Unified Development Code of Title 5, the Code of the City of Ann Arbor with respect to marijuana processor, ADUs, security, building materials, floor area ratio determination, fence graphic, and use tables. Moved by Council Member Song, seconded by Council Member Dish. Discussion, please, of B1. Councilmember Hayner.
Just real briefly, I just want to make a couple comments on it. It's not enough to throw the baby out with the bathwater or whatever, but there are two things in here that are sort of odd to me. One is there's a couple of instances where we've changed the language to determine that something is acceptable when it is, quote, when acceptable to the planning manager, which is a little unusual. I haven't really seen that in a lot of other places in our UDC where something is leveraged with the planning manager. But in this case, it has to do with securitizing a building so that they can receive their certificate of occupancy, and so that it just seems a little nebulous definition to be in our planning like that, or zoning rather like that. And the second one is to this notion, which I actually mentioned last week too, and we had a caller mention about the fiber cement siding, and it basically says that it's not described or in any way. And the 20, I mean, I've got a copy of 2015 state residential code, and that has been readopted to 2018, and 2021 is coming up for hopefully changes and not just another readoption, but it's perfectly acceptable and allowed. I know that there's some buildings here in the city that have not done a good job of using those materials. I don't want to single too many folks out, but the Ann Arbor apartments, I think we've all taken a look at that, and some of it looks pretty bad there on the south side. But properly installed and finished, the fiber cement is a decent product, and I don't see why we're relegating it to a trim or accent material only in these zoning areas. It doesn't make any sense to me. I've hung thousands of board feet of it as a sub on jobs, and when installed properly and to the standards of the state building code, it's perfectly good material. So I just don't understand that. I'm going to go ahead and support this because I don't want to get into picking apart this, but it makes no sense to me that we're relegating that to a trim or accent material. It just doesn't work for me. Thanks.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Yeah, I suppose I'll just be piggybacking on Councilmember Hayner's question on cement board. just knowing how economical the material is, and I apologize for not bringing this up at first reading, but it has remained a question, and I'll ask it for the person who called in. What is the problem that we're trying to solve with the prohibition of the cement board? If I can just perhaps get that response from staff if possible.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and council members. The proposed amendment, to be clear, certainly doesn't overrule any building code. It is a part of building material and design requirements specific to the downtown districts. So this is only applicable in the D1 and the D2 zoning districts. The code as it exists now requires a high quality of materials. It refers to masonry, stone, and high quality architectural materials intended to just cultivate a high quality of design and durability and permanence in the downtown core. This is an amendment, I guess, in a way recognizing that those products are not in the same category as those other materials and should be used as an accent or trim in those districts. It doesn't, of course, have any impact throughout the balance of the city.
Well, thanks for being here and explaining that. I'm just concerned as we're asking for a lot of things, and one of them is affordable housing, and we're taking things away to that may be used economically to provide some of the things that we're asking for. So, of course, as Councilmember Hayner said, it's not enough to object to this, but it is a concern of mine, and perhaps maybe it can be revisited later if it becomes something that imposes too much hardship.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Leonard. While you're here, I mean, this is the sort of question that folks have asked me in the community, not specifically to this, but generally. So what is it that makes us able to suggest or, recommend or deny material uses or restrict, I guess, or constrain material uses in some zoning areas and not others? That is different from, say, an electrification ordinance where we'd say you must build in this certain way. You can't use natural gas plumbing. You must use electrical fixtures. And so, well, is there a way that you could explain that difference and what it is that allows us to get away with a material selection, but not another material selection?
So in this case, particularly as it relates to the downtown zoning districts, the city has a history of policy and planning work around design guidelines. We have the establishment of the Design Review Board that's intended to uphold a series of recommendations and design guidelines for our downtown business districts, again, towards the goal of appropriateness, durability, and serving the function of sort of a long-term durable downtown center. That's why our ordinance then follows suit in the case of the D1 and D2 zoning districts to recommend some, what I would say are pretty high level materials. You'll note that this is pretty high level. It doesn't get into specifics about how those materials must be used or which of those materials need to be used in proportions and the like. So our ordinance tries to further those planning policies by setting the requirements for things like materials, and also in the case of the downtown district, transparency, so that you end up with the pedestrian experience that is such a draw for people in the downtown business district. And I would just add, if it was sort of the city's policy direction, those types of standards could be pursued elsewhere. There are communities that set those kind of requirements in other districts as well. We have a history here of applying those in the downtown district, and then of course, sort of independently in the administration of the historic preservation ordinance.
Well, thank you. I'm still pushing around this idea of I'll speak to it when we speak to EV. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. B2, ordinance to add a new section 5.19, amend sections 5.19.1, table 5.19-1 in section 5.19.2, Section 5.19.3 and Section 5.37.2.e and add a new Section 5.19.11 of Chapter 55 Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor with respect to electric vehicle parking. Moved by Councilmember Radina, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of B2. Councilmember Briggs.
Only thing I wanted to say was just to really thank the team that's been working on this for a couple of years. I had was able to experience it through the Ordinance Revisions Committee and on Planning Commission and other as it moved through the process. But Charles and Carlene, who really participated in this, put in and others put in a lot of work along with staff to bring to this point. So just many thanks to them.
Further discussion. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge some of the callers. Also thank the work that was done on this and the support from the various boards and commissions, but also to recognize the question from some callers about the removal of the requirement for parking minimums, and to just let people in the public know that that conversation will be forthcoming. I don't know exactly when, but in the not so distant future. Thanks.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Just to run by my notes on this. So I was surprised by the growth predictions that were in the sort of administrative overview PowerPoint presentation, that in the next 6 years, we're going to have 30,000 people are going to switch to EVs. And, that's awesome. I'm sure that's great. I mean, we just made the switch to a used hybrid from a straight gas vehicle. And, it's been great for us. By the time those drop down into used price or used market where we are, I mean, we're able to score a nice hybrid C-Max. And so I found that figure shocking that the low growth prediction says 30,000 people are going to switch, but hey, we're an affluent community. Perhaps that's so, and I hope it is. It was curious also, people who oppose or had specific complaints about this. And as you may expect, it was DTE, who needs to plan for the potential for increase of the grid draw, and also developers where this could potentially cut into their lucrative bottom line. I certainly understand DTE's concerns. My biggest concern with DTE is the net metering and microgrid concerns that we have, where all the electric cars in the world are still burning coal primarily, and so that's an issue. And so hopefully those will move forward with our 820 plans, and we'll get away from relying on DTE's coal energy. Equally startling was the notion that had we started this in 2019, we'd have almost 2,800 spaces together, which I think is a cautionary tale for our delays in failing to mandate primary electrification for new construction. When the state codes are updated in 2021, it's my hope that will give us some room to act quickly in that. And that is this year is when those are up for review again by the state board. I would also encourage us to look into installing more electrical vehicle parking at downtown locations that the city has, in addition to passing this EV ordinance, that in the city has authority over, like, Library Lane, which is heavily electrified. And so I think that we should continue to encourage EV parking in our downtown area to get that pollution off our streets. And it's just a fact that people like personal transportation, and especially now in COVID, and we don't know when this is going to be over, that there's not as much bus riding as there was. And so I'm sorry that, I'm not sorry that personal transportation infrastructure is with us, and we'll do what we can to make it work. The wins are far outweigh the losses on this, so I urge you to support this.
Councilmember Song.
Oh no. I just want to thank our local youth who called in and organized around this too. It was really encouraging to see young folks involved and invested in reminding us what the consequences of our votes are for future environmental impact. So thank you for the reminder. Thanks for paying attention, and I hope you can encourage other young folks to come and give public comments and participate in future public hearings. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
I'll be supporting this, and I just want to mention that I have been driving an electric car, a Chevy Bolt, for 2.5 years. I haven't had a single problem, and I would strongly recommend purchasing one.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I just want to thank everybody who had a hand in this and dedicated their time and talents in making this a reality and making it easy for us to simply say yes. And we didn't have to put the time, painstaking effort into thinking about, you look at these tabulations, you look at the tables, the consequences, etc. This was an extensive effort, and it definitely deserves a big thank you.
Further discussion? For my part, I would like to add my my delight, express my delight that this is coming forward and that we're going to pass it tonight. It links with so many of our goals. Of course, it links and supports with 820. It links and supports with affordability and the the fundamental support that we have in our community for for long-term thinking. We do know that that electrification is coming, and we need to make sure that we do everything we can to support it. With respect to the issue of altering our regulations to require electrification, I'm pretty confident that would, if legal, find fairly. I'm pretty confident that if it were legal, we would be doing it. And so I, with Councilmember Hayner, look forward to alteration in the building code to give the locals that kind of flexibility. But for the time being, we'll do what we can, and this is a big step. It's had many many parents, lots of residents working through boards and commissions, lots of staff, working hard to make sure that it does the job. And I'm just delighted that we're going to move it forward this evening. Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? It's approved. BC3, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 zoning, rezoning of 7.23 acres of R1C single-family residential district to PUD, Planned Unit Development District, Lockwood of Ann Arbor, PUD zoning and supplemental regulations 2195 East Ellsworth. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of B3. I guess I'm looking for a motion to postpone to our next meeting. Councilmember Regina.
I would move to postpone this to our next meeting.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what Councilmember Medina said, thanking staff for coming out last week to meet with the neighbors in Forest Hills. And I also just wanted to respond to something in the hearing, because I may forget to do so a few weeks from now, which is why the Lockwood proposal is not fully electric, and maybe something for the council policy committee to think about. But my understanding, and please staff correct me if I'm wrong, is that it has to do with MISTA regulations, unfortunately. In order to get the affordable housing funding, they can't actually have the building be all electric, which is unfortunate, but at this point, I think worth the trade-off. So I just wanted to respond to that and look forward to the conversation in a few weeks. Thanks.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. That's helpful. Councilmember Grand, in terms of that clarification, I was just going to bring up what the caller, Mr. Garber, had raised. I actually, while I was on Planning Commission, I was not there on this at that September 15th final vote, and so in the minutes don't necessarily totally reflect what was asked for in terms of sustainability requests. So I guess if just a piece just request may be coming forward, if there's more information on that that could be presented at the next meeting, if there was anything that that Lockwood could provide on that, that would be great, or just those answers. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor of the postponement? All opposed? The matter is postponed until our next meeting, which I believe is February 1st. Is that correct? Thank you. B4, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 Unified Development Code zoning of 0.9 acres from P parking to C3 fringe commercial, 2111 Packard Street. Moved by Councilmember Griswold, second by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of B4. Looking to hear for a postponement per staff's request. Councilmember Regina.
I would move to postpone this to our February 1st meeting.
Seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of the postponement. All in favor? All opposed? It is postponed. Let us take a short break. It's 9:05. Let's circle on back here at 9:15. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. 9:15, DC1, resolution to adopt the Board of Review guidelines for poverty exemptions from property taxation of principal residents pursuant to MCL 211.7U. Moved by Councilmember Radina, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC1. Councilmember Radina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I plan to offer an amendment to this resolution, which I circulated earlier today and I believe has been uploaded to Legistar, which would increase the poverty exemption for property taxation to 200% or 2 times the federal poverty guidelines across all household sizes. And I'll hold my comments until there's a sufficient second.
Seconded by, oh, you're so good. Seconded by Councilmember Song. Councilmember Radina, the floor remains yours.
Thank you. This amendment comes as reflective of our request for a recommendation from the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. They had a relatively robust discussion last week with some input from the public as well. I want to thank Glenn Nelson in particular and all of the HHSAB board members for participating in that discussion. And ultimately, they came to the conclusion that that there should be a recommendation that all household sizes have a 200% poverty exemption for property taxes. The current language as recommended by staff obviously has the 200% for the first individual, but then has a lower 120% threshold for each additional individual. And so the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board landed on this for a couple of reasons. Obviously, 2 times is an easy multiplier. It's relatively easy to understand and easy for folks to figure out. But also, I think it's just a recognition that this is something that felt important to us as a way to provide some additional relief to some of the residents who are living in poverty or approaching poverty here in Ann Arbor. It will help put money back in their hands to pay bills, put food on the table, spend that money here in our community. But it will also help to promote some economic diversity and help to keep some of our most vulnerable residents who may be at risk of being priced out of Ann Arbor to be able to stay here. And so I'm offering this resolution per their recommendations and also with the acknowledgement that that staff has accepted many of their other requests around promotion and advertisement of this to the public as well. So thanks.
Further discussion? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the work my colleagues did and bringing this back with increasing the limits to 2 times the federal poverty guidelines. I also asked staff to work on another amendment, which would I'm not sure how this would be discussed here in parliamentarily speaking, because they are identical, and the only difference is that the amendment that that staff provided me would raise the federal poverty limit that we use to 2.2 instead of 2.0.
Let me, if I may interrupt, let me suggest that we vote on this. I'm going to assume it passes, and then you vote to amend that amended resolution. Or you could make a motion to amend the amendment, substituting 22 for 200.
Yeah, in the spirit of saving time, I would move to amend the resolution, the amended resolution that's being discussed right now to 2.2.
Move to amend the amendment from 200% to 220%.
Yeah, to replace it with the one I have, or 2.2. Yes, that's correct.
Seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of the amendment to the amendment. Councilmember Song.
I still speak to 2.0 to the actual First Amendment, or is this we're on the amendment?
We're on the amendment to the amendment, and so you can, I guess, you can speak to your happiness with 2.0 and your feelings about 2.2.
Okay, thank you. So in the HHSAB meeting, I think it was really important to touch base with community partners and understand the process for poverty alleviation programs. And Teresa Gelati made this point, and there was also a memo that was attached to the agenda noting this, that CARES Act funding through MISTA has a maximum of 200% of poverty level 2, and it's in line with DHS program supporting low-income households. So this is a factor that's already in consideration and in use. And hopefully it would be easier to apply for folks. So I don't know is this a good time for Teresa to speak to that, or am I? Oh, bless you.
Thank you. My apologies. If you have questions you want to, ask staff, you may, ask staff at this time. You have the floor.
Okay, so if Teresa can speak to the implementation of 200% of poverty level versus 220%, if there's a difference in its impact in the community, and if you think there would be a significant impact given that difference, and also if you can also kind of walk us through how that's currently used with the folks who were in that meeting, please.
Yes, sure. I'll do my best. To the first part of your question, the difference between, say, 200% and 220%, I think based on, we did look at some census data on the number of households. I don't think there'll be much of a difference between those two. It's going to be very close. And one of the things I did want to point out that the assessor, Jerry Markey, had from his materials was that the most change in uptake in the last few years seems to be a result of actual increased marketing and outreach for the program, not necessarily increasing the threshold. So just keeping that in mind and sort of thinking about these small changes, I think it's great that we can be considering that, but also need to be thinking about that outreach and marketing and making sure it's accessible to folks. Just a sidebar, we reached out to the Housing Bureau for Seniors, who does do a lot of assistance for seniors for poverty exemptions for the city of Ann Arbor, but many communities throughout Washtenaw County. They provided some feedback that the application form in Ann Arbor is actually one of the best in the county. So that was one of the things we talked about. Felt that currently the levels that we were talking about seemed appropriate. Again, they were sort of more interested in sort of making sure people are aware of it. The only things that they suggested really were maybe a fillable PDF form and possibly translating the application. They felt good about the process, and those are practitioners that work with seniors on this application every single year. So I did want to pass that information along. As far as sort of applicability, like sort of the 200% standard is one that we use with some funding we received from MISTA Department of Health and Human Services. It's a community service block grant. It's specific for poverty alleviation. Normally it's at 100% of the federal poverty level, but in the CARES Act, they increased it to 200% to try to cover some more people that were going to be impacted by the COVID. And so that's where that came from in my memo. So I think I got most of your questions, but let me know if I missed anything.
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Radish.
Yes, I would just like a clarification from Councilmember Omlawi if his 2.2 or 220% is supposed to apply across all household sizes.
I believe so. That was my intent, and I think that's what the language in the resolution provides for. Staff can correct me. I know Jerry, appreciate the work you and others did in providing that, but they're identical. I believe both those resolutions are identical. The only difference is the 2.0 to 2.2.
Good, Councilman, you are correct. It's 220% for all households under your amendment recommendation.
Councilor Radish, you still have the floor.
So I guess I'm just, does staff want to speak to the relative advantages or disadvantages of 200 and 220%? I understand Ms. Gelati to have just said that she's not sure that the larger amount will reach many more, if any more, households, or rather will include, not reach really, it's include many more, if any more. Does anyone else want to guide us on this choice?
Mr. Crawford.
I don't have anything to add. You know, Mr. Markey and Ms. Gelati are really the experts in this area. This 20% difference obviously would expand it, and kind of estimating how that would affect once we marketed it with the additional recommendations that have been provided and modify things. We really don't know how much more that would hit coming back. You know, I mean, how many more applications that would receive. So it is just a judgment at this point.
Council Member Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Gelati, while I got you here, I wonder if I could ask just a quick question. So, I mean, I'm all for maximizing this. I guess I'll say this, that prior to Mr. Crawford being our city administrator, when we sat down as a new council member and we went over everything, and I thought, oh, here's a place where I can actually make a difference on council. I can actually help some folks in our community that are finding it difficult to live here. And so I'm all for expanding it to the largest number, even if it only brings in a couple more households. That's a couple more people we're helping. So that being said, I just want to make sure I understand this, and the public does too. So we're talking about when we waive this public charge, it's only the city's portion of the public charge you're waiving. Is that correct, or is it the entirety of the public charge?
I prefer to defer to the assessor on that one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman and City Council. The reduction applies to all taxing jurisdictions.
Okay.
The city, the county, and all jurisdictions, not just the city of Ann Arbor.
And that, because that's why the county's in on this, because they're the ultimate taxing authority, or how is it that we can speak on behalf of collecting for the schools, as an example?
Well, I think that's a fair question. The county, Teresa's involved because we work with all taxpayers, and Teresa deals with the lower income taxpayers, and she had a good pulse on what residents might benefit from the poverty exemptions.
If I could add to that, Mayor? Sorry.
Please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Markey, if you didn't finish.
No, I'll stand down.
You know, under state law, and Mr. Markey, correct me if I say something wrong here, there are several places that council has the authority to affect captures or tax implications for all jurisdictions. Another example, although it's a TIF capture, is like a brownfield, for example. So you do have the ability to affect how some of the taxes are captured through your policies as defined by state law.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to support this large.
Mr. Council Member, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. It's bouncing. I think it's good policy to try and compensate for the elevated fair market rents, elevated area median income that we have here in Ann Arbor, especially Washington County generally. And so I'm going to support this amendment to the amendment. And I also would like to know, and perhaps this can be answered offline, what can we do as a body to help in reaching more people, which Ms. Gelati just recommended was perhaps one of the reasons that we've had more people get into the program. And I appreciate that we put the slips in with the tax bills. And I was actually going through my records and found my old slip in there. That was interesting to see it and see what other people saw. And so what can we do to help promote the program more fully, if that's another way to help more families?
Sure, I can answer that. The HHSAB had quite a number of suggestions, including making information available at libraries, sharing them with local churches, other community partners, such as the Barry Busters member networks, obviously Housing Bureau for Seniors, but probably like Jewish Family Services, a few other folks like that, community centers, but definitely continuing the information in tax bills, potentially adding it to water bills, and actually moving into social media a little bit for that as well. So as broad as we can to help get the word out.
So we probably would need a directive for our city administrator. I mean, that sounds like something that our PR group would handle at your behest, Mr. Crawford?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to support this.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you. I just wanted to point my colleagues to an email that we got from Sarah Higgins earlier today. It's a nice chart outlining the differences in the proposals and the average median income in Ann Arbor and the percentage that this resolution targets. The amendment to the amendment effectively sets it at 55% average median income versus the amended 2.0, which was 52%. So it is just a marginal 3% difference, but I don't think it comes at a large cost to our general fund or the other taxing jurisdictions. And I think it would be, I would love to see the support to set it at 2.2 based on the elevated incomes and cost of living here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Song.
Can we have, yes, the assessor's office walk us through the applications last year and the rate of approval and denial? I know during our meeting with the HHSAB, he had said that even if if we were at 250%, only 2 more would have been approved of those denied. So even if we moved it beyond 220 to 250, it wouldn't have made a really significant difference. But can you tell us a little bit more? Can you describe to us the process beyond after the application and the folks who've been, and just kind of characterize the folks who are approved and the ones who've been denied?
We'll make an attempt. Thank you. So the initial process, a resident who owns and occupies their house as their homestead would file an application with the assessor's office. And they're required to supply us with their income statements, or if they're on Social Security, their annual statements they receive from the state as far as what type of income they're receiving. Once staff receives the application, we then review the income that's been submitted. We also do an asset test, and we look at every type of income that can be disposed relatively quickly, excluding the house, excluding the first 2 cars. Those are not considered liquid assets. They are not treated as anything that should be sold. The balance of the assets, whether it's stocks, bonds, bank money in the bank account, second home that's being rented out, those are reviewed and considered whether they qualify or don't qualify for a reduction by the Board of Review. Upon doing our analysis, we then submit the evidence to the Board of Review, who actually has the authority to make the decision. The assessor's office will consolidate the information and provide it to the Board of Review to actually discuss and make a determination. Do they qualify? First, do they fit the City of Ann Arbor's policy guidelines for poverty or hardship? If they do, then the board will determine what type of reduction would they qualify for. And that's strictly up to the Board of Review to determine. And once they've reviewed it, they direct the assessor's office to reduce the value by X dollar amount or make no reduction at all. Of the 88 applicants that we received in 2020, 66 were approved, 24 were denied. I want to focus first on the 66 that were approved, and then I'll digress to the remaining 24. Of the 66, 55 of those individuals are on Social Security or SSDI or fixed pension with incomes of less than $30,000. And those fit for poverty and comply with all the rules, and they were granted a reduction in value. Of the 24 that were remaining The first question that was asked earlier, I believe by Council Member Dish, is what if we increased it more? How many would have applied or would have been approved? And I can only ask or answer on historic applications, not the future. And of the 88 that were applied, the 24 that were denied, 2 of them would have qualified at the poverty level if income was higher. The remaining 22 were denied for various reasons. The reasons are either they did not supply any information to us at all, so the Board of Review could not act on any without solid evidence on should they reduce it or not. The others that were denied, they had incomes of second homes or other income that far exceeded the, in this case, 25,000 was the asset test that was used in 2020. And based on those, either lack of evidence or substantial amount of assets that could be liquidated, the board acted and denied those poverty applications. The taxpayers that are, well, both approved or denied have the legal authority to appeal to the Michigan Tax Tribunal after the Board of Review makes a determination. And should a taxpayer appeal, then my office would then handle the appeal and explain to the Michigan Tax Tribunal why it was denied. The taxpayer would present their evidence requesting why they believe they qualify for poverty, and the tribunal would make an independent decision on whether they qualify or not, and then what value should be set. I think that was the majority of the question that you had asked for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, so I have one question or one comment and I guess one question. I appreciate Councilmember Ramlawi pointing me to that email that came in earlier because I had not taken the time to review it yet or hadn't seen it. So one of the pieces that's I think helpful in that table is what the changes look by income level just for the one person household. And there isn't a difference between the assessor's office 2021 kind of recommendation versus the proposed 200%. That income level for the one person household is actually the same, but under Councilmember Ramlawi's, you get a little bit of a bump for that one person. That's that 28,000, which I think it's nice. Just we're providing a little bit more relief for that one person household, and it doesn't sound like it's going to have a sizable impact on potentially a flood of new households being brought in, but it may make a difference for a few folks out there. And so if we do get a few other people to be able to apply and take advantage of this, it seems like that's a positive way to go forward. I agree with Councilmember Hayner's comments that this feels like an important way we can make a difference on affordability. My question. I guess the question was also that was there any discussion around different levels within the commission around 200 versus 220? And I assume you're wrestling with different ideas, and is there a reason that you really fell on the 200%?
Councilmember, is there a representative of the commission that wants to speak? Councilmember Hayner? I'm sorry, Redina.
Yeah, I'll actually, although I was going to ask a very similar question, likely of Ms. Gelati, and it was largely around kind of the conversation that we did have. I know because we essentially kind of framed this conversation around some comments that were made by a resident, Glenn Nelson, who kind of laid out different levels. We did have several conversations, and ultimately the advisory board did land on the 2 times. I'm actually also very open to increasing it above that. But I guess my question for you, Mr. Lottie, is if you remember from that or from the conversation or even from your experience, whether or not there is some benefit in kind of that easy multiplier or kind of the consistency across other programs that have the 200%. Would there be any, I guess, negative impact for going at a higher rate?
I think I got those. So just, you know, one easy thing is that there are a number of these tables that are available. So if it's a consistent multiplier, right, it's a little bit easier to explain to folks. Not saying that's good or bad, but you know, if it's 200% for the first person and then in consecutive family members, that makes it pretty easy to understand. As I mentioned, it is similar to some of the programs we administer that are trying to address poverty levels. As far as the HHSAB conversation, we mostly were focused on 200%. I know the assessor's office, it really was trying to stay true to this being a poverty exemption, and I do appreciate that because it's not meant to necessarily cover, or the initial intent, is my understanding from the state, was that it's not necessarily supposed to get to the lower moderate level folks, but was really trying to help those that might be at risk of losing their house, could be on fixed incomes, and could be impacted if they're not able to pay their taxes and be pushed into tax foreclosure. So just, we focused in that conversation, as you know, sort of more on that 200%. I know the assessor Markey did mention that there was some interest, at least from one commissioner or council member at the time, of a higher level. But I think that was where we mostly were focused. Is it detrimental? I think there's just a point that, well, I don't necessarily know that it would be detrimental. I don't know how much uptake it would gather. It might make sense to do it within a pandemic. I don't know if it's all, it would be pretty high countywide. It would definitely be the highest level if you were to exceed 200%. And there is always an impact on the budget if there is a large uptake in this, but I can't speak to those numbers. I know that the assessor's office could.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know if I needed to raise my hand again or not. And Mr. Mayor, please correct me if this is maybe not an appropriate time, but I did notice that actually the chair of the HHSAB has her hand raised in our attendees, and I recognize that she's not staff, so I'm not sure it's appropriate whether or not we could ask her to join the conversation, but to the extent that she may have some additional context around the recommendation, I would be interested in bringing her in if it's appropriate.
The mechanism for that is basically if council members want a look to a non-staff member to address council on a quick matter. The request is made, and I believe I don't think a positive vote is necessary, but I think an objection can be heard. And then if an objection is heard, then there's a vote. But I think generally we've taken that if people want to hear it, then we'll do it and we'll see what happens. Does anyone have any objection to Ms.? Is that an objection, Councilmember Amlawi? Let's have a Councilmember, well, I've got Song and Hayner on the queue. Perhaps just let's roll with a roll call vote on Ms. Foster speaking.
We're voting on whether Ms. Foster should speak.
But she's been offered the podium, if you will. An objection has been made, and it's council's decision as to whether or not she speaks, and so we're rolling it up to a vote. I believe that's the right procedure. Mr. Post, am I on point on that? You're on mute, sir.
Yeah, I'm looking it up quick, but I believe that is correct. So 6 votes would prevent, the vote is to, well, the vote could still be in the affirmative, I guess, but the 2/3.
Can I also state why I object? Is that a part of this, or?
My understanding is that to allow a person who isn't staff to speak, it's a vote of 2/3, which works out to 7.26 council members. So I would say 7 or 8, that your choice of the chair, but 2/3 can affirm that and allow the person to speak.
I think we tend to roll up unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I would guess so.
I just don't think there's going to be a material difference in the discussion. I think we're beaten, you know, I think we talk this through.
All right, let's have a roll call vote, please. The vote is to allow Ms. Foster to speak, if she continues to choose to if she continues to wish so.
And Mayor, that's an 8 vote
It is.
requirement?
Yes.
Is there any way of stating why someone is voting the way they are on this case? Because I want to be careful how this is being characterized.
I don't know whether it show, you know, I don't think we tend to have those reasons referenced in the minutes. You've expressed it.
I mean, the community is watching, the community is listening.
Well, you've
This is no way to censor it, but we've been talking about this matter for almost 30 minutes already. We have a lengthy agenda, and we want to be, our goal is to be done with meetings in 4 hours. And I just don't see the whole point of having someone who's not on staff, who's not to speak on this matter right now. I just don't think it really falls in line with what the spirit of the latest conversations we've been having about having meetings be more effective and efficient. I mean, this is a very tiny issue we're discussing right now compared to larger issues that we have to tackle eventually.
roll call vote, please, Ms. Boji, starting with, and I'm afraid I've heard, is it Councilmember Grant or Regina?
I have you, Mayor.
All right, well then. Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Redina?
Yes.
Motion carries. Would you like me to promote her to a panelist, Mayor?
Please.
Hi, sorry, I did not mean to cause any drama.
Not at all.
There was a call for if there was a board member available to speak to our conversation, and so I raised my hand. I will just very quickly say we didn't extensively talk about anything above 200. I think that 2.2 would be fine. We want to keep on the table the expanding outreach as the biggest thing that seems likely to increase enrollment, and that either even multiplier would be in line with our conversations.
Thank you. But Councilmember, I thought I had Song on the queue, then Hayner, but Song's down, so I'm going to roll with Councilmember Hayner. This is on the amendment to the amendment, and I think I'd suggest that we're probably ready to vote on this. Councilmember Hayner?
Yeah, no, I'm all set. I was just speaking to letting in the external speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Amendment to the amendment. Roll. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please. Starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Redina?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Further the discussion of the amendment as amended. Perhaps can we suggest that that's friendly? Amendment's friendly to the body. Further discussion, the main motion as amended. I guess I'll just say I'm very glad that we are moving this forward. It's an important thing we do at the city, and I'm glad that we've expanded the reach of this exemption. We all know that folks in the community Some have a very difficult time paying their bills. And this is one way where we're able to give direct relief for a set of folks who really need it. And so I think it's an important thing that we're doing. Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to my colleagues in supporting my amendment to the amendment to raise the level to 2.2. As you can tell by the chart, the graph that Sarah Higgins sent us, it will help out some additional people without putting too much of a burden on the taxing jurisdictions. And so just thank you to everybody who's had a hand in this. And sorry to try to hurry this one along, but I know that we have many other things to discuss tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Song.
I just want to thank the assessor's office for you're on task to actually implement this. So the request that we made in our HHSAB meeting, the request to expand to make sure the applications are available at the libraries, my second mentioning of the AADL tonight, was meant to really make sure that, the folks who, I think a lot of folks are unaware that this program exists. So if we can, to the extent that we can partner with folks in getting the word out as possible, I appreciate the extra effort. So thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
I just want to quickly thank resident Glenn Nelson for helping bring this to our attention, because we wouldn't be having this discussion. We wouldn't be raising these limits if it weren't for a really thoughtful email that we received from Mr. Nelson. So I just want to thank him and acknowledge his efforts in raising our awareness about this. Thanks.
Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? It is approved. DC2, resolution to appoint 3 at-large members to the Council of the Commons and confirm the PAC appointment to the Council of the Commons, moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Regina. Discussion of DC2, Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I forwarded a amendment to the resolution that's before us that makes 2 small changes with, well, 1 large change and 1 small change. The large change is that it names 3 folks, and the small change is that it it recognizes that Planning Commission has not yet appointed anyone, and suggests that if the rest of this body is seated prior to them, we're just going to go ahead and meet without them, and they can catch up. And so I see Ms. Boder has just sent that around to us, and so I highlighted, if it comes through on your city systems this way, the changes resolved the at-large members 1, 2, and 3, and the addition of a second resolve clause that we're hoping to meet within the next 60 days. Now,
is there a second?
Yeah.
Seconded by Councilmember Amlawi. Councilmember Hayner, you still on the floor?
Thanks. I just put that out there because those are the folks that I have put forward. Now, I just got an email from Councilwoman Briggs, who were supposed to, coordinate on this kind of in my instance prior to the meeting time, because I worked till after 5, and so I didn't get the 5 o'clock email, where she has 3 completely different other people, including one who was applied after the agenda deadline that was set by council back in I think it was November for December deadline. And so we haven't come to a joint conclusion as to who those folks should be. So I don't know if we should be airing them with this amendment or not, but that's what I'm happy to do. I think that it's time to get on with this process. It's not a big confusing thing here. We just want a commons body to meet. Commons means from the bottom up, from the common folk. And I don't think we need to be dictating a lot of what's going to happen here. We part of the task force spoke to the need for, say, affordable housing in our community. And I think that this commons area and this civic center and public meeting space can speak to the notion of affordable living in our community. It's all we can do to fight the market forces to keep housing affordable, but we can certainly do something like keep living affordable by providing open and accessible public spaces that are free for our residents to use, much like we do with our fine park system. And so I'm happy to put those 3 forward and accept your up or down vote on them. I think we had a dozen good candidates there, prior to the deadline that we issued as a body. So that's where it's at for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, thanks for those comments, Councilmember Hayner. I also appreciate folks calling in this evening and urging us to make some appointments to the Council of Commons. I certainly think everybody's excited to see that get going. There are a couple, I also just forwarded around 3 appointments, proposed appointments as well as a resolved clause to Ms. Beaudry, and hopefully she can share those around. One of the things, the resolved clause.
Sorry, excuse me, Mayor. Can we talk about the first one?
No, Councilmember Briggs has the floor.
Yeah, I just thought we were talking about the other resolution that Hayner put forth, or the.
Councilmember Briggs has the floor. She's discussing something germane to that amendment, and she has the floor.
Yeah. So one of the things that happened at the last council meeting was, or the last council meeting that we discussed this in December, was that we verbally sort of discussed some items, but we didn't actually make changes to the resolved clause. So one of the items that we discussed was bringing this back at tonight's meeting or in early February, and giving Councilmember Hayner and I an opportunity to connect and discuss potential appointments. The other thing that got brought up was the notion of opening up the appointments through the end of December, but we didn't make that official at that meeting. So Mr. Crawford, I think when I have spoken with him after that, thought that maybe a better way to do this would be, and he can correct me if you would like to, would be to officially have that as part of a resolve clause. So I do have a resolve clause that says that would officially change what we said verbally to put that on the record, which is that applications would be accepted until Friday, December 31st, and that we would appoint the remaining seats by this evening. My hope had been that Councilmember and I would have a conversation about that, about appointments, so that we could come to an agreement, or at least have that discussion about why we had disagreements, but that wasn't possible. So unfortunately, we just have a couple of different sets of recommendations, and the process by which we want to go about that is fine by me. If we want to put forward Councilmember Hayner's and vote on that and use this amendment, I'll leave it up to the body about the best process.
Maybe suggested a process that there's been an amendment made by Councilmember Hayner. I would offer that the second resolve clause is unrelated to that, and perhaps is subject to us. Actually, it is some related, because one of the persons is later offered. Let me suggest this: that if you want to provide this as an amendment to the amendment, then that would be something that we could vote on. If you wanted to wait for his amendment to come up or down, and then offer this as an amendment separately, we can do that too. It's your decision.
I don't have a particular preference. I guess I would offer this as an amendment to his amendment.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Grand. We've got Dish from Lally and Iyer on the queue.
I would like to offer a clarification and express a little bit of confusion. So the clarification is that the Planning Commission, I just want to assure Council Members Rumlawi and Briggs that the Planning Commission isn't dragging its feet on appointing its committee representative. It's merely the case that I think it's just been two meetings maximum that we had a full complement of planning commissioners, because there was a lot of turnover. And so my understanding is that at our next regular meeting, we are addressing the question of assignments to committees. So I don't think any sort of hesitation or disapproval or lack of enthusiasm for the project should be read into that delay. The confusion I would like to express is that I think I would find it difficult to vote on either of these amendments without a discussion of the merits of the different candidates and or the selection processes that produced two completely different lists. I may be alone in that, but I would prefer not to have to vote on Mr. Hayner's amendment without having any sense of the alternative. I also think it might be better if we merged those lists somehow or mixed them up so that there's participation from both lists. But now I am rambling, so I will stop.
Councilmember Romali.
Well, thanks. I'm just confused. I'm trying to go back to the original resolution that called out for the prescription for the appointments. I was not expecting to see two competing lists, none that share anything in common, to be decided on the floor on the fly as amendments to amendments to an issue that is as important as this one, and one that I thought would help bring some unity, help show that, remove the politicalization that's occurring here, and just, it's unfortunate. It's very depressing and disappointing to see this play out this way. This is not why I gave up my role that I was initially tasked with. This is a disaster in the making here, and I'm disappointed that this is what we're faced with right now. And I don't think it's proper. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's what was intended by the resolution that asked for these three names.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I would be inclined to support an amendment that extended the deadline as suggested. I'm not inclined to vote for either of these slates, and I'm wondering if for the reasons that have been articulated. I think what everyone expected to happen and what should happen in a case like this is that the two members that are representing council on the body put forth work together to come up with a list. And I'm wondering, Councilmember Briggs mentioned that it wasn't possible, but I'm wondering if she could elucidate exactly what happened here.
I'll wait till it rolls on to her in the queue for that. Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to apologize to the public. I don't know exactly what happened, but we had a process outlined. We had a deadline for applying. We had more than enough qualified candidates. And now we seem to want to go back and make amends because maybe we didn't get the candidates that we wanted. I have no idea, but this is terrible, terrible governance. And I have been working with Councilmember Iyer on trying to improve governance. And I just don't know what's happening tonight. The only thing that comes to my mind is not making a decision is a decision to do nothing. It is inexcusable that we don't have three names from the original list that we can vote on tonight. There's no leadership, there's no coordination. And I suggest that people start working together or resign from council.
Councilmember Hayner.
When we're presented with an amended list, which is what we're speaking to now, this amendment to the amendment, that has someone on there who leading up the list, who I'm sure is perfectly able, well, I'm not sure, but I will assume and give the benefit of the doubt, as I have to everyone who has applied, is capable of serving on this board as well as anyone else, but didn't have their application in under the prescribed timeline from council. So we're moving the goalposts. It's effectively penalizing those 12 folks who got it ahead of time. Now, now Councilman Redina is shaking his head there. And I know we had a public conversation about, wouldn't it be nice if people could keep applying? Yeah, sure. There's people that have been applied for boards and commissions for years and years and years, and they keep updating their applications, and eventually, hopefully, a seat opens for them. So I had no problem with people continuing to apply, but council had an ordinance, a resolution to set a deadline for the application and to attempt to appoint by a certain date. And I'm happy to stick to that. I mean, that's what we said we were going to do. And I'm not going to penalize those folks who hustled to get their applications in by extending the deadline so that we can put forward a second list of 3 other people. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And, you know, I won't speak to the process other than to say I prefer to do my business under the rules of the council, which is by council email. And we've had a hard time committing to writing, apparently, here. So I don't know what else to say. I apologize to the folks who were on this list. I think the 12 folks, anybody who applied is certainly worthy, but you know, I'm not interested in delaying. So that's why I brought forward a list. I was shocked to see at 5 o'clock another list presented to me. Well, whenever I read my email, it was at 4:50 was the time on the email. So yeah, it's a little shocking. I agree. And it is poor leadership. I also agree with that. I'll say it myself, but I'm not going to go back and move the goalposts. I think that's even worse.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I have a few things to say about this. One, and I look forward to Councilmember Briggs. I'll let her speak for herself about how the process went working together or not, because there have been all sorts of accusations about leadership, and I'll look forward to her explaining how many times she reached out to who was supposed to be partnering with her in this process and did not answer emails or, attempts to get together. Don't shake your head at me, seriously. Second, this process was so flawed from the get-go. If we want to talk about a committee that was slapped together, that was changed at the last minute, we have 4 members that have already been appointed. If we want to talk about the politicization of it, fine. I'll be happy to talk about that. Every single one of those members was appointed by an old council that had a perspective that's not necessarily shared by the current council about this process. In spite of all of that, we had another council member who was willing to work together to meet and come up with names, and those attempts were declined. And so what is that person supposed to do other than come up with names? Just accept it that someone doesn't want to work together with her and say, okay, well, you just pick? That's ridiculous and it's insulting. And so this is what we're looking at, but it's not to make accusations about Councilmember Briggs' lack of leadership when she has made multiple attempts. And as a member of the Liaison to Park Advisory Commission, I've had multiple conversations with her throughout the last couple of months about the process. And if we want to talk about not sticking to timelines, she's tried to reach out. We're supposed to have names by a certain date. They weren't there. So I would like to see some responsibility taken here if we're going to make accusations about process and timeline and complain about some people getting applications in later, when we had a conversation at this table where the majority of this body was in favor of opening up that process to let some more people put their names forward. So I would just like to see some responsibility taken for what's here. And if we have 4 members of, these other groups who were appointed, I am actually comfortable with putting forward the names that Councilmember Briggs brought forward, because I think it brings balance to this Council of the Commons. And if we want actually to move forward with a viable plan and you want buy-in from the community, you need to have balance on that group. That's why I was so excited that she was willing to step forward and say, okay, I didn't initially support this, but I'm still willing to work on this effort. And having other members from the community who share that perspective potentially, I think is the only way that we can move forward with this process. So that's why I seconded her amendment to the amendment, and
Councilmember,
I'll be happy to vote for it tonight.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with all of my colleagues' comments about this being a horrible process. And I apologize that this is what you are being presented with this evening. My preference would have been to postpone this decision so that tonight, that was one request that I made to Councilmember Hayner. I did not believe that this body or the public should have to necessarily hear a conversation that really should be happening between the two council members that are trying to putting together a slate of unified choices. Since the request was made, I'll share the process. I was going to avoid sharing that process here, but I have called, I've texted, and I've emailed Councilmember Hayner requesting that we have a conversation because my understanding coming as a new member of the body is that it was fairly typical to have conversations amongst members of council working on issues like is happening in the Rules Committee between Councilmember Griswold and Councilmember Iyer, that as you're working on a committee together that you might have conversations about that, especially when we know that there are disagreements around issues. I found out last night that Councilmember Hayner preferred to have everything in writing. And so I sent him an email today with some suggestions and my reasoning behind around those candidates. And I'm happy to share those with others here tonight because I agree this is particularly difficult when you're being presented with different names and you don't know anything about the candidates. One of the things that gives you confidence is when a couple of council members come together and say, we both support these folks and this is why, or we had some disagreements, but you know, this is kind of what we put forward. So I agree this is not what you should be presented with tonight. I don't know how to go forward necessarily particularly well. I would be happy to postpone so that we could have more time to have those discussions. But honestly, I'm not sure that we're having a lot of success in that matter. We seem to have come to different conclusions about who the best candidates are. And one of the other pieces of information that we were waiting for that council requested last time was what is the purpose of this group? Kind of what are the aims going forward? And we both, Councilmember Hayner and I both did meet with Mr. Crawford and Heather Seifert, who's going to be the staff person on this. And we were presented with some information about kind of purpose and rules, kind of goal of the committee moving forward that I think we've both seen and provide some guidance. So I feel strong that we have that for the first meeting. What we don't have is agreement about what the best candidates are, and I'm happy to answer why I think these are great folks, but I'm not sure we're there in the conversation yet.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also, I share, I think, the disappointment of much of the body tonight. I apologize to Councilmember Hayner for shaking my head during his comments, other than my reason for doing so was simply because I think I had a different interpretation of our conversation in December, which was simply that as the person who brought the question at the time, and I thought my colleague was very receptive to the idea, was because we were missing the initial deadline that was laid out in the rules to appoint these members to this body, whether or not additional applications might also be considered, because I had personally heard from a member of the public who was interested and who had missed the deadline. And lesson learned, I thought that we kind of had the agreement of the body in a verbal way that was what would happen. And lesson learned that we should always put those things in writing and vote on them going forward. That was my reason for shaking my head, because I came to a very different conclusion. I actually encouraged the person to apply. I've actually had several conversations with Council Member Briggs about this. I know that she's been working diligently to try to get some folks appointed. I also wrote an email to both Councilmember Briggs and Councilmember Hayner recommending One of these candidates, former State Representative Adam Zemke, who owns a business downtown and who's the person who reached out to me and who's very interested in seeing this move forward, as I am, as I've shared previously, that, whether or not any one of us agreed or disagreed with the initial reason behind this, the voters passed this, and it's our obligation at this point to make our best effort to make it happen. I didn't hear back on that, and so I guess I also struggle. I'm hearing a lot of accusations tonight, and I'll be frank, I didn't see, and I don't think anyone else on this body saw any of these names prior to them suddenly being passed around by the clerk tonight. And so, so I certainly didn't see them. They weren't in our agenda. They weren't on the public agenda. And so I would say they were all sprung on us. I would support a motion to postpone all of this so that we can get our house in order and make this right. So thank you.
You want to make that motion? You want to?
I will, yes.
Move to postpone to our next meeting?
Yeah, February 1st.
Second by Councilmember Ryer.
Mayor, we still have a motion to amend.
Can we, is it improper to postpone the whole thing in process?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Postman? You're on mute, sir.
This is a disaster.
No, I believe you can postpone the whole thing.
The motion's been made to postpone to our next meeting. I've got Ramlawi, Briggs, and Griswold on the queue. If you wish to speak to the postponement, Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I have so much to say, and I got to kind of keep it germane to the postponement. I don't believe it is good government practice to be changing the rules of deadlines and submissions of applications. I think that sets a dangerous and bad precedent. I think it has to be extraordinarily, there has to be an extraordinary reason as to why we would accept an application after the deadline, as in the case of maybe there wasn't enough eligible folks who applied, or some sort of, extra crazy reason why. But to sit there and change that on an ad hoc basis when you have over 10 qualified applications already for 3 positions is a bad form of government, simply put. We tasked 2 council members to take on this responsibility. This issue has already been postponed once, and now it's going to be postponed again. I am disappointed in my colleagues. I've been a part of other assignments to select members. I worked with Councilmember Grand and Ackerman and Lum, and the 4 of us were not political allies when we sat down to select the initial body of ICPOC. We did it successfully, and we did it without any problems. It was one of the, it was so uncontroversial, and there was nothing political about it. And, I really ask that maybe perhaps these council members choose another colleague so that we have 2 other council members take this responsibility on. I think it's failed, and I think we need to realize that, and then have 2 other members of council select the names, because this it's losing confidence very fast.
On the postponement, Councilmember Briggs.
The one thing I would not want to do is make a mistake that we made last at the December meeting of not changing the resolved clause. I know there's debate over when the applications should be accepted by, but we have not met the original resolved clause at this point. which called for us to make those decisions in December. So we are going to, my understanding is that we need to amend that resolve clause to say when we will be making those appointments by. If it's not this evening, if it's going to be at the first meeting in February, I think we need to state that, and so we can hold ourselves to it. But my understanding from the conversation that we had at the council table without debate in December was that we were going to accept applications through the end of December, since we had not yet made a decision. We kind of announced that to the public within that council meeting. And I also, shared all of the applications with council during this process, and didn't hear back. So that also gave me, I thought that was feedback that we were still looking towards the end of December. So I would recommend that we, before postponing, change that final resolve clause.
Procedurally, I don't think that's legit. I don't think we can move on the amendment. I don't think we can move to amend the resolution while a postponement is up.
Okay.
So we'll just, if it passes, keep that in mind. Councilman Griswold.
If we're going to support a postponement, I would like to know what procedures are in place so that we avoid repeating the same fiasco at the next meeting. And I just want to make it clear, and I don't mean to be harsh, but we have a hierarchical organization within a democracy, and our mayor is our leader. And therefore, if he doesn't want to do that, he can assign someone else that task. But I knew as a council member that this activity was scheduled, and I even checked with Councilmember Hayner at one point to see if it had been completed in preparation for today's meeting. So I would say if we're going to postpone this, let's put something in place to make sure that someone checks on the process on a regular basis so we're ready for the next meeting.
Councilmember Hayner.
Just speaking of the postponement and generally to the whole process, I mean, as Councilman Briggs said, and I also sent a list of all the applicants shortly after the deadline had expired for applications. And I heard back only from Councilwoman Song, who I basically said, does anybody have any recommendations or comments on this list? And she had a few remarks, and I appreciated that. And then 6 or 7 days ago, I sent a list of what I thought my choices would be with the reasons to Councilwoman Briggs. And we actually had 4 of us sat down with the administrator and Ms. Seyfert from the city and had a conversation. And that list went out, and we just didn't go back and forth on it. I didn't hear a boo until today on it. And so, I don't have a problem working with my colleagues on these sorts of things. I mean, Councilwoman Grand and I chose the Center of the City Task Force members, and there was a need to show diversity of thought and age and ideas and living styles and whatever else, I guess, on that. And we managed to do that. So I don't see why Councilwoman Briggs and I can't do this. And speaking to this reappointment, and because I don't want to go back and start changing resolutions, bits and pieces of resolutions. If we're going to postpone, I don't have a problem with postponing. What I would like to do is ask that maybe a couple folks volunteer to help us out. We can have a non-quorumed a Zoom meeting or something about this, and have a conversation, Councilwoman Briggs and I, and if 2 other council members want to sit in and help facilitate that, or they feel they have some insight into this process, I would welcome that. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm accepting responsibility for this not being prepared for this meeting. But it was on the agenda. It was postponed by a vote of the body. And so I put forward resolutions to change that. I completely accept responsibility for this. I'm not blaming anyone here. I've shown that I can work in the past to put together, what shouldn't be controversial appointments. And, we can do it in the future. So if anyone wants to step up and join Councilwoman Briggs and I in having a meeting, we can schedule, and perhaps our administrator would like to be part of that or set that up for us, I would appreciate that. And so I'll support this postponement until the first meeting, and I will make the commitment that we'll come up with some folks, but it has to be a give and take. We can't have 3 and 3. I mean, when we looked at the task force appointments, when Councilwoman Grant and I did, I think we only had 1 or 2 people on that list of maybe 3 some people who crossed our list. Of course, that was easier. There were 9, it wasn't 3. And so we went back and forth on it. And I actually had to, I struck someone to get someone else on. And that's someone I would like to sit on this board this time, or this Council of the Commons. So, I mean, I have someone I feel strongly about. I'm sure Ms. Briggs does. And the third will be someone who rounds out the body nicely. Honestly, I don't think it really matters. I think everyone's appropriate for this. It's a common thing.
Councilmember, you have 3
Thank you.
minutes. Councilmember Grant.
Thanks. I'll support the postponement so long as, you know, I think if there's a sincere effort on both sides to move forward with this. Although it may come as a shock to some people in this community, I seem to be the common denominator between getting people to actually talk, to form committees. So I would be happy to offer my assistance if they think it's helpful. If people think I'm too biased to do so, even though I've done it before, I'll do it. I'll be happy to sit in and help with that process. But I do think that this is different than the last time because of the 4 members that have already been nominated. That was separate from the council members doing it. So I do think it is a little different in terms of seeking balance and just the way that I just you know, want to point out that there seems to be a lot of shock about deviating from the process, but this entire committee was a substitute resolution that was done at the fly during a council meeting. So I'm just having a little trouble reconciling that fact with what's happened here. But you know, if my mediation skills are helpful with any of this and selection experience, I'm pleased to offer those services.
Further discussion of the postponement. Councilmember Hinger.
Only a question for Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford, because there have been applications put in since the deadline, can I respectfully ask that our helpful staff member bundle all those up again for us in their entirety and share them with Councilwoman Briggs and I, because of the difficult, I don't have a way to, in a Granicus, to cut out and create content like this.
Sure, so we can do that.
Oh, okay, I think that's going to be necessary if we're considering 1 or 2 or people that applied after that deadline. I don't have all those in front of me, so.
Further discussion? I'm happy to support the postponement as well. I will say it's been suggested that somehow the absence of a resolution among the council members tasked with doing this somehow is laid at my feet. And if it's part of my job description to have a task list for all council members who are supposed to be doing things and having that set up, and having my various carrots and sticks associated with that, maybe that's something that I've yet to be instructed about. I think we all are grown-ups here. We all do our work. We all come here for the right reasons. And I think it's proper for me to rely upon my colleagues to get things done when they're asked to do them and when they say they'll do them. It strikes me that I'll leave it be. Further discussion to postpone. Roll call. I haven't heard anything against it. All in favor of the postponement?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. Councilmember Hayer, did I miss you?
No, I just had a procedural question. Now that it's postponed, will it, through the clerk's action, just it'll appear in its unamended form again as DC whatever on the next on the February 1st. Is that correct?
That's my expectation.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
DC4, resolution in support of a notice of violation for Gelman, to Gelman for violation of the prohibition against 1,4-dioxane infiltration into the Allen Creek drain. Moved by.
We got
DC3. We missed DC3, Mayor.
We did. My apologies. Thank you. Thank you, council member. Thank you, Ms. Beaudry. DC3, resolution to rescind R19-139 community engagement and approval processes for city-related improvement projects. Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Briggs.
Just trying to shift topics now. I have it in front of me, but yeah, so just talking a little bit about DC3 and why this would be helpful to be reconsidering. Sorry, I just want to make sure I've got something up in front of me. Lane reconfigurations. I wanted to just go back a little bit in process so that we can kind of understand where we came from, and then maybe where we've been at, and why it might be good to go back to past practice. So, as you will recall, this resolution to change past practice came to council in April of 2019. At that time, it was a bit of a controversial policy change. City administrator at the time voiced some concerns, asked for postponement to get feedback from staff, and that was denied by council, and it was voted on. Residents and community members expressed concerns about the policy change, and yet sort of council moved forward. And research into this found that sort of the step of taking doing road diets and making that a policy decision by council really ran counter to the norms in other cities. So actually, as a resident at that time, community member, I reached out to the Association of Pedestrian and Bicycle Professionals to survey and see how this compared to practices in other cities, and 11 communities paid attention, responded to kind of this informal survey. Only one, Philadelphia, noted that they had a similar policy of having council approve road diets, but they responded that this was probably the biggest issue that they faced in making streets safer. Changing this policy would literally save lives. All 10 other cities did not have council approval. But so we've had this new policy in place now for almost a couple of years, and so I think it's worthwhile to kind of evaluate and see how well it's worked for the community. There have been 3 projects that have come to council for road diets during that time frame. As you recall, there was Green Road, Earhart, and Traverwood. Now, ostensibly, the purpose of this resolution was to improve community engagement on road reconfigurations, but it really doesn't. There aren't any other public hearings, so it's really about community engagement in terms of council engagement on the process. And what we found,
3 minutes.
Oh, well, I will fill you in more after others have a chance to speak about what the impacts have been. But maybe somebody else will fill that in.
Councilmember Dish.
Okay, yeah, so I think it's appropriate for council to set policy regarding road design through the master planning process, which allows us to consider how transportation planning fits into broader goals of affordability and carbon neutrality. Planning documents, which are developed with extensive public participation, set a framework that guides staff on designing and prioritizing individual road projects. These projects are also subject to public participation once they are scheduled and to council approval through the budget process. So the current resolution to rescind the resolution from 2019, which I plan to support, in my view, neither removes opportunities for public participation nor relieves council of the responsibility to exercise oversight. It merely restores as Council Member Briggs was saying, a long-standing interpretation regarding where to draw the line between the work of council and that of city staff. According to that prior interpretation, council's work is to set policy. This is rightly a matter for politics. Staff's work is to build the infrastructure and ordinances necessary to implement policy goals, which requires expertise in engineering, finance, water management, energy policy, and more that most council members typically do not possess. Now, I have heard concerns which I believe are genuine, that rescinding this resolution would significantly curtail public participation and feedback on these processes. And I would like to ask staff if they could detail the opportunities for participation that exist, for participation on specific road reconfiguration projects that exist. So I'm not asking for you to detail the public participation that is mandated to go into the planning process, but what would be available, what is available for when these specific road reconfiguration projects come up. And I ask this in part because I live near Barton Drive, and it seems like we had a lot of meetings on that over a period of 6 months. And
I can speak to that. This is Nick Hutchinson, the city engineer. Typically what we would do on these projects is we would hold some form of public engagement, usually in the form of a public meeting. We would reach out to local residents. We would reach out to usually posted in other forms of communications like city's gov delivery system, next door neighborhood, whatever, the city's website, whatever we can do to get the word out about the public meeting. You know, anybody obviously is welcome to come to those and give their feedback on what it is that we're proposing to do. That could be either done as a standalone thing if we're, you know, or as part of another project if it's, you know, part of another road reconstruction project or something like that.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'll leave it back to Councilmember Briggs to talk about the outcome of some of those projects. But for me personally, this was one of the most painful policy changes to see happen in the last couple of years, and was high on my list of wanting to change it because I saw the damage that it did. Just one thing that I do want to clarify outside of the public engagement, which I don't believe this reduces outside of a council meeting, but that there still is a role of council through our budgeting process and through our regular council meetings where we have to approve budgets for projects like road reconfigurations. So it doesn't mean that there is zero council oversight of this process. It just removes what I saw as a layer that really, whether it was the intent or the result, it just prevented these projects from happening because they weren't liked by a certain, you know, portion of our constituency. And if that's your perspective, you're certainly welcome to support it. But that's not my perspective. I think these can be incredibly beneficial to our safety. And when staff tells us that this is the right way to go, I want to give them the freedom to do that, still having some oversight when we vote on the budget to fund these really important safety projects. So I was really pleased to bring this forward. I want to thank Mayor Taylor and Councilmember Briggs for doing that with me. And I look forward to some projects that were perhaps prevented from being in the past. Earhart Road is one of them. That was a very low cost pilot of a reconfiguration that I'm hopeful that we can move forward with, for example, but I think there are plenty of others. Thanks.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I believe this is a resolution that takes away the responsibility of council members. It leaves in place the community engagement components and the ability of residents and folks to be part of the process. But what it really does is take out the component that is there that speaks for the residents. I mean, people elect us to amplify their voices. And this resolution takes away a very important part of the equation. And I really feel that this is being framed in a way that is different than the way I see it. I think there is a symbiotic relationship between the elected officials, their constituency, and staff. And it's a constant back and forth, just the way we see in biology and human behavior and evolution of nature and nurture, and how that develops and how that evolves to get us to where we are here today. And we're taking away a vital component that would allow for valuable feedback to be given to staff when we put in place things that affect the quality of living for many folks. The lane configurations do not just affect the person living on that street, they affect the whole transportation network. And so you're not going to be hearing from a lot of folks that are affected by these lane reductions by the way we do other types of notifications and community engagements. And the guerrilla tactics that sometimes are employed are done without any prior notification of council members. And the only way council members sometimes learn about them is through social media or MLive. And I really think it's a part of my job to know what's going on in my ward before my constituents start telling me about them. That's one of the worst feelings that I have, is when a constituent tells me something and I have no clue on what they're talking about. So I have a couple questions, because it's brought up that we'll still have consideration on these through the budget process. And there's been 3 projects that were that had gone through this consideration on Earhart, Green, and Traverwood, and whether those projects would have gone through the normal budgetary process. If this resolution is passed, would those 3 projects that were identified in council questions, would they have been a part of the budget process?
Mr. Hutchinson, you want to comment on that?
The 3 of those projects that you mentioned were not necessarily part of other projects that show up in the capital improvement plan, for example. One was a capital preventative maintenance project, which, you know, is part of a larger program that's not called out specifically in the street itself, would not be called out specifically as a line item in the budget. The Traverwood project was part of a resurfacing project that certainly was listed in the capital improvement plan. Earhart was a pilot project. There is a resurfacing project scheduled for that in a few years, but it would not have shown up as the previous effort wouldn't have shown up as a specific line item in the budget.
Thank you. I have more questions, but I believe my time is up right now, so I'll yield the floor to my colleagues.
Thank you. Councilmember Ryer.
Thank you. When council passed this policy in 2019, I strongly disagreed with it at the time. I think it politicizes decisions that should be based on data and expert analysis. You know, it's established council policy, as others have noted, for staff to pursue lane reconfigurations wherever it makes sense. And there's already a public engagement process built into that. This policy only added a layer that served to get around existing council policy and reject lane reductions for political reasons. I'm tempted to call it micromanaging, but it's actually much worse than that, because the outcomes that we've seen is that council has now voted against what the experts have said is best for traffic safety 2 out of 3 times. So what this comes down to for me is this: it's the role of council to set policy, and it's the role of staff to execute that policy. Council has already set the policy here with an accompanying public engagement process. Council does still have the ultimate authority to approve the budget for these projects or not. So I believe that we need to step back, let staff carry out the policy and the public engagement process without political interference.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, so yeah, thanks to Councilmember Iyer for sort of mentioning the, reiterating kind of the thoughts around role of council. I also think it's important to refresh what the purpose of lane conversions are. They are proven safety countermeasure for the Federal Highway Association. Their goal is to lower speeds and also to provide improved bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. But we are about to adopt, we are on the verge of adopting a Vision Zero-based transportation plan, of which one of the central goals in that is to save lives by making our streets safer, of which that will happen often by using road diets and lane conversions to be able to is one tool to be able to reduce crashes, and they reduce crashes for cars as well. But this hasn't worked. We've had 3 projects that have come before us. Even the one that passed came to council 6 times. That's an outstanding use of council time on a project that ultimately moved forward. The other 2 came to council 3 times and were turned down against staff recommendations that this would be improving safety in our community. The Earhart, when you talk about public engagement, council dismissed public on this. There was a huge public planning process on this, public engagement process. Earhart had 64% public support and council turned that down after the fact. So this is not about improving public engagement as it has played out. After a couple of years of being able to evaluate what it's done, it's delayed, it's been ineffective, and it hasn't moved us towards our policy goals that we have asked staff to implement for us. And their job is to look at individual projects and say, okay, do these actually make sense? Are they feasible? Are they safe? Will they move our transportation system forward? And they come forward and they say that they do, and then council says, I think we know better than you. So even though that has public support. So those are my.
Councilmember Heener.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I didn't have a problem with this responsibility that those past resolutions assigned me as a council member. I know that some people complain that it slowed the meetings down or slowed this progress down. I think if it exists after this vote, which is not likely, clearly, that staff could always just put the stuff on the consent agenda and just let's keep it moving. If these things are so awesome, like everybody's saying, then we would just consent to them. We consent to them. But I went to the Traverwood, Green, and Earhart. Well, I didn't go to the Earhart one. I went to the Traverwood and Green public outreach meetings, at least one of each of those. And, there wasn't overwhelming public support for those. And there wasn't overwhelming evidence that was the place that was needed. And my recollection of Traverwood was it was basically, there was some parking issues. There was kind of the need to create a commuter lot basically there. And so, it's not always about safety. And so, like I said, I didn't have a problem saying yay or nay to these things. And, the Earhart pilot was a very unusual, a lot of these things, I guess I'll characterize as when we see these things put into action, like the Earhart pilot. I mean, they talked about roundabouts, but it was just stripes. It was stripes and little tiny cones. It wasn't really a road reconfiguration. It was an experimental road reconfiguration. And I think it's okay that we are allowed to say, hey, hold on a second, I don't consent to that. Some of these things we're doing, I mean, it doesn't look to a uninformed driver. I like to think I'm an informed driver. It doesn't look like we know what we're doing, and they don't have any clue what's going on. And the same was for the healthy streets. And so I don't have a problem continuing to have responsibility for this. I just think it's just another thing we have on our plates, and it's not a big deal to me. I don't see myself as clinging to some kind of obstructionist authority like has been suggested. It's just some of these things I don't say okay to them, and so let the public be noticed that if this ability to put the brakes on something that seems like an experimental or a strange or a potentially dangerous reconfiguration is taken from us that, it's not on us anymore. I'm sorry to say won't be my responsibility. So, good luck. Good luck driving public from all over the nation and the world who come here to drive. And I wish the best for our cyclists and pedestrians, because, ostensibly we're looking out for you. So I'm not going to support this. I don't mind having the responsibility.
Councilmember Song.
I am so glad Earhart came up, because that was actually in a community engagement process that I was very active in. I went to the session at Green Hills, met Raymond Hess for the first time, brought my children, and I approached this as a good faith effort from City Council, and I assumed that it meant that City Council and traffic engineers were finally taking into serious consideration the complaint within our neighborhood. I live like 3-4 blocks from Earhart, and with children who are school aged here in the neighborhood has been really consistent about saying how problematic that intersection has been, to the point where people avoid turning left to avoid crashes. And that also came up in our traffic engineer reports, and that if there was testing just to see if a possible roundabout would be in place there, we would have brought our crash incidences to 0. And I hope Raymond Hess can remind folks of that too. I think it's worth testing solutions if it means avoiding crashes and avoiding, kids being hit. I mean, that intersection is close to King Elementary, Green Hills. It's a busy intersection going to Glacier Hills. It's a cut through from Getty's to Plymouth Road for folks who are going to Toyota. This is a fast road, and when possible solutions were presented to the community, if you couldn't make it to the community engagement session, I printed out the survey and passed it out in front of elementary schools and asked folks to participate. So when it finally came up to City Council and Council voted against, parents saying, kids writing in too, saying this is a dangerous place, it's not worth testing possible solutions, that remains a disappointment in my neighborhood. So folks are very excited to see this come up again, and hope that this will be reconsidered, this intersection will be reconsidered, and that we will get that data presented again from staff on what has happened since that was voted down. So I don't know, is this a time to ask staff to speak to, the surveys that were done before, and if those are still available for folks to see how the majority of your neighbors supported those changes?
Sure. Mr. Crawford, do you have that data?
I don't know. I would ask Mr. Hutchinson, but I would also ask if we need to go this far on this particular project at this discussion.
I would have to. I would in turn have to ask Mr. Hess if he had that information available. I'm guessing we don't have it right here at our fingertips for that particular location. But Raymond, you can.
Right. So Raymond Hess, Transportation Manager. So I think one of the things that I would note here is that the engagement that was done on Earhart Green or Traverwood is kind of the contemporary practice that we would be applying for any road reconfiguration in the future. Now, I know that has not been followed in the past. I know there have been kind of varying levels of engagement on other projects, North Maple as an example, where perhaps that engagement was not at that same level. So for those of you that did follow those processes in terms of kind of, some outreach specific to the project, and kind of garnering that input. We had an online survey as well. Those kind of opportunities would be afforded to residents for future road reconfigurations, regardless. So I just wanted to kind of make that clear that public engagement mechanism would be in place. and is identified in kind of how we work through evaluating road diets. And I'll also reiterate too that when we do look at road reconfigurations, safety is kind of our first and foremost consideration. We look at, what are the solution sets that are available to us. As has already been mentioned, both road reconfigurations or road diets are a proven countermeasure identified by Federal Highway Administration. Roundabouts are as well. And so we always try to look for ways that we can improve the safety of a roadway. And if the solution that we're proposing will address the sort of crash pattern that we see. That's obviously always a big component, making sure that the right solution is addressing the problem that's out there. And so those are paramount. Now, I will say too is, there are locations where we have not pursued road diets because perhaps the volumes were too great and the road reduction or the lane reduction, road reconfiguration, perhaps was a little bit harder to support because it would have, more effects on the traveling public than perhaps we thought were supportable. And I think that's an important consideration too, is that, there are situations where, road reconfigurations might not make the most sense, or different solutions that might make sense for us to consider. So I know I've talked around a couple different issues. Apologies if I didn't answer the specific question, but I'm just trying to frame things in that way.
Thank you. Councilmember Griswold.
It's very important that we have a balance in terms of what we're doing. And we keep hearing about we need to rely on the professionals. And yes, we do, but we also need a balance. And I'd like to remind people that Robert Moses was a professional planner. And he is now accused of doing some of the most racist infrastructure in this country. So we always have to balance what's being done. I'll be bringing forward a resolution, as I mentioned earlier, about equitable community engagement. We need to reach out to our underrepresented populations. We have not done that. And I agree completely with Councilmember Dish about our role as policymakers. The problem is staff was not implementing and following our policy guidance. In some cases, and I don't say this lightly, information was falsified, connections were made that didn't exist, it was wishful thinking. You cannot use crash data reductions for a roundabout on a painted circle on the roadway. You cannot use road diet crash reduction data for a boulevard where you take out 2 of the lanes. It doesn't work that way. I wish it did. In 2019, our pedestrian crash rate went up 25%. We have a problem. We'll continue to have a problem. We have a Vision Zero data-driven program that we're going to be implemented. Thank goodness. When I first started talking about Vision Zero, I was ridiculed. I was viciously attacked. I was called the Zero Vision Lady. And I'm simply mentioning that because planning changes over time, and we have to recognize that. So I know that this is going to pass tonight, and everyone has very good intentions on why they're doing it. But what's most important is that we do not experiment and as a result have serious injuries and deaths in our roadway simply because we had good intentions and we really wanted it to work. I've been at this since 1995. I've been personally involved in some of these roadway deaths. And that's why I take this so very, very seriously. We need to do it right the first time. We don't need to paint a circle on an intersection near a school. And the last thing I'll say is that if you're hit by an SUV, a large SUV or a pickup truck, you are 2 or 3 times as likely to be killed. And the trend is larger vehicles. Okay, that's it.
One can conclude their remarks after. Councilmember Amlali.
Thank you. And, I just will piggyback on some of the safety concerns that we're hearing. Much of what's been recently deployed has been deployed without much notice, much education, much signage. We're experimenting on the public. We're using the public in ways that I think are extremely dangerous. I know when it comes to 820, we have Dr. Stoltz has often been quoted saying, fast to fail. That's not the same approach to transportation. When we fail, someone dies, someone gets injured. And I'm not suggesting that we get in the way of the experts, but I just want to be a part of that circuit of decision making. This resolution negates my fiduciary responsibility of protecting the welfare and safety of my constituents out of my hands. It takes it out of my hands. And I know some people here perhaps are more comfortable with that. I, for myself, am not. And some of these equity issues that are coming up, I think we are taking something out of a book, out of some other place, and superimposing it on a topography that exists here locally in ways that have negative consequences on the working class, on the working poor. We've seen that in other areas. I saw that with East Packard Street, and I know that's not necessarily a part of this, but this is something where staff came to us and others said, well, we're trying to focus on leveling the playing field with equity and allowing these people from other parts of our community and lower incomes to bike in. But you know what? Many of those folks take the bus or drive. They don't bike because, well, a good bike is expensive, number one. And two, many of them have kids and other things that don't really translate well with biking. So the beneficiaries to many of these programs are the more affluent people. The people that I got, say, hey, I love these lane reductions and road closures were the folks that lived on streets who were in the more expensive neighborhoods. So I have a question because it's been brought up now a couple times about community engagement and what I saw on North Maple. What was the community engagement on North Maple? And what was the community engagement on Summit and Depot? And what was the community engagement on Packard and Granger? If I could just get a staff's response on what type of engagement and education was put in those three different areas.
So if I could maybe work my way from the back going forward. So Summit and Depot are not road reconfigurations in terms of road diets and taking away of any lanes. They are kind of clarifications of how those roadways can operate. There was no removal of parking and no removal of travel lanes. So on Summit, there was an advisory bike lane. The advisory bike lane provides a connection from existing bicycle facilities and especially the Allen Creek berm opening that was just recently completed. And the cycle track that's on a small portion of 5th Street adjacent to that is providing that connection as well. So there was no parking removal, there were no lane reductions on those projects. So that's why those did not go through an extensive engagement process. On Maple, I can't speak exactly to the engagement that was conducted since that was before my time. My understanding was, Maple was a resurfacing project. And as I mentioned in the caucus response questions, many of the reconfigurations that have been done in the past have been kind of opportunistic in nature. That is to say that, if there was a resurfacing project, the first thing we do is refer back to the policy documents of the transportation plan or the non-motorized plan to see what's called for in those policy documents. And if there is a reconfiguration or, some sort of safety enhancement called for, then we try to incorporate that as part of the resurfacing project since, we're out there already. And so I think at that time, especially on North Maple, there was probably a larger deference to the policy document of the transportation plan And there wasn't very specific engagement to the reconfiguration itself. And that is an oversight. That is something that we have worked to improve upon over the last couple of years. That's why when you see engagements on Earhart Green and Traverwood, that is more consistent with how we do engagement on any road reconfiguration, in the future from that point forward.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I'm hearing a lot of comments around the idea that folks here would have voted differently in these situations that came up in the last 2 years. And if that is the case, there actually is no consequence to leaving this policy in place, because it sounds to me like everything would go quite a bit differently if we maintained this policy. And just to Councilmember Romlawi's point about not knowing what's going on, if we feel really good about the data and the public engagement that has demonstrated support for a project, I really don't think that any of us should be so quick to throw away the opportunity to validate it and vote in support of it. And I've heard a lot of people use the word politicization, turning these decisions into political ones where they shouldn't be. And I guess I would just point out to everyone to take a gander at our agenda and just look at how many decisions that we vote on that are clearly not political. They come to us because we're looking them over. For instance, the poverty guidelines, they were on our agenda and they triggered the attention of Glenn Nelson, and all of a sudden we had a more meaningful conversation than we probably would have if it hadn't been on our agenda and if it hadn't been spotted by a resident. And so I guess I would just urge my colleagues to think a little more carefully about the value of having things on our agenda and having the opportunity to hear from residents, because their input can be more valuable, I would suggest, than maybe some people think. Thanks.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to reiterate that for me, it's a really clear line. We are a policy-making body. The council policy is that, was to direct staff to pursue lane reconfigurations wherever they make sense for traffic safety. That's the policy. The individual decisions on which lanes make sense and which areas make sense, that's up to staff. And we are, it's been suggested that it should be our responsibility to have the ultimate say on these things. We are not traffic engineers. There is not a traffic engineer on council. We are a policy setting body. The policy is for staff to pursue lane reductions where it makes sense. And we don't need to micromanage, their individual decisions.
Councilmember Heener.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I felt compelled to speak again because I just completely disagree with the characterization of our transportation manager, Mr. Hess, that there was no lane removal on Summit. We had a two-way street with one lane in each direction, which is 2 lanes. Now we have a two-way street with a single center lane and advice to traffic to veer into a bike lane if there's a car coming near your way in the single center lane. That's a one-way street. That's a 1-lane street. It's not a 2-lane street anymore. So how do we, I mean, I'm dumbfounded by that explanation that we didn't remove a lane from Summit because we didn't reduce the physical width between the curbs. I don't understand that explanation. And that's why I think that residents have concerns about what's happening here and why I feel that some of these things are experimental. Now, I want to thank Councilwoman Nelson for her remarks, because that's an interesting take on this situation, that clearly we have a body before us that thinks these things are awesome. So what's the big problem putting them on the agenda and putting our seal of approval on all these things? It can only be good for you, right? So I'll see why it's a big deal. It won't change what's happening. Things will continue to move forward, but we have, kept our ability to say, I think that's 1 lane instead of 2. It's a legitimate question. It's a legitimate concern that people who live in that neighborhood share with me. That's a Ward 1 neighborhood. And all of a sudden, what? We're telling people We've had folks call in here, very good and strong and lifelong biking advocates. You know, I have neighbors who are hardcore bikers. I won't name last names, but Ken bikes to work every day, and his family does too. And you know, he said the point of a bike lane marking is that he's adamant cars are not supposed to go in there. And now we're advising cars to go in there if they have to. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't agree with all these things, and I'm sure that a lot of residents don't either. So I'm going to vote I'm going to vote this resolution down. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I guess in response to, why not continue forward if we think that it's moot, I would just say it was a bad policy and we need to change it because future councils might proceed differently. And I saw this policy where we went through 6 times and it got voted down, right? One of those, that was terrible process because it was bad policy. And so one of my duties as a council member when I see bad policies to bring it forward and reverse it if I think that that's helpful. I also just want to point out from things that I've learned from our staff expertise about this being experimental is that we saw with Healthy Streets, even though it's not in my ward, it's ward adjacent, the change on Granger, people have questions about it at the beginning, it comes up, people and it actually I think slows people down because it's new, which is great, and then they get used to it and they adjust and then we move forward. We saw the same thing with Healthy Streets. So I appreciate staff input on that, and what Mr. Hess told me was likely to happen with anything new happened. I got feedback at the beginning from constituents and then it stopped, and then actually I got a lot of positive feedback that people liked it. And I just would be remiss if I didn't point out that there's some things that I heard, some accusations leveled at staff and some comments that are upsetting to me. And I hope that, we heard that staff falsified information, that their tactics are guerrilla, that if someone dies, that's now going to be on them because what they do is inherently unsafe. And that we know better, right? So we need to be there to prevent that from happening, or even that we don't care what the public cares about. Staff and we will hear as council members when these changes are happening. We will continue to hear from our constituents and be able to communicate and help liaise between staff and their concerns. So, but I just want to point that out, and I hope that as we're looking at council rules about how we behave with one another, we've also have some coming up about how we talk about staff. And I hope that we'll take that into consideration going forward.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I stand by every statement that I made this evening. I've been at this for a long time. This may be bad policy, but it was the result of what staff did, and this is before Raymond, so this is not personal, on North Maple Road. And North Maple Road was done without any notification to the neighbors, and it had and continues to have a negative impact on underrepresented communities. And that's just the way it is because we value innovation over safety. And I would simply ask that if we're going to use the term safe, that we back it up with data that's actually connected to the improvement that's being made. So I know that we, under Vision Zero in our new transportation plan, can reduce the crash rate, but we have to have honest conversations and not wishful thinking. And that's a lot of what we've had tonight. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Amlawi, I forget, is this 2 or is this 3?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to provide an amendment to add an additional resolve clause. It seems at this point, I sent it to Ms. Beaudry. If she could send it around, I believe I sent it. I hope she has it. It seems, I don't know if it's okay to continue to speak or not. it seems like this is going to be approved tonight, and in that event, then I request that the city administrator will notify council 15 days prior to the implementation of any lane reduction actions on major streets and corridors, unless reasonable circumstances prevent such notice from being sent. And in those instances, council shall be notified as soon as possible.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Griswold. Is that, Mr. Crawford, is there any implementation difficulty that you envision with that?
I don't anticipate any, no.
Is that friendly to the body? Friendly to the body, Councilmember Lobby, you still?
No, it's actually, I'm sorry, that's not friendly. I'm as a co-sponsor, I think this is reflective of our current practice and is totally redundant and I think it's in the spirit of micromanagement that is why we brought this reversal in the first place.
All right. So I've got a queue on the amendment. I've got Councilmember Lowy. Do you need to say anything more about this? Or does it stand on its own?
I will respond that this is just an ask for communication and not micromanagement. It allows staff to do what they would need to do and the administrator to fulfill his responsibilities and obligation that does not provide any hardship, doesn't cost anything. All we're doing is being asked to be put in the loop. So I'm not caught off guard and seem unprepared and ill-informed when a constituent calls me about a lane reduction or any of these things. I'm sorry, it happens. And when I say guerrilla, I'm talking about the guerrilla marketing tactics that some businesses use. Like when Bird first showed up to Ann Arbor, they just dropped their scooters onto our city without telling anybody. That's what I mean by guerrilla. It's not meant to be derogatory. So I just need to clear that statement up to make sure that my colleagues understand what I mean by guerrilla marketing tactics as we employ guerrilla lane reductions in certain areas. We don't see them until we wake up the next day and they're like, oh, wow, wasn't here yesterday.
We got Councilmember Briggs, Hayner, and Dish on the queue. Let me suggest that we all kind of know what we think about this and if we can keep our comments brief. Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I guess my comment around this is I'm a little surprised. Well, I'm not surprised. It's the point of the resolution is around lane conversions. But if we want to be helpful to our constituents, then maybe we just want to know about what sort of road projects are coming up. And so I'm kind of curious, what's the noticing policy on that right now? Because if that's what we're concerned about, then I welcome getting more information about what's happening in our wards and so that we can kind of respond to that. So that's. I guess I have a question around that, and then I'll continue my comment. Is there?
Mayor, if it helps with this conversation, let me just suggest that, there are different kind of configuration and changes in roads. And what staff hears the interest of council to have notice in advance of changes. We're happy to take that interest and go back and look at how we can do that with each of the different kind of changes that we have, and ensure that we can give adequate advance notice. I mean, we're happy to do that if we're not already. Yep.
Thanks. I think it needs to be said again. Our staff is doing great work. The that have been levied against them tonight are really concerning. They are following, from what I've seen in recent years, really best practice. They're really trying to move our plans forward. The idea that that they're doing something wrong by doing pilot projects or experimental, this is best practice across the country. They are doing what we are asking them to do in terms of implementing our plans. And I thank them and I'm proud of the work that they're doing. And when we are getting calls from our constituents, we should be saying, yes, that plan that we passed a couple of years ago, our staff is doing that. Isn't that wonderful? And help to explain why that's happening. Because if we think we're gonna implement the A20 plan that calls for a 50% reduction in car trips, that's going to happen through physical changes to our environment, not through wishful thinking. So we have to empower our staff to be able to get out there and do stuff. So I'm happy in terms of this amendment to actually hear about road projects that are coming up. But if this is just about road diets, you're kind of, I feel like that's missing the point.
Councilmember Hayner. On
Thanks.
the amendment.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that. This is, I'll support this because, some of the times the notice we get is 30 minutes from Ms. Slatterly, who says, hey, there's about to be a press release that goes out about this. And then, before you even, read your email a second time, it's already out there. And I got people calling me, I don't even know about it, right? And so I don't think it's a big reach. And Mr. Crawford has said as much, that we add these type of configurations to the types of notices that we are expected to receive as council people, and maybe a little bit sooner than the moments before the press release goes out. I mean, I tried to have and ask for in writing several occasions with our previous administrator to have sort of a standing order that if something's happening in my ward that's going to affect residents in my ward, that I should be notified of it. And that still doesn't exist. I mean, I think that we've had more opportunity for that. I think it's gotten better. But, there was all kinds of things that happened that, public meetings and road reconfigurations and, any sorts of things. If there's something going on in our wards, we as council people can serve our constituents the best by knowing about it. That's all this is. I don't think it's a big deal. And Mr. Crawford has said it's fine with him. So let's just get on with it.
Councilmember Dish, Grandin, and Lally on this amendment. Councilmember Dish.
I am also very much inclined to support this, but I'm a little, I feel like there's unclarity in the language of the amendment. There's like specificity that Councilmember Briggs has pointed out in that it specifies lane reductions, which is one thing, but there are many things that we are doing as part of the transportation plan. But it says lane reduction actions, and I just don't know, do you mean when they break ground? I mean, I would prefer, I mean, if our concern is public engagement, I think we need to know when there's a public meeting, when, we need to know when there's a project scheduled, not just the morning that they're going to close the lanes. So I'm just, I don't know what's supposed to trigger this notice. And I'm not sure, and because I don't know that, I don't know how useful this would be in terms of facilitating public engagement with my ward and knowing what's going on.
Councilmember Grant. Then perhaps after Councilmember Onlai, we can vote on the amendment and move this forward. Councilmember Grant, you're on mute.
My apologies. I can't remember a single time when there was a major project happening in my ward when staff didn't alert me to the public engagement meetings that were happening, to the neighborhood meetings that were happening. I just think this is actually much more narrow. It's already, staff loops us in when this is happening in our ward. I get very regular emails from Ms. Higgins to those effects, and I appreciate that. Invitations with the Zoom attached. So I feel like these processes have been evolving. We already heard from Mr. Hess that they learned from mistakes that were made on Maple, and they've had this iterative improved process, which includes, I believe, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, reaching out to council members about those meetings. So this idea that it's sprung on you somehow, this is actually a much smaller window than I would expect to be notified. And I agree with Councilmember Briggs that if we need to clarify what that process is about council notification, I would encourage, maybe she is a member of the Transportation Commission liaison can come back with that sort of policy with their input, but or we can talk about it at admin. But I think this is very ad hoc and not thought through, and so I'll be voting no.
Councilmember O'Malley on the amendment.
It's been unfortunate, but it really is swimming upriver lately. The staff has responded to this proposed amendment in a very friendly manner. They don't believe it's going to be encumbering them to do their work or anything like that. The concerns that are being raised are not being raised by staff, who just a minute ago we were saying we should be listening more to. But yet we want to make up concerns when they don't exist. I'm asking for communication about transportation network in the community, in the ward that I represent. That's all I'm asking for. When we get construction, road construction things, those are routine maintenance type of things. And we are given a list of the projects that come up. And we are notified of what roads are going to be worked on every summer. I understand that. I'm just really mystified what the big hoopla is about asking for a 15-day notice heads up. And if it's not possible, just as soon as they can. This is not, it's really bizarre, the pushback that this is getting. And it goes really against many of the goals and principles that we're supposed to stand for, of transparency and openness and communication. And the staff has said it's not a problem. I don't get it.
Councilmember Hayner.
I would like to ask for the open friendliness of this body to strike the word lane reduction actions and simply put road reconfigurations, because that covers everything we're talking about. It has nothing to do with construction. We're just asking to know about these things. I wasn't notified of Summit and Fifth changes until 4 people who have properties adjacent to that intersection said, "What in the world is going on? What am I supposed to do here?"
Is there a second to that?
So that's my
amendment to the
motion. I
amendment?
hope it's friendly.
Seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Is that friendly to the body?
Can you repeat what words will be stricken?
I would like to strike lane reduction actions and substitute road reconfigurations.
Mr. Crawford, does that alter anything? Does that alter anything from your perspective?
I believe that it covers what the initial one also.
I believe it does too. I'm just confirming.
Okay, thank you.
It makes sense to me. Mr. Hutchinson, do you have any issues?
Yeah, that's fine.
This is within the amendment, correct, Mayor?
Correct. It is a friendly amendment to the amendment. Further discussion on the amendment? Roll call vote starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Romlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Further discussion, the main motion as amended. I haven't spoken about the main motion yet, and I just want to say briefly that I'm glad that this is moving forward. I think that we as a body set policy with respect to our transportation goals. We set policy with respect to Vision Zero. We set policy with respect to complete streets. We set policy with respect to our desire, our collective desire, and by extension, the community's desire to affect the goals of the non-motorized transportation plan. And to do all those things, we employ a slew of engineers who consult with other engineers, and we ask them to implement those policies. And that's what they do. They don't make things up. They don't make suggestions that are unsafe. They don't make suggestions that are inconsistent with proper engineering principles. What they do is they look at the geometry on the ground, they engage with the public, and then they look to see what policies we have passed, and they try to marry all those things together, guided by the overriding principle of safety. And I'm comfortable with that. I think that those, so long as they're acting in a manner consistent with the policy that we've set, that is right and proper to rely upon their expertise. And I'm glad that we're moving forward in that direction. I think our transportation network will be improved thereby. Further discussion, Councilmember Griswold. I hesitate to say it, but is this number 3?
I don't believe so on what's
I'll
on
rely
the table right
upon
now.
you. I'll rely upon you.
Okay, we've had so many amendments. I only wish that what Mayor Taylor just described represented our past, and I hope it represents our future. But the city has been negligent and has caused serious harm and death within our roadways. And I'm not going to take the time to list any of them, but we have to own what's happened in the past, and we have to commit to Vision Zero methodology, which is data-driven, not ideology-driven. Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Briggs,
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Redina,
Yes.
motion carries.
DC4 resolution in support of a notice of violation to Gelman. In support of a notice of violation to Gelman for violation of the prohibition against 1,4 dioxide infiltration in the Allen Creek drain. Moved by Council Member Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, please, of DC4. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I think we were fortunate to have Mr. Bicknell call earlier and lay it all out for us. The MS4 permit is indeed assigned to the Water Resources Commissioner here in Washtenaw County. There's no mention of it in our current CJ3 as modified and amended by the court over the years, and it's only peripherally mentioned in the rejected CJ4 considerations when it speaks somewhat to treated discharges. Since August 2019, testing in Allen Creek has shown a 300% increase in 1,4-dioxide in this county managed stormwater system. In some ways, it's analogous to the NPDES permit spill notification guidelines, which require the permittee to issue a notice of violation of any polluting material found. In this case, it wasn't polluting material wasn't discharged. It was, you might say, it was gleaned from increased testing. Thank goodness that we've been doing that testing. And so it's wholly right that we encourage a notice of violation to be filed with the state from Mr. Evan Pratt, our Water Resource Commissioner, who is more than qualified to speak to this issue and has ably served the state as most recently as the chair of the Michigan Dam Safety Task Force. And so he does have his hands full, and he can use all the support he can get. And so I encourage us all to support him in making his claim to the state, and rightfully so, that the controls on the Gelman site are not adequate to prevent a violation of various stormwater discharges. And it's unfortunate, but not unexpected that this pollution is moving faster than we expect. I guess the one thing that is fortunate is that once it reaches the Huron, that it is still at levels where the surface water mixing whisks it away to the misfortune of our downstream neighbors. And right now that the trend on that testing is not good. And so the sooner he issues this complaint, the better. And so I would appreciate your support, and I appreciate the co-sponsors on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, and appreciate Councilmember Hayner's work on this. And being a Fifth Ward rep, obviously this is extremely important to my constituents who are living on top of this, who now, when they go to West Park, are close to coming in contact with it. We're seeing readings now that have tripled in just the last year. And again, more credence to the value of having community engagement and public participation, and to educate us and to engage us and to help guide public policy, because frankly, if we listen to the experts and everyone else, we wouldn't be on the track that we are on currently, on track to have better cleanup and more stringent, hopefully, cleanup. So, again, this is something that I think warrants us to take action and not leave any stone unturned, and to apply as much pressure as we can into getting a better cleanup done. And Evan Pratt is waiting for us to give him direction if we wish to increase the pressure to say. So I appreciate the efforts of others who bring this to us, and again, make my job just a little bit more easier. And I'll obviously be supporting it because I did co-sponsor it.
Councilmember Dish.
Thank you. I would just like to ask for clarification from staff as to whether Mr. Pratt needs a statement from us to encourage him to act. So does he need a statement from us to encourage him to act? Is he waiting for direction from us? And I would like some clarification on whether the primary responsibility over the Allen Creek drain rests with Pratt or with Eagle.
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, I was going to say, Mayor, Ms. Elias is here for this.
Please.
It's my understanding that Mr. Pratt is not waiting on the city or anyone else with respect to what he chooses to do. I have not spoken with him directly. However, I've seen an email that he sent, a year ago, that I think misstated what he requires in order to undertake actions with respect to one of the drains he's in charge of. So I don't believe he is waiting on the city to give direction. With respect to the MS4 system or the Allen Creek drain that he, as Allen Creek Drain Commissioner, is in charge of, he's the one responsible for whatever his illicit discharge elimination permit program, or I'm sorry, illicit discharge elimination program requires. Eagle enforces the MS4 permit against the holder, but that's different from his operation and enforcement of his limits on his system. I don't know if that made sense, but.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, if you could skip me, I'm trying to get the exact language in Evan Pratt's January 5th, 2021 email.
Will do. Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. I appreciate seeing this resolution as somebody who lives over the plume and represents the Fifth Ward as well. I know that this is particularly important for the community to know that the city's paying attention to these issues and this contamination. I think it's important just to recognize for the public to recognize if we support this resolution tonight, we're simply saying that we support whatever the Evan Pratt sending a letter, but obviously that's not up for us to decide. So I'm happy to support this, but also recognize that is a different authority.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, I want to thanks, Ms. Elias, for speaking to that. I think, and it's a decent question. The MS4 permit is it is granted to the county because they are charged with overseeing these county drains, right? But the enforcing agent is DEQ, right? So, or Eagle, I'm sorry. And so the thing about Allen Creek that's unusual is that the vast majority of it is right here in the city of Ann Arbor. And so I see this as just saying, hey, it's your responsibility, Mr. Pratt. We know that, and Eagle recognizes that. But because it flows under our houses and it's largely contained under our houses and our streets, that you know, we want to speak up and say, you know, we share your concern, essentially. And that's what this is all about. And as was pointed out, that it's not, you know, the letter is up to him, the action is up to him. It's sort of the same thing with the EPA. We can urge the governor to write a letter, and she may or may not do it. We can urge Mr. Pratt to write this letter, and he likely will do it. And good. I'm glad that he is. I assume that he will be, and I think Ms. Griswold's CM Griswold's gonna speak to that. So I hope that it seems clear. He's the permit holder, and Eagle is the enforcer of that, you might say. And Ms. Elias, you know, in my research into this a little bit, maybe you can answer this, because my understanding is that the EPA also has some eyeballs over these stormwater permits. Is that so? I found some things online speaking to their ability to step in, but it seemed to be in extreme circumstances. I don't want to just spring that on you, but.
No, Eagle manages the stormwater, the MS4 permits, and they would enforce if there was a violation at one of the regulated outfalls, which is different from the management of the MS4 system itself. Just as the city of Ann Arbor has our Chapter 33 requirements, which includes our illicit permit elimination program, illicit discharge elimination program in section 2215 of our stormwater code, and also has our enforcement provisions, which is what we would do for a violation if there were illicit discharges into our system. So that's different. Eagle would not be stepping in to do that. If we were discharging improperly into out of one of our outfalls, that would be a different issue. And that's when Eagle would be stepping in. I don't want to start getting too far down into legal analysis and advice at this point. But I do not know what Mr. Pratt's ordinance is regarding his MS4 system. I've not been able to find it.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I was at a CARD meeting and we were having a discussion about what could possibly be done. And I mentioned the idea of a resolution, and within a few minutes we received an email from Evan Pratt, and he had another commitment and was not able to attend the meeting. I'll just read a short paragraph here. That said, county drains are special assessment districts, and in this situation, the city of Ann Arbor is responsible for nearly 100% of the assessments. If city council wanted to vote for me to take action on the principle that this sort of indifferent action by a polluter should be prosecuted regardless of the result, I would gladly accept that direction. Now, I intentionally wrote the resolution to be very, very simple, and Ms. Elias helped me with that, because it is limited to simply reporting a violation. It does not direct any legal action. And this is, the MS4 is a federal permit, and it is owned by, or the responsible party is Washtenaw County Water Resource Commission. And the permit violation carries a criminal and a civil penalty of up to 1 year in jail and $25,000 per day. Now, we need to get this violation on the books. It's that simple. And that's what this resolution is saying, that we know, everyone agrees there's been this violation, but no one has taken action to actually record it and register the violation. So that's what we're trying to do. There was a discussion about this today at the attorney intervener meeting that included interveners from the different entities, governmental entities, and this was mentioned at the previous meeting that I wasn't at. So while I can't give you any advice from the lawyers, I can tell you as a layperson that this provides some leverage as we move forward with the CJ. And the CJ is limited to simply Part 201. It does not include the federal MS4 permit. So I encourage everyone to vote for this very, very simple resolution, and we can discuss what the next steps might be. And I believe that conversation is already happening. And Jason Morgan did join at the end of the meeting. So the county was represented at the meeting today. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. DS5, resolution to direct the city administrators to proceed with the Healthy Streets deployment for spring 2021 and to appropriate $40,000 from the general fund balance. Moved by Councilmember Song, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion, please, of DC5. Councilmember Briggs.
So this is a staff responding to a request from Transportation Commission to move forward with a Healthy Streets deployment in the spring of 2021, and the staff's sort of sense of what that would cost to develop designs. I will, I guess, I don't see Mr. Hess in front of us at this point to answer questions. I don't think I need him there, but it's definitely the desire for Transportation Commission. So I'll just leave it at that.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this is an 8-vote budget amendment before us, and for everyone who was, at our presentation by Mr. Crawford last week, we saw that we're going to come up $9 million short in this next 2-year budget cycle. And the old expression was pennies make dollars. Well, I'm just, I'm not going to debate the merits of this program at this point. I'm just going to, I'm not going to support this because I just don't want to be on the record as making budget amendments in the face of a looming financial crisis on the city's behalf. So I'm going to pass on this one. And I don't think it's necessary. We did this program last year. $40,000. No, thanks. Every little bit hurts right now. So I'm going to pass. And I urge my colleagues to join me in rejecting this.
Councilmember Griswold.
I have sent a minor amendment to the city clerk if she could share that. And just for history, it was Councilmember Grand and myself who worked on this original resolution. And so there are 2 whereas clauses that I think are somewhat out of date and unneeded. I do have one question for staff, and that is, when I asked the question during agenda questions about why we didn't look at traffic on parallel streets, the response back was that council did not direct that action. I think I have that right. And so I believe, given that the whole slow street program has evolved, that would be sort of a standard component to any planning and evaluation for what we're calling healthy streets. Would that be true, that we would look at cut through traffic and vehicular traffic that might go on other streets? For example, we had many complaints about First Street speeding as a result of Main Street.
Mayor, we have Mr. Hess here to comment on that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Mayor, council members, Raymond Hess. So again, Councilmember Griswold, thanks for the question. I think it's a good question. It's something that we, if that is what council would like us to look at, then that's something that we can bake into the process. What we might want to do is ask for some further clarification in terms of, how far away do we go, in terms of which streets we analyze. And then, there were several different components to healthy streets. There was kind of the neighborhood slow streets, and then there were the things that were done on arterials. So I would probably want some clarification on your expectations on the two different types of the program, and what your expectation would be on the neighborhood slow streets versus those that would be deployed on arterials. So, again, if council would like us to collect that data and incorporate that into the project, that's not problematic as long as we understand how we can meet the intent of what council is asking for.
Oh, okay. And I thought it might be micromanaging for me to specify all those details, but I guess I could send you an email. I don't know that we want council to debate all that tonight. The amendment that I have here, and Mr. Mayor, may I mention the amendment now?
Yeah, roll.
Oh, okay, is to strike two of the whereas clauses. Whereas residents report that congestion points, and that talks about grocery stores and bridges, and that's something that we thought might be a problem around Zingerman's, but it didn't materialize, and so I don't think it's needed. The other one is whereas staff will utilize professional standards when implementing pilot projects. I think that Healthy Streets has sort of moved beyond piloting. We're doing this, and it's sort of a quick build, and some of them are temporary, but we're looking at moving towards permanent road reconfigurations. So I hate to even use the term pilot. And so instead of having that whereas clause, I would just like to add a resolve clause, resolve that the designs will be based on the emerging best practices in slow streets. So I see that.
Second by Councilor Grant. Councilor Griswold, you still have the floor, sorry.
Oh, okay. So I think this is a really good idea and we should move on.
I've got a quick question to staff about this. Are there sufficient, is the learning on slow streets sufficiently progressed so that there can be best practices of which we're aware?
Yeah, I think there were a lot of lessons learned through the deployments that we saw in the fall.
Fair enough. Is this a friendly amendment? All right, it's a friendly amendment. Further discussion, the main motion is amended. Councilmember Malloy.
Thank you. Yeah, if this wasn't an 8-vote item on budget, and asking for more money out of our already approved budget, I don't think I'd have so much trepidation. I do have trepidation because I don't know where this leads. I understand the last time that we took up this issue last year, it started off as a small ask of $15,000 or $20,000, and what ended up costing the taxpayers in the end was over $100,000. And what we got was a disaster in my characterization of it. And with all due respect, it just was. And I would like to know, how does this $40,000 starts the process? This $40,000 doesn't pay for everything. And before I spend $1, I want to know what the total cost is going to be. And what do we get for $40,000? And how much is going to be left after that work is done? How much more are we going to be paying? Because we could be starting something here that could cost $200,000, or $150,000, while we're asking people not to take a raise this year. We're asking departments to take 5% cuts. I would like to know the scope of this project, and unfortunately, my agenda questions were not answered to the level that gave me comfort to knowing where does the buck stop in terms of the scope of the work and how much more work is going to need to be done after this $40,000 is spent.
Councilmember Briggs.
No, I'm sorry. That's a question. I need to hear from staff. What do we get $1,000, and what's going to be left still to be done? And And when we talk about spring, do we have a more specific date that we're targeting? Is it going to be June or is it going to be April?
Mayor, council members, Raymond Hess. So a couple different things. You know, one of the things that is a challenge for us related to healthy streets and just kind of COVID in general is, you know, that this was not anticipated, right? So the fall deployments and any other subsequent deployments are not budgeted for. And so that's why the request that you have before you is for allowing a request for design engineering. This is meant to be responsive to some of the concerns we heard from council last deployment that, you know, there wasn't, engineering. And so this is meant to kind of solidify that, put an engineering firm on this project, bring a fresh set of eyes to it. But in terms of what the final product is, I can't give you an answer. You know, admittedly, we haven't designed the project, so I can't tell you if it's $150,000 deployment, a $200,000 deployment. You know, we just haven't started the process because we're waiting to see if this is supported by council to know, you know, if we can advance it moving forward. I will say that, you know, some of the things that we heard from council and the community, in order for us to be responsive to that, there may be a cost increase from the last time you saw the deployment. And I want to bring that to your attention and be kind of forthright about that, because, you know, one of the criticisms we heard was kind of the temporary feel of all the barrels and barricades and signage, and more of a preference for delineators and kind of the plastic bollards in the roadway as opposed to barrels. Well, those come at a higher cost than barrels. So, you know, there is a very real possibility that, you know, the fall deployment, if we were to redeploy it but improve it for spring, would come in at a heavier price tag. I can't tell you what magnitude just yet, and I can't tell you that until we get into the design, but that is a distinct possibility.
Thank you. Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I wanted to just mention, I should have mentioned in my first comments that on Transportation Commission is meeting tomorrow, I guess. And one of the pieces around that is developing a working group that's looking explicitly at healthy streets and trying to learn from the past processes. I think there's a lot that the city has learned. Staff has learned a lot out of this. There's been a lot of community feedback about what's worked, what hasn't. So it's important to know that there's a recognition that there need to be sort of changes to make it to work more smoothly second time around. But the reality is that our needs still exist. We're still in the middle of COVID. The need for social distancing is still there. So there's this is part of our transportation network. It wasn't budgeted for, but it's still an existing need.
Councilmember Omlawi, I'll get you in a second time.
Thank you. You know, I'm just really uncomfortable starting down a path, a spending path, with no work plan, with no idea of what the total costs are going to be. And then we're going to run into a situation where, well, we spent already $40,000 on this, so we got to continue spending money. Oh, and then we start putting good money after bad money. And, you know, I would suspect that we could figure out what the total cost would be based on the design costs. You know, as in construction, you say, you know, 10% of your total costs are going to be for, you know, blueprints and that architectural work associated with the project. So you got $1 million project, and you're going to need $100,000 for architects and planning. Isn't there some sort of mechanism or formula that staff can guide us with to explain to us if we're going to make a mid-year budget amendment? I think it's prudent for us to ask these questions of what the total cost is going to be, because we're not going to adopt our fiscal year 22 budget. That doesn't go into effect until July. So future asks are going to be coming out of this year's budget, which is already in the red. I feel extremely uncomfortable initiating a project without knowing what the end goal and costs are going to be. And so my question, I guess, would be, A, is it possible to have a better idea of what our total costs are going to be with this project, with this initiation? If we give staff an additional 2 weeks to come back and let us know what the scope of it will be, because this will only be one of what will need to be more than one budget amendment vote. And I don't want to vote yes on something here where if I find out it's going to cost us way too much money later, I'm going to be voting no, and I'm just wasted $40,000 of taxpayer dollars in a pandemic economy. It should be, these budget amendments should require, and they do, a high threshold to meet in order to get the support. So I ask if
you're at 3 minutes, Councilmember.
Yeah, I got a timer right here, and actually I got a few extra seconds.
Well, I've got you at 3:05.
If we postpone this till February 1st, does that give time for staff to give us a better total cost?
Let me jump in here real quickly. The goal of this would be to have an April deployment, which is already very tight. Postponing the decision on this would probably push us into May for a deployment, and if that's acceptable, we can do that certainly. If a couple of weeks would give a better cost estimate, I mean, the main issue here is what we're asking for right now is to move forward with analyzing what it is that we would do with spring deployment. So it's hard to come back with, you know, a better cost estimate, you know, for what it finally would be if we don't know what that's going to look like yet. Now we could do, we could try to come up with an estimate on the high end of if we deployed everything that we deployed in the fall and did it at a higher level to meet the, you know, to address the concerns that we heard about, you know, something more permanent feel instead of barrels, then we might be able to come up with, you know, what we think is a high-end number. But that's, you know, that's probably as much as we can do. And Raymond, if you have anything else to add to that, feel free.
Councilmember Hand.
Since the questions are being asked, if I may, this $40,000 is being asked for internal staff time or external staff time to hire an outside resources? Is that my understanding, or this is a internal billing? It wasn't clear to me. I read the answers. I didn't understand it. I'm sorry.
Right. So council awarded a kind of on-call transportation engineering firm. We actually have two. We have AECOM and HRC. That award was done last year. So we have them on call now. And the idea would be we would tap into them. So then that way we don't have to go out for, you know, a solicitation to procure an engineering firm. The other piece is possible data collection. You heard from Councilmember Griswold about, you know, some interest in some data collection. Both of these firms are capable of conducting traffic counts and things like that. So we would anticipate that the data collection portion would be wrapped up into part of this as well. And then, quite frankly, there is, you know, some need to support staff time as well. You know, a lot of the work we can absorb kind of under existing kind of, you know, just transportation work in general. But then there's some things that, you know, it's a little harder to do. So for example, when we have our signs and signals team go do work in the field, they need a charge code to be able to do that. And so having, you know, that's not specific to design per se, but that's just an example where, you know, it's good to have kind of that budget authorization to make sure that the work that they're doing is kind of granted, you know, approval by council.
Oh, okay, thanks. I just want to share with my colleagues that I had sent a kind of internal notice to folks that I've seen our healthy street sign just laying there in the easements around town. That, you know, that the stuff we used last year hasn't even been picked up this year. And so the whole thing is very odd, but like I said, I'm only speaking to the budgetary aspects of it tonight. So, all right, thanks. Thank you for your answer, Mr. Hess.
Councilor Ramlau, you have spoken twice on this, unless I'm mistaken.
I have, and I was just wondering if I could make a motion to postpone this to February 1st.
Let me do this. I think people understand. I mean, we're supposed to only speak twice. To speak twice, like to ask the third time for like a question or something, to bring a motion the third time. Folks understand that you wish it to be postponed. Perhaps if someone wishes to bring a motion on your behalf, we'll do that. It appears that there's not support for that. Councilmember Nelson?
I will make the motion on behalf of Councilmember Ramlawi as a courtesy. I don't plan to vote for the postponement, but I'm going to bring it as a courtesy because this seems like a ridiculous thing to prevent from it coming to the floor for a vote. Thank you.
I've been chided by several council members for not following the rules during the course of the meeting, and I'm just trying to do it. Motion's been made. Second by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion of the postponement.
Well, if I could discuss.
Absolutely.
Again, my concern is starting down a path where we're making budget amendments without knowing what the total costs are going to be. And if we can get a better idea of what the total costs are going to be, so I can make a better informed decision, I would feel more comfortable with having an extra 13 days to get that information back in some rough, crude form. But since we've done this same type of thing last year and we've learned a lot, and that was just a few months ago, that I hope that it wouldn't be that hard of a task and those numbers could be rather accurate in informing us of what the total costs are going to be. This is a budget amendment. It requires 8 votes for a reason. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner. And Ms. Beaudry, I don't have at midnight thank you. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Just to speak to that, Councilman Romali, I think it started out last year at 65, 85,000, something like that, and ended up being almost $250,000, right? So let's just use that as a guideline and say it's going to be a lot.
Further discussion of the postponement. Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilor Iyer?
No.
Councilor Nelson?
No.
Councilor Briggs?
No.
Councilor Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilor Hayner?
No.
Councilor Dish?
No.
Councilor Griswold?
No.
Councilor Song?
No.
Councilor Grand?
No.
Councilor Radina?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion, the main motion as amended. I'll just say briefly that I'm hopeful that as this moves forward, that we will take steps to realize the promise of the Healthy Streets program. I think we wanted it to work quite well last year. I think there were some successes, but I think there were also some stumbles. And I'm glad that we're getting a head start on it now with the iteration from last year. And I think that this has the promise to be excellent for all concerned. I think that we'll be able to utilize the streets for all users. I think we'll be able to utilize the streets in these contexts for automobiles safely and to increase the safety and achieve safety ultimately for pedestrians and cyclists. I'm thinking this is a good thing that I think folks appreciate. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
motion carries.
DC 6, resolution to appoint Makia Ship to the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, moved by Councilmember Song, seconded by Councilmember Rumlawi. Discussion, please, of DC 6, Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. We have asked myself and the other co-sponsors for this to be a one-step approval process because of some delay that we had in understanding the reasons of Makia Ship relocating to Detroit and having a Detroit address. She's a University of Michigan student who went back home because of COVID to do her studies in a more safe environment. She is extremely talented and bright. She's been involved in a lot of campaigns to bring social justice to the forefront. And so again, this is just for the youth appointment. It's a one-year term, and I think based on the calendar year and such, we may see this name again in a few months, hopefully, if it does get approval tonight. The commission's eager for her to join and begin work. They feel that she could provide some valuable help to the commission in the work that it's trying to do. And so pleased to bring this forward and hopefully gets the support of council and Ms. Ship can start work on the commission as soon as possible.
Councilmember Regina.
Yeah, I just want to very briefly thank Councilmember Rumlawi for his work on kind of wrangling all of this together and keeping us all in the loop as co-sponsors on kind of what some of the issues were that arose throughout and that we were able to resolve all of them. And I think we were all still very comfortable in moving this forward. And so I hope that there's no problem meeting the 8-vote threshold so that we can do this in one process and get her to work. Thanks.
Excellent. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. DC 8, DC 7 being removed. DC 8, resolution requesting a legal memo for public release, moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of DC 8. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. This resolution is asking our legal department to share advice about council rules and First Amendment rights in the context of our meetings. I am specifically asking for advice that would be appropriate and useful toward the public's understanding of this issue. My original draft of this resolution explicitly referenced Rule 7 in our current rules covering disorderly conduct, which reads, "The chair may call to order any person who engages in personal attacks which are unrelated to council business, who uses obscene or grossly indecent language, who speaks longer than the allotted time, who disrupts the proceedings, or who otherwise violates the rules of this council." City Attorney Postema asked me to remove any reference to Rule 7, which I did, because he said this particular rule was inadequate and in need of recrafting. Mr. Postema told me that it has remained in our rules despite shortcomings because until recently, we haven't seen this particular problem of disorderly conduct. We might ponder how and why we find ourselves in this particular situation. A few people have pointed out to me that what I'm asking for in this resolution is not likely to produce much explicit guidance. And it's true that First Amendment rights, time and place restrictions are complicated. It's worth noting that some of the most significant case law around free speech and political expression happened during the period of the Vietnam War and the Civil Rights Movement. Our modern understanding of First Amendment rights was influenced by people who protested gross racial injustice, death, and war. First Amendment rights are legitimately broad and appropriately broad because of serious substantive injustices. If the response from our legal department clarifies that we can craft rules around specific categories of disorderly or offensive conduct, I believe that's an opportunity for the community to contemplate the value of that. It happens that several of us have a personal interest in this because of how we have been targeted privately with threats. This is not a political exercise for us. Whether or not those threats are of any concern to our colleagues or not, I think they should be concerning to residents. If we get a broad definition of what is permissible in terms of First Amendment rights, I'm curious to see how people respond to that information. If it validates and promotes more hostility in public meetings, targeting specific council members with personal attacks. Perhaps the weaponized rage has to get a bit uglier and more of our community needs to see it. Perhaps we need to reach a tipping point before every member of this body feels an obligation to directly talk about it and reject it. Remarkably, this request for a legal memo has been characterized as pro-censorship. Presumably, this idea is repeated for the benefit of people who might not go to the trouble of actually reading the resolution. This resolution asks for a legal opinion from an apolitical legal authority for the benefit of the public on a topic that is relevant to the public. That's all. This week, someone dismissed the public interest of this topic while reminding the public about which specific council members should be targeted with anger, and I believe we can do better than that. One technical point, this resolution is entirely separate from work being done to the administration committee to redraft new rules. New rules which so far are aimed at limiting and restricting discussion and debate among council members. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Yeah, I asked Councilwoman Nelson if I could co-sponsor this because I think it's entirely appropriate to seek a written interpretation of our council rules as we are considering modifications of these council rules. I think it's appropriate to ask our attorney to educate us on the rights, laws, rules, and procedures around what we're allowed to do with our rules as we consider modifications to our rules in the future, as they are even posted in our for informational purposes tonight later on in the agenda. It's fully appropriate to ask, what responsibilities do we have under OMA when we form our rules? What responsibilities do we have, and what actions can we take to improve and keep working towards these sunshine laws and ways to allow the public to find out what's going on here at council and to see our full and fair deliberations in public. And so what does this mean? Simply that I agree with Councilwoman Nelson, and I want to ask our parliamentarian and head of our expert legal team to answer these questions in public, inform us what we are allowed to do with our council rules. It's not a big deal. I know that he's up for the task, and I look forward for your support on this. Since we don't have the authority individually to ask our council being Mr. Postema to act, this is simply asking for the body to ask him to make this statement or do this bit of research for us. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what it has to say. I think it's fully appropriate that we find out, what is and isn't allowed. We'll speak to the rules specifically when it comes back, but the notion of Rule 7 being important or fundamental to this, it's so. If we're relying on the chair's definition and the chair's may or shall in this case, then it let's just say it opens it up for an interpretation that may be favorable to some and not others, that may lead to increases in violent, angry, or vulgar rhetoric. directed at some and not others, or maybe all of us. And in this climate, with our Attorney General going on national news and saying that legislators are advised, at the state capitol, are advised to purchase ballistic vests, I think it's wholly appropriate that we get a grip on what's happening here in our meetings. So I thank my colleagues for their support in asking our council to give us some direction. Thank you.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, it's gotten really complicated here on council. And to be honest, I think this is a routine and fundamental question that often is asked. I mean, it's not an attempt for censorship. It's just asking our legal department to give us advice that we can share with the public, and the public can be informed as well. So there's not he said, she said, they said, this said, whatever. We actually have something that is reputable and we all can agree on as the foundation of having discussions and public meetings. And it's unfortunate that it's gotten so ugly lately. I had asked Mr. Postema for something like this 3 days prior to Christmas. I had folks in the community accusing me of violating Open Meetings Acts when I'm just asking a question to the chair. And so I hope that this can be done. I don't know why it's causing as much controversy as it has. And I just have a question for Mr. Postema, whether he believes he can get this done by February 16th, or will he need more time to get this type of work done with everything else that's going on for us to be better at what we do.
The February 16th date is not a particularly good date in the sense of I have another memo that we'll be working on for the whole council that will be more specific. The general memo will come after that. We've done that before. And so as far as the timing, that's really up to the body. You set the priorities of work and deadlines. So, but I think it's that's a difficult deadline.
Then I move, if I could, to amend the resolution to have March 1st be the deadline.
That's friendly.
Seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Is that friendly to the body? It's March 1st. Mr. Postman, will you have completed your
I believe I will have.
Not a leap year this year, so
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. So I guess we're talking about the amendment now.
No, I'm sorry. The amendment was friendly.
Oh, that's right. Okay, sorry. Okay, good. Well, I'm going to be voting against this resolution, mostly on the basis of process. As Mr. Postema referenced, he is already working on a memo for council, a privileged memo on this issue. That is being done in response to a request from the admin committee to do that, as we're looking on at all of the rules, and as various council members have raised concerns about that, Rule 7 in particular. Mr. Postema was requested to prepare this memo advising us. So that is already happening. And then the thinking was that we would release all or portions of that memo if we felt it would be helpful to the public's understanding, that we would bring that to council and we could decide whether to release it. I think that's the correct process rather than what has been proposed in this resolution. I really have concerns about simply releasing it to the public without any review and any potential chilling effects that might have on public speakers in the future. I also just want to make it really clear that I have absolutely no interest in restricting the speech of public speakers. Personally, I've spent more than most of my 25-year career working under the protection of the First Amendment. I've occasionally had to fight governmental bodies to assert those rights. So that is in my DNA. I'm not about to work against those rights now that I'm seated at the table of power. And I just want to end on a note about power. As a journalist, I was taught, and in turn, I taught others, that our job was to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. And I think we need to be really clear. We at this table are the comfortable. It's our job to listen to the afflicted, not to censor them.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm struggling a little bit with this amendment because I am sympathetic to where it's coming from, and
The amendment is
the resolution. I misspoke.
Thank you.
I actually don't think that it's particularly productive or effective even of some of our public speakers in swearing at or attacking members of the body and trying to get their points across in the way that they have. I don't think it's particularly helpful to their point of view, but I respect their right to do so. And so I saw this, I know that this process is playing out with the admin committee. I saw this as a relatively harmless resolution, and I actually thought differently about it after receiving communication from former council member Lowenstein, who teaches on this topic. And after reading her remarks, I reached out to members of the ACLU for guidance, folks that I've worked with in the past, and to see what their input would be. And two folks reached back out to me, and I'll briefly share two of the things I heard back. One is, it's hard to fathom how a legal memo might be interpreted by the public if they see it at all, and that there may be an assumption that a legal memo leads to legal sanctions. Further, another person wrote back, and this one's more lengthy, but I will share it. My experience has also been that when a public body, even with the best of intentions, attempts to impose restrictions on content of what the public can talk about during a public comment period, it puts the public body or its presiding official in the impossible situation of making minute-by-minute decisions about what speech is allowed and what isn't. Many constituents will quickly come to the conclusion, rightly or wrongly, that rules are not being implemented fairly and that they're actually being censored because of their political decisions. Instead of the public comment period being seen as an opportunity for the public to speak to their elected representatives, will have the opposite effect of being seen as a tool used by the people in power to tip the scales in their favor or manipulate political process. I can't speak for anyone in particular, but I think that this is another reason why, in the long run, many experienced public servants would rather sit through some public comment that falls somewhat short of the ideal than convey the impression that they want to regulate the content of their constituent speech.
At 3 minutes, Councilmember.
Thanks. I am also concerned about the chilling effect of this, and I will likely vote no.
Councilmember Hayner.
We're reading the same resolution, right? Here, we're all reading the same resolution. I don't see anything about censoring people, censorship, chilling effects, asking Mr. Postema to find ways to limit public speech. There's nothing in here. It's asking us to prepare a memorandum that the public can see, which is unusual for us. I admit that. Most of the advice that we receive from legal staff is not for public inclusion, but in this case it is. So that's even more open to people. We're asking to broadly explain the intersection of First Amendment rights and application of our meeting rules. That sounds like we want them to ensure that the First Amendment rights are upheld by our meeting rules. And that's it. That's it. There's nothing in here about censorship. There's nothing in here about muting free speech. Just the opposite. I don't know if this is a talking point situation here we're looking at or what, but I don't get it. And it just, it doesn't make any sense, these arguments I'm hearing against it. So we're asking our attorney to say, make sure that our counsel inform us and let us share that information with the public, that any rules we adopt or are currently working under are free and clear and allow for First Amendment expression. That's all we want to know. I don't see a problem with that. I don't understand how that is in any way chilling. And there's no move towards censorship here. If you look at the rule changes that are potentially brought forward, the censorship is being potentially, our speech is the one that is being requested to be limited, not the public's. So that's the facts of the matter before us here. So I'm going to support this. And I think that, I'm not sure if why are we afraid to ask to make sure that our rules comply with the First Amendment? That's what this is asking.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I don't know what the concern is again with this. I think it's being fabricated to an extent. We heard this argument about a chilling effect back in previous council when Councilmember Bannister wanted to release a bunch of memos that were prepared for council. And I understood why that, and I didn't vote for that because I did agree with the arguments that are made here tonight that it would have a chilling effect on the client attorney privilege. That's why this one specifically asked for it to be publicly shared, because the public is affected by this a great deal. And all we're asking for is understanding so we know where the law lies, where our rights are, where our constitutional rights are. I'm not a constitutional attorney, and I don't know if anyone here is. And we're not changing any rules. We're not imposing any rules. All we're asking for is quite clear in this resolution, and these concerns of it having a chilling effect, to me, are unsubstantiated. All we're asking for is, taxpayer dollars to go to work for the taxpayer, and ask our talented city attorney and his staff to provide us with a memo to explain to us what our constitutional rights are. That's government. Why are we scared of that? And we're not going to all of a sudden change the Constitution because we passed this resolution tonight. We're not going to change any rules. We're not going to censor anybody. We're asking for some education about where the Constitution intersects an executive board meeting that's being held by a bunch of elected officials and staff. So I hope this passes. I hope some of you have a change of heart with my pleas. I really don't think there's any harm in this. It only benefits us. It gives us more understanding, more transparency. To deny this, I think, would do us harm, and it would be less transparent, and we're hiding behind things, and we're not being clear to our public.
Councilmember Dish.
So I'm just having a little bit of trouble sorting out exactly what this memo is supposed to do. And I interpret it, first of all, I want to say that I do not interpret the memo as, or rather the resolution, I'm sorry. The resolution as an attempt at censorship. I think that that is an overreading. My understanding of the resolution was that it was a response to concerns raised by citizens, which I think are residents, I should say, that I think many of us have heard that tuning into a city council meeting and hearing profanity is off-putting to them. So I understood this resolution to be a response to those concerns. It's a request for a public-facing memo instructing the public on the constitutional protections or not, depending on what we learn from our attorneys for public speech. My own assumption is that we're going to get an account of the constitutional protections for public speech, but I am not an attorney, so I will not pretend that I can predict the outcome of this memo. As Councilmember Hayner describes the memo, we are asking our city attorneys to tell us what our responsibilities are under the OMA and to inform us what we are allowed to do with our council rules. If that's the purpose of the memo that this resolution is asking for, then it truly does seem to encroach upon the effort that the Rules Committee is engaged in, and then it's either redundant or sort of out of order procedurally. So I'm a little at loose ends here as to whether or not to support this. And again, if I choose to support it, it will not be because I have any intention of censoring speech, but rather that I would like to see a forceful statement of just, I hope that what comes out of it is a forceful statement of how far the protections of public speech go.
I'm going to, let me set the clock. For my part, ultimately, I don't have any problem with the public knowing about the First Amendment. Indeed, that's a good thing. I guess I'd say that folks who are interested in the First Amendment have lots of sources to learn from which to learn. The ACLU out of the state of Washington has a very informative November 2018 Know Your Rights Regarding Public Comments and Other Speech at Local Meetings, which talks a great deal and very informatively about what can and cannot be done. I will say by way of note that Leonard v. Robinson, a Sixth Circuit case, says very specifically that profanity intertwined with political speech is a fundamental protection under the First Amendment. That all said, there's been, I also think that this resolution is off key for the time being and would like, for my part, to see it postponed until we ourselves receive the memo from the city attorney. After we receive our memo from the city attorney and have had a chance to digest it, I think it's useful in that case for us to say, all right, thank you, Mr. Postman et al. Please modify this for delivery to the public. I think that makes most sense. I would therefore like to see this resolution postponed until I guess postponed until an indefinite date, because we're not quite sure when we're going to get Mr. Postman's learning on back to us. I would, when we get his learning back to us, I have nothing against, and in fact would support. And in fact, in the administration committee, we have requested that Mr. Postman put together a public-facing memo so that the staff, so that the public can see what it is where we are coming from on this point. And I guess that's, I think, how I'd like to see it, a motion to postpone to a date indefinite. And I should say a little bit about the context. The context is why are people upset about this? Notion of educating the public seems reasonable. I think people are upset about it because I think the resolution itself, particularly the last two whereas clauses, the last three whereas clauses, really aggress public speakers. I think further, public speakers have been described as disorderly, very different from mere profanity. They've described threats at public meetings. I've not heard any threats at public meetings. Threats at public meetings and anywhere, any threat of violence is entirely inappropriate, improper, and does receive condemnation. I've not heard it at a public meeting. A threat at a public meeting is absolutely out of order, period, and not protected speech. Bottom line is, I think this education is a decent enough thing, and I'm at 3 minutes, but that this is the wrong time and place for it. Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I agree with exactly what you said about the process. And the way I saw this was simply putting it in, giving notice to the city attorney that following the confidential email to the public, we were expecting something that could be shared with the public. And I thought that that is how he directed us previously. So I don't know, Mr. Postma, if you'd like to comment on what process you would like to follow, because, you know, I don't have strong feelings about what the process should be. And given that it's you, my only concern is I don't want to wait until we get the confidential memo and then ask you and then say, well, it's going to take me another 2 months, because I think that the public's going to want to see something sooner. So what would you prefer that we do?
Well, I think that we're working hard to get this memo out to you. It is, as Councilmember Iyer talked about, it is related to a look at the rules for public speaking. It's certainly related to that, although it's broader than that, because I think when issues were raised, I indicated that I would give some guidance generally to the council, but also in specific with the effort that was going to take place. So I think that the way we've done it in the past, the best way I could answer it is that I think in the past I've produced something for the council to review, and then they have voted, and my preference is to direct me to do some sort of public memo rather than waiving a privileged memo. I don't think that is a wise thing to do, but I think if the council is so inclined at that point, it may focus the council on what they actually want in the public memo, although I have some general idea of that. So I guess from a process standpoint, it makes some sense to get whatever memo I'm going to provide to the council and then take this up. But that's really your call.
Oh, okay. What would you think the lead time would be if council did give you direction for a memo to the public after we've seen the confidential memo?
I think once I have the other memo done, I don't believe that it would take that long. Your suggestion of 2 months would be way too long. I don't believe it would take that long.
Oh, okay. Thanks. And then my only other point is sort of damage control. How did we get from what I saw as simply a resolution to add clarity and transparency to becoming, through social media comments, a totally different memo?
Are you asking me that, council member?
No, I'm just asking. I'm asking cyberspace that. So thank you.
Councilmember Radina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess maybe I can speak a bit to my own kind of evolution on this, and I think part of it speaks to the process point that Councilmember Iyer spoke of earlier. I mean, if this were coming out of the administration committee as part of the work that they are doing on our rules, I think I would understand it a bit more to be that. Unfortunately, what I have to take this as context in is some of the comments that I've heard from my colleagues about kind of the dangers of some of the public comments that we've heard, and frankly, also some of the actions that this body has taken over the last several meetings, in my view, to inappropriately shut down members of the public. And so those are the contexts in which I see this resolution suddenly appearing before us. And if that is not the intent of the sponsors, I take you at your word. It is how I came to view this, particularly in the context of everything we have experienced over the last several meetings. And so I wanted to add that clarity to kind of where I came in this evolution. But I also want to thank the mayor for kind of his eloquent comments on all of this. And I would move to postpone this to an indefinite date in the future, when we can bring it back after we have read the memo.
Second. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion of the postponement. Councilmember Grand, then Nelson.
I think I'll speak to both because I've just been waiting for some time. And, you know, if it's the will of this body to postpone indefinitely, I suppose procedurally, that's fine. But I did want to answer that question, like how would one perceive this quite differently? And when this came out, I'll speak to my own feelings about it. I was really angry about it because as a member of the admin committee, we literally had this conversation just a couple weeks before, and there's a lot of talk about wanting to work together. And yet here are two members who are not on the admin committee who clearly didn't have a conversation with anyone on the admin committee to find out about literally that we had this a similar conversation with the city attorney and expressed a need to be able to have this come up in the public. The reason why the process happened the way it did, why we went with our behavior first, and I'll speak for myself, but I think it's true of the majority of the committee, that we felt like it was important to move forward with the rules about us and to set an example that we want to set. And then we can talk about if we want to make any changes to how we structure public comment. I'm not even talking about the content. And when I read the language of this resolution, it is not benign. So I'm still personally on the fence about whether I want to see a postponement at all, because honestly, I'd rather kill it and just go through with the process that we have. Because when I read things like, whereas the stability of a democracy depends on a community's acceptance of laws, rules, and procedures as legitimate, dropping an F-bomb at a council meeting is not a threat to the stability of our local democracy. We saw what that looked like. And having someone say something at a council meeting, and I have heard from many members of the public already that now they have more trepidation about coming in front of council because they find it intimidating. So it's not a hypothetical. This is real, that people have felt intimidated by their reception in front of this group. It is much harder to speak in front of a group of council members than it is to be sitting in this seat. I've been on both sides, and it is much easier to speak sitting in the seat than it is to be in front of the entire group and have and know that you have a few minutes and to put yourself out there like that. And when we have members from different parts of our community that come forward, so I apologize for going slightly off topic, but I was waiting for a long time to speak about that, and this will be the last time I talk.
Councilmember Nelson.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, it came out of left field for me when it was communicated to me that this seemed to be some sort of violation of territory of the admin committee, because I actually do have a lot of conversations with Councilmember Griswold. And so it didn't even occur to me that this had an intersection with the rulemaking that is justifiably a part of that body's responsibility, that committee's responsibility. I didn't view it that way. And I guess the only other question that I have is, it's curious to me that we would, trusting our legal staff and with the direction of preparing a public facing document, I would imagine that that direction would be clear enough in terms of the memo being something that we would actually want distributed to the public. And so it's weird for me. It's weird to me to imagine a scenario where we need to look at it first, and what is looking at it mean? That we might actually decide, no, we don't actually want the public to know this. Because the truth is, like members of the admin committee have commented, we may have the right to regulate in some way, and we may choose not to. I mean, this is not a decision that was contemplated in this resolution. I guess the only other thing I would comment on is the phrase that was framed as something offensive, the phrase laws, rules, and procedures. First Amendment rights are a part of our laws. That's all part of the same package. That's not about like dropping the hammer. And I mean, there's a lot of this that is really a stretch. So I will support. This whole conversation has been intriguing, both in terms of the conclusions that people jumped to and the talking points that have been repeated here, and so that's been informative, I believe. I'll support whatever whatever the body wants to do with this. Because like I said, this was not intended to invade anyone's space, and I didn't mean to step on toes with the admin committee. I'm done talking. Thank you.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you. I also am on the admin committee and in contact with many members of this body about what we discussed. And reading this, I didn't think it was in conflict of the work that was discussed at the admin committee. I think it supplements the work that the admin committee is seeking to do. It could help, in fact, expedite and guide that work that is asked of the admin committee. I believe they're concurrent efforts. They're not in conflict with each other. I think, having a outward-looking document is what our city attorney's office suggested to us late last year in drafting memos to let them know at the onset of how we were going to be using these memos. And I think this document is important for the public to be able to get and understand more than this body, to be honest with you. I think the public needs to know that their rights are going to be defended. And so I'm really disappointed, to be honest with you, as assigning motive. There's been motives assigned to this that I thought we were trying to get away from that type of behavior, where we were jumping to conclusions as to other people's motives. And yet it's still coming up late in the conversation here on this. I would just say that I'm on the admin committee. I don't see this in conflict. I see this actually helps the work of the admin committee and to get us along much further and to get the public what they deserve, get the public what they pay for. So thank you.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't see it in conflict as much as I see it redundant and out of process. And like Councilmember Grand, I see problems with the language. Some of those whereas clauses, I think, really send the wrong message to the public. I'm okay with, I guess I'm okay with postponing it, but I can't see ever voting for it when it comes back because, again, that language is really troubling to me. So I'm gonna, I guess, go with the will of the body on this in terms of postponing or not.
Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to be a co-sponsor. I said that a few days ago and didn't follow through. And the other statement that I'll offer as an explanation is that Councilmember Nelson is a lawyer. So some of the language that she's using may be more legalese and maybe it needs to be sort of written for a layperson. I don't know if there's confusion there or if it's open to interpretation, then I would say there's always room to clarify it.
Councilmember Briggs.
Do not want to repeat anything that's been said. I concur a lot with what Mayor Taylor and Councilmember Grand said. The only things I can add in terms of expressing why there's been so much reservation. You've heard law professors call in tonight and express some deep concern about this. We've heard responses from ACLU in terms of having some reservations about what the impact of this is going to be. Some of those whereas clauses, particularly in the context of recent discussions and media coverage, give pause. And it's worth reflecting on why this is concerning. It's not just amongst members of this body. You're really hearing it from a variety of different sources.
Further discussion? Councilmember Song.
I'm just trying to sort out, we have public comments at the very end of this. We're at 1 a.m. now, and I'm trying to understand, if we vote on this, is that chilling? If there's an immediate chilling effect on folks, or if we're really just stoking the fire and inviting folks to just continue with language that we're uncomfortable with, but is still protected. So I'm really trying to understand the impact of this resolution in the immediate while we wait for legal counsel to return, return to us in March. Is that right? Are we looking at a legal memo in March? Am I tracking this right?
That was an amendment to the resolution.
Okay.
But my suspicion is that the First Amendment without knowing, my suspicion is that the work product of the attorney's office will come to council prior to March.
Okay.
Could I offer that we table it rather than postpone it to give us more flexibility?
I believe well, the resolution is the motion is on the floor.
Oh, okay. So I move to table it?
No. I mean, I don't. Oh. I don't think you can move to table once a motion postpone is up. Mr. Postman, is that correct?
Oh, okay.
Was there a date on that?
The motion was to postpone indefinitely.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to ask, is that even possible? I thought we had to have a date certain to postpone.
Yeah.
No, that is a motion to postpone indefinitely is, look it up. It is a suitable motion in Robert's rules. I think it's brought back in much the same way as tabling. The distinction between the two, and frankly, the reason why I asked for a motion to postpone indefinitely is because a motion to postpone indefinitely has debate associated with it. A motion to table has no debate. I didn't want to drive to no debate. I wanted to drive with debate. So as I understand it, the procedure for pulling it back is akin to having been tabled.
Either can be brought back by, either can be brought back
by majority vote. Further discussion of the postponement. Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Redina?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We have before us the clerk's reported communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Council Member Iyer, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion of the clerk's report. Councilmember Rumlawi.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to miss my opportunity to talk about F6. I'm not sure if this is the proper time to highlight the issue that I have with F6.
Yes, you raised that. You raised that earlier. You certainly state what you will. I think I have a response to that.
Well, there was just on page 4, that last highlighted section during our last admin meeting. We were running over 2 hours at that point. It was a meaty change that I did not understand, and that I had asked that we take up that part of those proposed changes at our next admin meeting. Frankly, we didn't discuss it. I don't know the mechanisms and the ramifications and such. So I just would like to let the body know that when it comes to that last section on page 4, I just don't support it because I just don't understand it.
Understood. Without speaking to your understanding, certainly I think it came, and perhaps I can step in, Councilmembers Grand and Iyer. The proposed rules come from the administration committee as a whole, with the exception of this last set, the personal privilege and character attacks section, which, as Councilmember Omlai indicates, he was not supportive of at that time.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I could just explain, we got the changes. Councilmember Iyer and Griswold worked hard at it. When we met the day we met, we received the proposed changes just a couple hours. So there was only 2 to 3 hours to review all the changes that we discussed that day. It's not that I don't have the brain power to understand it. It just frankly came to us without much heads up, and I understand why. There was a lot of work there.
Very good. Councilmember Iyer?
Yeah, I just wanted to share my understanding of what we decided, which was that we would go ahead and recommend all of the proposed changes or share them with council as a whole, and that we wouldn't act on them this meeting, that we would give it another 2 weeks to the next meeting so that everyone could process them, including you, Councilmember Ramlawi, with regard to the questions that you had regarding the role of personal privilege, or the point of personal privilege. And I did share with Councilmember Ramlawi many examples of other bodies from, the city of Chicago down to small towns that have that as part of their rules and use that. Happy to share that with all of council as well.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I just want to mention that Councilmember Iyer and I are going to be meeting this Thursday. And so if people have comments they'd like to share with us, then we can discuss them on Thursday. And Councilmember Ramlawi, I do have a few words circled in that section. As I read over it, I questioned a few of the phrases, and so I will be carefully looking at them again on Thursday. We can always talk about them before the next admin meeting if you'd like.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
I'm still unclear what's going on here with that last section. It was my understanding that we would discuss it as a group in the admin committee before referring it to council. My concern is that we'll be adopting what is in F6 in 2 weeks' time without having that opportunity in admin committee to fully dissect and comprehend what that change is. So if I don't believe we meet, I just don't want this to be first reading, second reading type of thing where the next meeting these rules are all adopted. That's not what the understanding was during the admin committee. We were going to leave that last section out and discuss that section at the admin committee before bringing it to council. And the changes that were going to be brought forward, we all agreed on except for that last section. I just don't want these rules adopted without a full and vigorous discussion at the admin committee.
I don't believe, for my part, I don't believe that that's accurate. I believe that the administration committee reviewed the whole set, that there was concurrence about the rules in their entirety, with the exception of this last bit. And rather than hold it back, or rather than bring it forward, rather than vote it, we asked whether it was going to be necessary to run a majority vote at the committee, to bring it up and down on a majority vote. A vote was not required, and it was agreed that it would go forward to the council for all of our advanced consideration, and that we would then bring it up to the council at our February 1st meeting, vote on it there, having each of us had weeks then to review, digest, discuss, question, interrogate, and ultimately come to some conclusion about each of these various proposals. Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. It was also my understanding in that conversation, I believe you've spoken at least 2 times, Councilmember Malloy, that we had a discussion about how it doesn't have to be complete consensus coming out of the admin committee, and that if you had concerns, you were welcome to bring them up at the February meeting when we discuss adoption of those rules at council, and, you know, bring amendments, so forth. But I very much explicitly remember having conversations about my own experiences in admin not being on a prevailing side, and that recommendations still come forward from admin. So I apologize if that wasn't clear, but.
Can we actually, do we have a recording of that meeting?
Mr. Postma?
We have minutes of that. We have.
I would like to have that reviewed, please.
Very good.
I'd have to get those from Ms. Higgins.
That would be great. Thank you. I'd like them to have them reviewed.
Further discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor of the clerk's report, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
The clerk's report is approved with 10 council members present, Councilor Ramlawi dissenting. Pardon, with 11 council members present, 10 voting in the affirmative, Councilmember Ramlawi dissenting. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. To speak at public comment general time, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you've been connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. That is 942-1273-2148. Once you've been connected, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. When it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you with the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will identify when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. You may also connect via Zoom at a2gov.org/councilzoom, a2gov.org/councilzoom. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public comment?
Caller with the phone number ending 205, do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Joe Spalding. Okay. So only a few people know this, but one of my many roles when I was a strategist for Voters Not Politicians, when we were ending gerrymandering in 2017, was making First Amendment phone calls to police chiefs and city attorneys and administrators whenever there was an issue with people trying to stop the petition from being circulated and stopping our circulators from exercising their First Amendment rights. I remember a shouting match in particular with the city attorney in Midland. I remember a discussion with the top cop at Dearborn when he ended up folding, and I don't remember if it was Dearborn proper or nearby, but they folded like a $2 lawn chair and they ordered their officers to stand down. And I had a nice conversation about clarification with an Ann Arbor city employee tied to the library in the Parks Department. You can catch me just after doing this, about 30 minutes into the documentary Slave Dragon. But let's be clear about censorship. 2 points. First, this is clearly a desperate attempt to silence me specifically, along with some of my allies I've met on Twitter, tweeting from the Process Beyond account. Second, not only will this attempt fail, it already has. And it also has and will continue to backfire. The press will continue to cover this vital issue. That puts both Hayner's potential unauthorized personal tax abatement and the attempted cover-up by council members Ramlawi, Nelson, Griswold, Hayner himself, back under the microscope. This isn't Foucault. This is fucking Star Wars. The more you tighten your grip, Grand Moff Hayner, the more star systems will slip through your fingers. I know Hayner blocked his critics on Facebook and deleted his Twitter account, but he should know tens of thousands of more people know about the situation than they did a few hours ago today, because that's something that happens when you get the attention of law professors at one of the best schools in the country who also have thousands of followers on Twitter. Again, this is a malicious attempt to chill my free speech specifically, and it's well documented online back to June when Hayner bragged about blocking me and others on Facebook and then proceeded to mention on video that he was filing a police report targeting me, a brown housing activist. This is vindictive. Hayner needs to resign. He probably has his camera off right now. I'm not looking. Remember, this is the same thin-skinned Trumpian elected who whined, suck on that, Mr. Oakland, because I had the audacity to call him out for probably hiding stairs to dodge an inspection
30
of
seconds.
his non-permitted second floor. Jeff, I've given you the freedom from having to worry about your political future. It's the freedom to do the right thing. Please don't squander it. Resign. To him and any politician who would take punches at the First Amendment as a response to my activism, look how poorly the opponents of Prop 2 did. I designed an amazing volunteer program, and those volunteers carried it out. If you think it was a fluke, feel free to fuck around and find out. Thanks.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number 556, do you have a comment?
Hello. That's kind of hard to follow, but this is Ralph McKee from Ward 5 again. I wanted to address the debate on DC3. I'm disappointed in both some of the proponents and Mr. Hess for their comments. For you council members, you defended the resolution by saying that these 3 projects were in the budget, so still subject to council supervision. Thanks to Mr. Hutchinson's refreshing honesty, those statements were flat wrong. You never went back once and acknowledged that they were wrong. Then we find out, so there's really no council supervision of anything that staff does, Ray Traffic, other than this 15-day emergency thing that Ali Ramali came up with, which I like. Then we find out there's no public engagement either, because Lynn Borsett's letter to you said it's 100 feet from the road. Well, that's pretty much nothing other than when you're on the road. On Maple Road, there's 7 streets that feed there. None of those people would have ever gotten notice, including me when I lived there. So there's no public engagement. It was Mr. Hutchinson and Mr. Hess both acknowledged that there's no engagement on Maple Road, 0. Mr. Hess says we'll do better next time. Then a minute later, when he's asked, was there public engagement on Summit? He says no, because there wasn't a lane reduction. That's about as disingenuous a statement as you can get. After Maple Road and Summit, why would any resident trust staff to do appropriate public engagement? Tell me why. Further, given that there's no council approval required anymore, there's no public, even if there is public engagement, why bother? Because staff could just say, well, screw what the residents want. We think this is better. And what's the standard? Ms. Iyer says, well, our policy is just do the best. That's a policy? Are you serious? It's just another in a long series of disrespect for public engagement and we know best, get out of our way attitude towards the public. That is exactly opposite of what governance should be. It's hard to believe you're even in a representative democracy with that attitude. Staff just does it and get out of our way. And then on DC5, the same staff you lionized can't even give you a ballpark estimate on cost. Might be 20 grand, might be 250 grand. All
30
you're doing
seconds.
is all you're doing, at least as I heard, is you just did this. All you're going to do is upgrade from barrels to some other thing, and you can't ballpark that after you just did this? Mr. Crawford, you're the finance guy. Do you find that a reasonable answer from your guys? Sorry, but I'm very disappointed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 941, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number 941, do you have a comment? Caller 941, you can go ahead and speak.
All right. My name is Blaine Coleman, and I'm addressing my comments to the Ann Arbor City Council and Mayor. If you really cared about civility, you would have listened to the hundreds of your constituents who filled up your chambers when Israel was massacring thousands of Palestinians. Remember how they demanded a boycott resolution against Israel? Remember how you flushed them out of the room as if the city council were a giant toilet bowl and as if your own constituents were just human waste to you? Then, with the room almost empty, you basked in praise from a tiny group who actually supported your decision to not hold a public hearing on the resolution to boycott Israel. Do you remember when you did all that? Christopher Taylor was sitting at the council table that night as a council member. I'm sure he remembers. For almost 20 years straight, you have given a hard, cold shoulder to the entire Palestinian people, including many of your own constituents in Ann Arbor. You must think that it's okay to just keep on offending them until they're all dead. But it's not okay. Don't be surprised, after all of this, when your constituents say, "Fuck Israel." After so many years, watching you unleash so much death on the occupied Palestinian people, I guess the least we can do is to say, "Fuck Israel." Now that's what I call civility, under the circumstances. At long last, show some civility to your victims, to the Palestinian people in occupied Palestine and right here in Ann Arbor. Show some civility to your Palestinian constituents, to your Palestinian neighbors, to their loved ones, to the people that you and Israel are dragging through a genocide. I mean, when so many of us have come in and demanded such a simple human rights resolution to stop giving Israel $38 billion in military aid.
30 seconds.
Why is it that it's so impossible for you to just give a public hearing to that resolution? Tell me, why? Any response? I'm waiting. No one?
Time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number 936, do you have a comment?
Last week's episode of Violin Monster Petitions the Local Government was inspired by Christopher Wiley's book, this is awkward, huh? The book is called MINDF*CK. This week's episode of Violin Monster Petitions the Local Government is brought to you by the Tao Te Ching. God comforts the afflicted and afflicts the comfortable. And in conclusion, as the late great Leslie Knope once said, we're just caring at you loudly. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 677, do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Michelle Hughes.
I would have preferred if the DC 8 had indeed been voted all the way down with a strong statement that the city council takes the First Amendment very fucking seriously. The having this postponed indefinitely just feels like we're waiting for the axe to fall about that you guys are still looking for advice on how much censorship you can do on us. And I think that's going to have a chilling effect. Now, you probably think of me as a dedicated and persistent public speaker, and I do believe that I do show more willingness to speak to city council than a lot of members of the public do. And yet, I myself have been intimidated from some of the public speaking that I might choose to do. I used to live Facebook all of the city council caucus meetings, but I heard a lot of criticism from Councilmember Nelson, and I found that to be intimidating, and so I don't always do that in public anymore. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about chilling effects. I'm a member of the public, and I should be, my ability to discuss public affairs and to state my opinions should be respected. And I think that the resolution to ask the city attorney exactly how much censorship you're allowed to do, that's bound to have some chilling effects. So I would have preferred if that had gone away. Also, I was told that that $100 would be donated to the charity of my choice if I delivered the following message. So in my capacity as a paid agitator, I would like to ask Jeff Hainer, where the fuck are your stairs? The charity that I would like the $100 to go to is the phone kits for the homeless project. You can go to GoFundMe and look up phone kits for the homeless. We're trying to get
30 seconds.
We're trying to make phone chargers, batteries, and cables available to homeless people so that they can charge their phones and get access to services and people to get them off the streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 340, do you have a comment?
Greetings, Ann Arbor City Council and Mr. Mayor. This is Luis Vasquez calling in from the First Ward of Ann Arbor. One of the first F words I heard tonight was fascist, appropriately brought up by Councilmember Hainer. I'm going to quote Ernest Hemingway. There are many who do not know they are fascists, but will find out when the time comes. That comes from the book For Whom the Bell Tolls. Now, fascists employ many of the following key tactics to gain and maintain power. I am going to focus on three of those. First and foremost is the attempt and the practice of controlling free speech. Censorship is common in fascist regimes. Secondly, fear is used as a motivational tool. In Ann Arbor, I think that plays out in fear of density, fear of tall buildings, fear of more people wanting to live in our fairer city. Finally, another tactic that is used by fascists is that elected or appointed officials use governmental authority to protect themselves and their friends from accountability. Here's a fact. FOIA 3007 clearly shows that a notice of code violation was issued to sitting council member Jeff Hainer for work done without permits. This under City Code R 105.1. My question is, or my questions are, why were Ann Arbor's laws, rules, and procedures not followed in this instance? And is the failure to file forms for permits now acceptable? I find it ironic also that the other council member who proposed
30
DC8
seconds.
tonight, Elizabeth Nelson, foolishly sent a fake letter using official city letterhead to her neighbor to push them towards painting their garage door. If she pulled that same stunt today, she would likely be fined and forced to resign. To use a Yiddish F word, this is fakakta. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 891, do you have a comment?
Hi, my name is Edward Vilmetti. I'm a sometime frequent commenter and also a resident of the 4th Ward. I've been on the receiving end of being interrupted during public comment time by public bodies. I've been on the receiving time. I've been witness to people being interrupted by this council during their comment time. And as a sometime student of such things, aware of other incidents in other city councils around the state and around the country where the members of a public body, when presented with something that they don't want to hear that's inconvenient or that they're politically opposed to, would shut down discussion or even shut down a meeting rather than hear out what people have to say. Now, I have general confidence in the ability of this body and the clerk especially of keeping order during public comment time. It's harder during COVID times because we all have to call in and type 30 digits to be heard and can't be seen and whatnot, but at least we can do it from the comfort of our own homes. I'm not happy with the sort of ham-handed efforts by council to try to regulate speech, especially inconvenient speech. And I look forward to council getting some strong, stern talking to from the city attorney as to what they can and can't do. And I look forward also not to being interrupted in further efforts to speak to this council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534, do you have a comment?
Good morning. This is Tom Stolberg, 1202 Travers Street. Mayor Taylor, this is Mayor Taylor's Ann Arbor. Everybody dropping the F-bomb except one person is a diehard supporter of you. Why is that? What is this smoke screen that we have right now? Why are you up this late having to deal with this issue? There's over 100,000 people who live in Ann Arbor, and some guy who lives in California, maybe paid, maybe not, we don't know. This is the influence he has on our city. He's not a citizen. Look what he's done. This guy does this for a living. He's effective. We all know he showed up for the August primary, and we all know whose side he was on. None of us knows whether he was paid or who paid him. But that's when he came, and that's what he did, and that's what he does for a living. And he's still here. I sent Mayor Taylor and council a recorded copy of a speech I made last night at caucus. And essentially, I'm asking for leadership from our mayor. In light of what happened nationally recently, we know more than ever what a leader says or doesn't say really does matter. This keeps getting further and further out of hand. How far does it have to go before we do something? How far does it have to go before you do something, Mayor Taylor? Get control of your basket full of deplorables. Get control of your mob before it does get out of hand. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 684. You have a comment?
Yes, hi. This is Eric Sturgis calling in from the First Ward. I want to take a little different tone here and be positive. I know there's been a lot of abuse of the council members, but I want to remind people that in 10 hours and 30 minutes, sanity will be restored to America because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be inaugurated. So let's celebrate. Let's work together as a cohesive group. And I liked hearing that Councilmember Briggs and Hayner will work together to get the names of the three people. That was very positive. I like that Councilmember Grand will step in and help. She has been effective with that in the past. So let's all work together. Let's celebrate the happy times that Donald Trump, the dictator-in-chief, the man who incited an insurrection on our Capitol, will be out of office in 10 hours and 30 minutes. So rather than me come in here and cuss you out and make me feel better because maybe I don't have as great a self-esteem as you, and I have to do that, I'm going to take a different route and be positive. Thank you. Have a great night. Thank you for staying up this late and listening and doing the work of Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 941.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Hi. My name is Mujgan Savabi Asfahani. And I just want to tell you this. I've been listening to you for hours now. And one word describes all that you have done in these past few hours. It was excruciating. You guys are acting as though you live in a city that has got everything figured out. One thing is in question. Can we let people talk or should we shut them up? You act as though you do not have the massive problem of water contamination with dioxin. As if you do not have the problem of our waters, every nook and cranny of Ann Arbor's waters contaminated with this plume, with this Gelman dioxin plume. You go on and on about the most obvious stuff, which is you should let people speak their mind whichever way they choose to. If they're angry, you should sit and watch them and listen to them. If they are using profanity, it's your job to listen to them anyway. And you've been talking about how to limit it for hours, as if you don't have the problem of dioxin, as if you don't have the problem of housing, as if you don't have multiple problems in this town, as if you don't have the problem of COVID. Get with it. You've got many problems. None of that has to do with limiting people's right to speak their mind the way they choose to. You say civility matters to you, do you? And tonight, you want to take immediate action against your fellow council members because you say they are lacking in civility? Well, let's review, shall we? You have no claim to civility if you allow dioxin from Gelman plume to spread into every nook and cranny of this town for 50 years. You have no claim to civility if you have allowed that to happen. You have no claim to civility if you keep denying the people of Ann Arbor adequate public housing. That is also for decades. You have been denying the public adequate public housing. You have no claim to civility if you stonewall every
30
resolution
seconds.
against military aid to Israel. If you had a shred of civility, you would have listened to those thousands of students that ask you boycott Israel. After all this, don't you be surprised when your constituents say, fuck Israel. After all this inhumanity, the least we can do is to say, fuck Israel. I'm done.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 867, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 828, do you have a comment?
Hi.
Caller, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kathy Streckin. I live in Ward 1, and I would just like to say that I do not think that you guys are suppressing First Amendment speech. I think that asking people to refrain from profanity is just a decent thing to do. I think it's very rude when people do that. I mean, it's one thing. I mean, I've said that word. I've said it when I'm mad. I've said it in a private conversation. But if I really felt that you were suppressing free speech, you would not be listening to me tell you how I think this whole healthy street thing is the dumbest thing ever. And I wouldn't even use a profanity to try to emphasize how dumb I think it is. I think the money that's being spent on it could be spent in better ways. I agreed with, I think it was Councilmember Mullally that talked about the cost of it. Last year when they did it, the whole Sunset, that's a major connector. The road I live on comes out only onto Sunset, and having that be a healthy street road was a huge inconvenience. And I think there are going to be more people being immunized. If you've ever been in Kroger's, I mean, people walk past each other and you're inside a building, you're not like outside. And I think the fact that, you know, people like go way into the middle of the street to avoid someone, that's, you don't catch COVID by a quick pass by someone when you have a mask on. And you have to be inside 15 minutes or more in a non-well ventilated area. And so I think that the money that's being talked about being spent on healthy streets, in a different world, it might have been something to look at, but with the financial constraints of the city, I think that money is well spent. I'd rather you give it to the homeless or give it to that barrier buster or whatever, that $14,000 thing that you talked about tonight. I appreciate you guys staying up. I mean, public comment now has been going on for like almost a half an hour. And I appreciate that you're willing to do that at the end of your meeting and in the beginning. And, you know, I don't always agree with everything you guys have.
30 seconds.
I think there's decency in terms of how to share your point of view. And I don't think that you suppress free speech. And I think asking the public to refrain from profanity, I don't think that's an infringement on my First Amendment right. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Mayor, all but one of the callers on the line have spoken.
If caller on the line wishes to speak at public comment, please enter *9 now. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are the communications from council? Councilmember Hayner.
Oh, I think that was some interesting calls, and I think that some of the callers were right in saying that this is the kind of environment that's been fostered here. and I strongly feel that that may instead of shall has gotten us to this point. Now, council rules don't allow us to respond to speakers, even though one of them asked for us to. But I just want to respond and suggest that it was my memory, if my memory is correct, that we sent the considerations about a resolution about USA to Israel to the Human Rights Commission for action, because that's where it seemed to belong. And I know in the past that has happened prior to my attendance on council, and that it was sort of considered and possibly didn't make it out of there. It's not clear to me exactly what happened there, but I certainly respect this notion that the Palestinian community is voiced, could stand to be heard here in Ann Arbor. I don't know what the best, again, I don't know what the best method is to do that. I don't believe it's a council resolution. That's pretty out of our lane. And yet I feel compelled to let folks know that they're heard. You know, there's a lot of resources available in our community for people, and I'm going to take some of my council comments time to spread the word about these things. The Safe House Center offers support for people who are impacted by domestic violence or sexual assault, and they have a 24/7 phone line. That's area code 734-995-5444. Don't be afraid to reach out for help. Washington County Community Mental Health also has a 24/7 phone line available if people are having struggles with mental health issues, and that number is 734-544-3050. You know, I just I want to let my council colleagues know that I have every faith in the, unlike some of these callers, I have every faith in the city to apply their laws, rules, and codes fairly. I haven't ever seen that not happen, and I expect that it will continue to happen. And I reject this notion that I'm somehow a thief, a cheat, dodging an issue, secretly removing stairs. Anybody who pays half a minute's attention to these meetings can see my family in the tiny house behind me here. We're not spread out to some kind of secret upstairs that I remove. And I've never denied access to building inspectors, building officials. None of that. It's just a myth. It's a political myth that's being put forward for whatever reason. And it's a sad waste of our time. And the other, another caller was absolutely correct. We waste so much time talking about things that don't matter one bit to this community. We have water issues, we have affordability issues, we have people sleeping in the streets. And we're having to defend ourselves to ask for a city's attorney's advice on how we can craft our public hearings and our meetings in a proper way. It's insane. Some of these callers are right on the money. Right on the money. And I'm sorry that our public hearing has degraded in such a way. It's really sad.
Councilmember Unlowy.
Yeah, I guess you reap what you sow, and we are even the fruits of our labor. I guess it's devolved into what it is. So buckle up, folks. You know, there's just been a whole lot of time tonight and talk about censorship and fascism and the hyperbole. It's just this is like laughable, actually. If you weren't taking this seriously, like you really think the state and the federal governments are going to allow city council in Ann Arbor or anywhere else to infringe on people's First Amendment rights? You don't think there are statutory protections provided? And I'm talking to the public and some other folks maybe on this body who believe that we somehow can go about this. Sorry, it doesn't work like that. There are bigger powers at play that protect the public and the citizens for their constitutional rights. And if we get out of line for 1 second, we're going to be smacked down. And we're not going to be smacked down by our city attorney. We're going to be smacked down by the attorney general and other people. So there's just this hyperbole and this nonsense. The sooner we can go away from it, the better we all will be, because local government is not where fascism is at play. I really think if there's any concern that the public should have, it's the censorship on other elected officials on this body right now. There is a clear division of perspectives and voices. There's a minority that is being pushed around and intimidated, and just it's just if people are watching what's going on and listening, I really hope they do, because it's clear as day on what's going on here. That the only censorship that's going on lately is on some members of this body by other members. F6, I'm on the admin committee. I can't wait to get those minutes to show everybody what was agreed on and was discussed at that admin committee meeting. We did not approve of all those changes, but yet it's being shoved down our throats. We're being told limited time, staff's response is against you, fewer public debate, less time to talk about issues. We only meet twice a month. Do you think we can get all the work done of a complex city done in 4 hours twice a month?
3 minutes, Councilmember. Councilmember Song.
Since we won't be meeting till February 1st, and there's community interest on police oversight issues, there's 2 events on the 27th if folks are interested in participating. One is by the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. It's a webinar at 1 o'clock on force statistics and how they're used in policing. And then the other is locally held, hosted by the U of M School of Public Health on how policing is as a public health issue from 4 to 5. So if folks are interested in participating, it should prove to be interesting. Thanks.
Councilmember Grant.
I'll be super brief because of the time. I just want to remind Councilmember Malawi of a couple phrases that I heard a lot over the last couple of years. One is that elections have consequences. And for 2 years I sat and sat through you talking about a new council majority and how upset you were when the majority didn't get their way. So, you know, it's our job to do the work of good policy and to stop playing the victim. And that's part of why we have these rules to not do that anymore and to try to change our discourse. So, you know, not me, but there are a lot of your new colleagues who could have come in thumping their chests after what happened in August, and they didn't. They came in with open arms and willingness to meet and talk and work together. They could have shoved, and they didn't. They came in humble and willing to learn and wanting to work together and grateful for the opportunity to serve. And you know, that's where we're at, and it's this late, so I'll end it there. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to thank my colleagues for supporting DC4, the resolution in support of a notice of violation to Gelman. I think this is very, very important work. And again, I think that 1 year in jail or $25,000 per day in fines may send a clear message to Gelman that we are serious about taking action and we value clean water in this community. Thank you.
Further communication from council. I guess I'll say this. It is true that we have people are using profanity much more freely over the past couple of this meeting, and I think, if I recollect correctly, the prior meeting. And the reason for that is, I think, because the body reacted when when a public commenter used profanity. They reacted in a way that was aggressive and in a way which I think could reasonably have been construed as chilling. The fact is, I think the use of profanity in this context is unnecessary. I think it hinders a speaker's ability to be influential. But I also think that it's communicative, and I also think that it is, doesn't really matter what I think. The fact is that profanity intertwined with political speech, per the ACLU in the Sixth Circuit, is fundamentally protected under the First Amendment in the context of a public comment at a local government meeting. So my advice, in order to diminish the use of profanity, is to stop feeding it, is to stop getting mad about it. Deal with it with equanimity, and it'll reduce. That's my belief. I don't think it does anybody any good. Right now, it's a matter of, right now, I think it's a contest that folks on council who are upset about it know that they simply are not going to win because the First Amendment is on the side of the speaker. And so, why don't you just let it ride for a little bit? Turn the other cheek and move on. Further discussion. Mr. Postma, are we blessed today with a closed session under the Open Meetings Act?
Not at this hour, Mayor. Also, I have no comment under attorney communication. I was skipped over, but I take no offense, but I have no communication.
That is, well, thank you for correcting me. Motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councilmember Griswold, second by Councilmember Redina. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned.